And we're live. Hello, Trovo.
Trouble. How are you, Latin America? I want to feel how a rockstar does.
Hello, Peru.
Yeah, hello
Peru.
Peru. We got more Dandy fans. They're going to be showing up today.
Hello, Latin America. Let's get a Spanish greeting, Pato, please.
Okay. 1 minute. Buenas tardes, Latinoamérica. ¿Cómo les va a todos? En 30 minutitos estamos arrancando. Los jugadores están un poquito demorados. Así que, por favor, tengan un poquito de paciencia, por favor. Tengan en cuenta que el stream va a estar casteado en inglés. Así que, capaz, hagamos algún comentario en español, pero sepan entender esta cuestión. Por favor, avisen a sus amigos, apoyen, regístrense en la plataforma y apoyen, así podemos organizar más estos eventos. Un saludo a todos y por favor quédense. Un abrazo. There.
Thank you, my friend. I'm sorry to interrupt your dinner.
No, it's okay. Sorry, I'm just finishing.
You don't have to apologize. We're just hanging out. Thanks for everyone who's tuning in. A big shout out to Sushi from StarCraft 2 Clan Alpha X, who's teamed up with us to form Think Alpha series. We're sponsoring the first Brood War events, as far as I know, on Trovo, which is a new streaming platform. Alpha X is sponsored by Trovo and Africa TV and Matcherino, and they're trying to help us and the wider Brood War community get similar sponsorships. Tonight we have an exciting event. Terra vs. Khala is a teaser match. And then we get into Dandy vs. Dewalt. 9 whole games.
Ooh, that's going to be amazing.
What do you think, Machine, about Dandy and Dewalt?
I mean, epic series once again. Like, we just keep getting the best of the best in these show matches. Dewalt, fresh off his, loss through the ASL qualifiers, probably looking to, show what he can do still against
And Dandy
Dandy
lost, sorry for the spoilers, but I'm sure people are watching BSL. He got knocked out of BSL, right?
Yeah, he did actually. So, I mean, it should be like it's just gonna be a great series. You can't really count either player out. Dandy's just kind of proven how strong he is time and time again. It's gonna be a pretty fun series. I expect it to, be a pretty close one.
I'm a bit worried about Dandy's timing attacks against Dewalt, because Dewalt is such a disciplined player that I don't know if Dandy can catch him off guard. And a lot of Dandy's TVP is very timing attack oriented.
Yeah.
I think there are other Protoss players who might, Bonner, for example, who might be just as strong as Dewalt, but have different strengths that Dandy can better exploit, whereas Dewalt, you're going to just have to take it late and take him down with a upgraded mech army.
Yeah, very, very true. Like, Dewalt's very good at just forcing players to, take it to the late game and really outplay him mechanically. And, I mean, that's kind of his strong suit, at least as far as the foreign scene goes. So, yeah, it's, not going to be easy for... I don't think it's going to be easy for Dewalt either, though. Really, Dandy's at least... a player with enough of an arsenal as far as builds go that he might be able to catch out, Dewalt in a couple games, and then suddenly we have a tied up series. So, if anyone can do it, Dandy can do it.
For sure. I mean, he's one of the best talents out there.
You guys have any predictions in terms of scores?
This is going to be a tough one.
I really haven't seen much of Khala, so that's the series that's kind of going to intrigue me a little more, to be honest with you. Not sure how I expect that one to go, really.
Yeah, Khala is a very, very good Protoss, but Terror is having a good winning streak lately. He's
I
playing
know,
amazing.
right?
He even defeated Snow, and he posted it on his YouTube channel.
Is that recently?
No
Yep.
way.
Yep, he did. He's on. He has it on his stream, on his YouTube channel. You can check it out later.
Huh, I had no idea he just
I'm
beat
not
Snow.
surprised. You're right, because watching him in BSL and other show matches, he's just so on point, and he seems to be very hard to predict what he's going to do.
Yeah,
he-
well,
Yeah.
they're both really strong, so I'm really looking forward for excellent matches.
Yeah,
Yes.
Terra has his own style. He has his own builds, and if you're not used to playing against him, then he can very easily catch you off guard. I think that's something that might even be a drawback for Khala, is because he's so, I guess, deep into the like proper Korean meta, and he knows in theory how games are going to go. He might not expect somebody to skip Army and just get 6 quick factories straight after expansion. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, Khala plays more like the standard orthodox style of PvT, so a player like Terror might catch him off with some of his more unique builds. I mean, which is kind of something we've seen, I think, from Terror in many of these show matches recently. He's just, no 2 games. That's not fair, but usually he doesn't open with the same build twice in a row. So, yeah, he's got quite the repertoire.
And he can play standard if he wants to. That's one of the things that makes him so dangerous, is that you have to check for everything against Terror, but half the time it's just a completely standard build and he's doing it perfectly.
Que den un saludo para Latinoamérica, un abrazo fuerte. En 5 minutos estamos arrancando, tengan un poquito de paciencia. Recuerden, el stream, lamentablemente o no, va a ser en inglés, ¿está bien? Cualquier cosa igualmente pueden preguntar en el chat, cualquier cosa que tengan duda. Un abrazo para todos y gracias por estar presentes y apoyar. Sorry.
Sexy Pato,
No,
you should
you're
never apologize for greeting with people. Do they accept your Spanish?
Yes, they accept me as their new god.
I love it.
You wanna-
the new god.
You want to
Pato.
translate that? I don't think he wants to translate that part.
No, not everything can be translated. I want Bryce talking in Spanish with me.
Oh
Please.
man, I really wish I could. Someday.
It will be very funny. I know people will appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely would. I could get
We
my
could-
fiance on the mic. She speaks Spanish.
Does she play StarCraft?
No, she does not play StarCraft.
Yeah,
She
but
has
you
no-
just messed up, Machine.
I know, I did. just
You
mess
messed
up.
up big time because we're targeting the Latin American community. I've been looking for a female caster for God knows how long.
Oh, if I could get her into it, trust me, it would already have happened. I've tried many times to sit down and try to explain, but there's just so much going on, and the screen just moves everywhere. I don't even know what you're clicking.
But what wasn't it the first thing you told her? Hey, do you know who I am? I'm Machine.
Yeah,
Like in the
I mean,
first date.
obviously, that's why we're still together.
What it sounds like,
I didn't even have to introduce myself. Like she already knew who I was. so,
it sounds like you were playing Zerg, and there's just too high APM. Maybe you should play Protoss and slow it down, and she'll
Yeah,
catch on to
you know.
things.
You could be right. Maybe I should just switch my race, and then suddenly it'll be fun. And oh wow, the probes sound like cats. Mew. Love it.
Oh god.
I think commentary like that is endearing.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, we have no standards here at Think Quick, so
I mean, clearly I'm part of the cast. So.
we'll be featuring your wonderful partner soon.
Oh man. I wonder if we're gonna see you know what I want to see? I want to see Terror Nuke Rush Khala at least one of these games.
Maybe he would. He could do it.
I know he could do it. I've seen him nuke rush like S rank Protoss Koreans on ladder all the time. It's
He
like,
nuked it, Nara.
no, he
Yep.
nuked Nara.
Yeah. he beat it. He beat him like 2-1, I think.
That's
Wow.
awesome.
And the game he lost, he almost won it, and he nuked Nara. So it was amazing.
The last time I played a series with Terra for the show match series, he nuked me on Polypod. Several times as well. It wasn't just like a single nuke and done. He kept doing it.
Well,
Yeah.
it's no trolling. That's a bit order. He actual practice on fighting spirit. And he's
Yes.
actually very good on it. So no trolling aside, I think it's a strategy that he used it to win. So don't feel bad if you drop a game against that.
No, absolutely, man. Like I'm being serious. I want to see him nuke rush because I've seen it. And Pato, to your point, it's because of Terror that I learned about that spot bottom left fighting spirit behind the natural, where you can drop a ghost behind the cliff with a dropship, and it can actually like stand there and then nuke. It's insane. If your opponent gets bottom left spawn, PVT there, like nuke is something you actually have to watch out for. Man. He's definitely nuked me, but usually when I'm doing like the silly like crazy Zerg style skip lurker with mass sunken and then go, try to get to Defiler Ultra in time. One nuke kills like 10, sunkens, and you can't do anything about it.
Bienvenido al querido Ultra al canal. Gracias, gente de Latinoamérica. Estamos por arrancar. Gracias por la paciencia. Gracias por sintonizar y por su apoyo. Recuerden registrarse en la página, compartir con sus amigos. Les recuerdo, lamentablemente, que el cast va a ser en inglés. ¿Está bien? Así que tengan un poquito de paciencia. Igualmente pueden chatear y vamos a estar respondiendo. Un abrazo a todos. Sorry.
Never
Okay.
apologize, my friends. He's probably calling us a bunch of gringos and
Yeah.
saying these
I hate
idiots.
to know I can stand there why I'm here.
I was
I like
gonna say I actually just saw Terror play a game like right before I joined this cast. He was playing against Raz on ranked. Kinda had a pretty strong game against Raz, so I know he's warmed up for this.
Okay then.
We are getting ready for Terror and Khala. Thanks for joining us on Trovo. I think their streaming site is pretty slick, easy to use.
Yeah,
Chat
I'm
seems
checking it
active.
out. Checking it out right now. It's got like a recommended stream section, I think, like towards the bottom left, which is kind of cool. Can select
really
like
like
game
it.
category.
There isn't that much Brood War content on this platform yet, but I'm hoping that will change, and maybe we can help pave the way for that. One of the really cool things about Trovo, besides offering us money to host events on here, and big shout out to the StarCraft 2 team Alpha X, which is sponsored by them and Africa TV and Naturino. They have a streamer program that you can get paid monthly based on your performance. It's a way that they can attract streamers. And I think it would be an awesome opportunity for the Brood War community, which is deprived of sponsorship opportunities. And it would help financially support existing active Brood War players and maybe even attract some newer ones. So in time, one of my hopes is that we'll see some streamers, Brood War streamers on Trovo, and especially some that get into the program and get paid money.
Nice.
Yep.
Un saludo para la gente de Bolivia, la gente de Perú presente. Un saludo para el tío As Army, a la gente de Dandy, a la gente de Terror. A toda la gente de Latinoamérica, de Chile, a los amigos chilenos que están acá también. Los estamos esperando, estamos por arrancar, tengan un poco de paciencia. Bienvenido Jan. Gracias a toda la gente que sintonizó el canal. Estamos por empezar el showmatch. Gracias tío Gaby también. Y a toda la gente acá presente que está tirando onda. Es Pato. Estamos casteando con Kwark, Machine y Pato. Y comentarios del el grande de Ox TQ. Sorry. Go.
That's the last time you're apologizing for.
Yeah. Sorry. It's a thing I have. It's a thing I have. Sorry. Oh, damn it.
Pato, I'm naked already. I just want you to know. That sexy Spanish.
Does sound pretty good, I gotta say. Got a knack for casting, for sure. You got the voice.
I had to make commercials. Yeah, there's a lot of people saying hi on the chat of different groups, so I took the time to just greet them all.
I love how warm and passionate the Latin American community is.
Oh, you know that comes from soccer. If you've seen a Latin American soccer match, you know what I mean. It's like going to church. So we are passionate people.
Isn't there some violence in?
Yeah, but well, it comes with passion. It comes with passion, you know.
Well, I like to think in Brood War we get more of the love and less of the violence.
Well, in Canada and United States, you have hockey matches that you strike each other, and it's legal. I understand. So.
Yeah, it definitely is legal.
Well,
encouraged.
Yeah. So you cannot say that we are violent people.
Yeah, there's violent people everywhere.
Thanks for your patience. I'm gonna get Teru and Khala to start very soon.
So one thing I wanted to say, Ox, the format kind of changed up like this week, right? I was noticing in the thread that both Dandy and Dewalt get to pick. They got to like add a map to the map pool. Is that accurate?
I apologize. I basically selected the map pool, and I could only think of 7 maps from this season and last season's ladder map pools that were standard, and then I was kind of stuck to pick 2. And so I basically asked them each, like, what map do you want in there? And Dandy picked Sparkle.
Which is like the most unstandard map.
Yeah, I looked at it. Isn't it an island map?
Yeah, I could be wrong, but it's like an island map where I think you have like a natural, and the Vespian Geyser at the natural is only available to like Zerg players. Let me see. I need to look this map back up. I haven't played it in a while. But I think it was an ASL map.
I understand that that each player picked a map.
I recognize this.
Which map were there? I don't recall. I can recall.
Dandy picked Sparkle and
Sparkle.
Dewalt. Yeah, right? And that's exactly what I was thinking.
He wants to confuse. He had to search the map on Google.
Yeah. And then Dewalt picked Gladiator, which I think is
Gladiator.
a little more of a standard.
Yeah, it's a Protoss map.
It is. It is definitely.
So yeah, that was smart. But both were smart.
I don't know about Gladiator being a Protoss map. I mean, it's all high ground. There's
Gladiator.
Yeah, I mean that you're always going to be fighting uphill into tanks on Gladiator. Always.
All the maps where you have a ramp going up, it's terrible for Terran. You can have like 3 dragoons bashing your entrance and
I like how you've both been traumatized by the opposite race, so you think the map is in the favor of your opponent.
I gotta take Pato's side here. It's like, honestly, like any map where it's like a low ground main into a high ground natural, it's so difficult for Terran to push out, or against like, let's say a 2 or 3 gate opening with like Dragoon pressure early, and just like securing your natural just feels to be like a feat sometimes. Not unplayable by any means, but I know most Terrans would prefer not to play it.
These days, modern Terran openers, you don't even get to the ramp as Protoss. They put a bunker down at the natural, fill it with Marines, and then repair it forever.
Very
the ramp,
true.
Whether the ramp's up or down doesn't make a difference because you never see it.
Very true. Very true. Yeah.
Okay, then. Perdona a la gente por los ban. Es algo automático, no lo están haciendo a propósito. Traten de no spamear en mayúsculas, así el bot no lo censura. Pero bueno, eso para que sepan. So I told them that they were not getting banned because of you.
Yeah, I tried to disable whatever that is. I think they're being temporarily kicked from the chat for using so many capital letters.
Yeah, that's the. I told them to stop spamming and using capital letters. Because
Yeah, that's very odd, isn't it?
and not to blame you. We all hate Ox now.
Yeah, right? I hate how it's using my name. Like, it doesn't even use the bot's name. It uses my name.
Yes, Ox hates us. He discriminates Latin American people.
Why?
So now,
Right? My god.
So now we start a thread on Team Liquids. So on how
It leads to racism.
Yeah, hates us and tries to
Discriminates against capitalization.
Yeah.
Fox calling all South Americans violent people during the cast. Did you believe that?
And Pato told us on Spanish that it's true. That he hates us.
I'm like anxiously going to my bot trying to figure things out right now, but I can't really fix that. I'm sorry, people.
I'm quite curious about Sparkle because you don't pick Sparkle unless you have a Sparkle build. Like it's.
Yeah.
I don't know the map. I have to check it out.
It's really a unique build. It's honestly like ASL's like best like attempt at making a balanced island map for Zerg to be able to compete against like Terran and Protoss on.
Oh, I just linked Sparkle in chat and I got banned.
Oh, well, you deserve it. It's an island map. I just found it. It's an island map.
Link protection. Yeah. Okay, I turned off link protection. Oh, there's something called capital protection, emoticon protection. Yeah. Okay, people, we're free. Okay, tell people
Latin America
Viva
protection.
Latin America.
Latin America protection.
Viva North America.
Oh, man.
Viva.
I think I fixed it.
Okay, good.
Okay,
we reached to 280 viewers, so that's already really good.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Wow.
Thank you everyone for tuning in.
Tell them in Spanish, man.
We haven't even started.
Yep.
This will be very good.
Bad, you guys.
So your famous Kwark, they say 99 APM Kwark qualified for BSL.
It's true. And then I went out in...
It's true, it's me.
I had a pretty disastrous Sunday.
How'd the games go?
Army presence, they say.
My games with SVX were fine. I mean, he's a very good Terran. I had good games, but he played very differently to the replays and VODs of his that I'd watched. He was playing quite passively in those, but he went very aggro in my games with him. And then Boa, I made a fool of myself.
How so?
Game 1, I did a really cool build on Blade Runner. I discovered that you can actually wall the ramp on Blade Runner using gateways, which nobody, I think, has ever done before. So I did a gas before gateway. I telegraphed that I was going a DT rush, and then I rushed Mass High Templar off of my extra bonus gas from the gas first, and took a quick natural expansion with Storm and Dragoons to defend. And then he dropped a Reeve in my base, and I panicked, and everything went to shit.
Oh no.
So
I lost
chat,
like 8 Storms to 1 Reaver.
So on chat they are asking first if they can make donations or how they make donations on this platform, and second they're asking about best and light match on Thursday. If you can provide more information.
Okay, so there is the link to the Matcherino. All the money goes to the prize pool. They get paid based on single game wins. So every single game is worth an equal percentage of the total prize. If they want to help out Dandy and Dewalt, they can donate to that Matcherino page. And might as well put this up on the screen. So we have Best First Light. This is on Thursday, March 18th at 12 a.m. If you're a Pacific Time viewer, that's going to be Wednesday, March 17th at 9 p.m.
Well,
in Peru, I think this is going to be, they're 1 hour behind, I believe. So it'd be Wednesday, March 17th at 11 p.m. at night.
Like tomorrow or?
For which time zone? This is on Thursday, March 18th at 12 a.m. Eastern. It's at a tricky time depending on what region of the world you're in, because when it hits midnight, the day changes, right?
Yeah, it's Wednesday night for those who are struggling with this. You stay up on Wednesday.
Thanks, Kwark. I have a bad habit of complicating things.
It's because Korea is on the other side of the international date line for us Americans. So if it's Korean Thursday afternoon, it's Wednesday night for America.
Gente de Latinoamérica, el jueves 18 a la 1 p.m. hora de Corea, ahí tienen en la pantalla, van a jugar otro showmatch sponsoreado por la misma gente, Light contra Best. Por favor, saquen, depende, no sé el time zone de cada país, pero si les interesa, por favor, entren, miren. Yo creo, si no me equivoco, que va a ser a la 1 hora argentina, 1 de la mañana del jueves para el viernes. Pero bueno, cada uno trate de averiguar a qué hora empieza en su país. Okay then. So this will be an amazing match. I'm really looking forward for it. I don't know if I will be awake since the other day I have to maybe work, but this definitely will be amazing.
Yeah, I'm absolutely gonna have to check out the VOD afterwards. How did you snag Best versus Light, by the way?
It's the credit doesn't go to me; it goes to Alpha X, and big shout out to Sushi, who is the manager there. Like I said, they're sponsored by Africa TV, by Trovo, by Matcherino. StarCraft 2 team, but they're starting to promote Brood War events on Trovo as part of their obligation. Big thank you to Sushi. Great guy who's going out of his way to sort of treat us to a fantastic event. Yeah, I'm really nervous about observing Lights and Best. I've got quite a few hours of observing under my belt, but you know, this is the mecca of StarCraft, so it's gonna be a real treat.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Great.
I think
it
I
is
see
Untitled.
Khala.
I don't know. I'm not on Battle.net, so
Marogi. He's just trying to build the anticipation for chat, you know? It's gonna show up just a little late, you know? Just to keep everybody wanting.
I'm surprised by the number of fans I've hit have in chat. I know I played a bunch of games with Terra and Dandy on their stream, so I'm assuming that I've inadvertently promoted myself that way.
Yeah, I think you have. Man, they just have such a following.
so
Really,
we're starting. We're starting. People are asking. They're very impatient.
We're still trying to get a hold of Khala, from what I can tell.
Okay.
He's
And I
online in Discord. He knew about the time. I'm hoping he's just grabbing a cup of coffee. And
I can play a warm-up game with Terra if anybody wants me to.
Could do that.
it's not a bad idea. Maybe wait a minute or two, and then if we don't hear from him, we have Kwark versus Teryu, apparently, as a teaser event, everyone.
Well, I haven't played since Monday.
I choose you like a Pokemon.
Right?
Yeah.
Nexus first, go.
Well, that's the beauty of it. I can cast as I play. I can just announce the very questionable decisions that I'm making. I wouldn't Nexus first against Terra though. I came up with this really cool Nexus first opener, and the first time I ran against Terra on ladder, I used it and I just won really easily because it's a very cheesy opening. Second game I tried it again, he just proxy vaxed me. Terra does not have any time for my shenanigans.
No, not at all.
Terra goes, okay, you got a cool Nexus first opening? Okay, yeah, proxy vax, done.
Let's
Next
punch
game.
that. Yeah, get that one over with.
He wasn't even committed either. He just made one Vax like outside his natural, and then just did everything else standard. Just the bunker rush was like 10 seconds faster, and that's all it took.
Yeah, he can just change it up so quickly, especially if he knows how someone opens. Like, Terra's the type of player that I'm sure he's studied against Khala, and I'm sure he's going into this match with, you know, something planned out as far as what he expects from Khala to open.
I was
anyone
saying
here
machine
happen to
is
have
quiet,
Khala?
but I have him turned up as much as I can.
My bad. Yeah, I think my mic's up all the way.
I hear you pretty clearly.
Okay.
Guys, machine is just a soft-spoken gentleman.
Yep, just a soft-spoken gentleman.
You don't have
you
the
know?
sensibilities to hear him. You're just savages. They're used to grunts and loud outbursts.
Screaming, yelling. They're used to gypsy. Way
This
too many
isn't
people watching gypsy
slapstick
stream
comedy,
here.
guys. It's civilized.
Does anyone have Khala on their friends list?
Sadly, no.
Yeah, I definitely don't, unfortunately.
We've been messaging this guy named Marogi. We have no idea who he is.
Marogi, please play, and he's a guy from Thailand.
Right, and he pretends to be Khala.
Yeah, give me the money.
He's like some F-rank protest player. He's having the greatest time of his life.
Yeah.
I can message Terra. Shall we do this?
Yeah, I think, Kwark, that might not be a bad idea. I just feel like he's gonna message me and be like, I'm ready now.
I mean, I can always.
Yeah,
again.
let's
Worst
do
case
that.
scenario,
I think
warm
that's
up.
a great idea, Kwark.
Yeah, agreed. So does that mean we're gonna see a Nexus first?
Uh,
I'm just kidding. Like,
I mean, I can.
yeah. No,
Pato, I
keep
might
us
have
in
you.
suspense.
I might have to ask you to translate some of my content at some point in the future. Apparently, I have a South American fan base.
Do you?
I mean, I guess so. I mean, I'm very happy to learn this is the case. I never imagined it would happen.
The next time you hear Kwark, he has like a sombrero on. He's growing a mustache and he's trying to appeal to his Latin American fan base. I'm sorry if those are stereotypical.
I think unfortunately Terra might have DND turned on in Boudoir, but
He's
we can take him on
streaming
Discord.
right now.
Oh,
He could probably see the channel chat.
he is streaming. And he's left his game. Okay then.
Oh wait, Khala's streaming?
No Terra, but he
Oh.
has left his game. Is Dandy Dewalt live or is it off VODs? So
Oh, it's gonna be live tonight.
Okay, then
Oh my god.
I wouldn't do that to you all. Hopefully, some live games don't break.
Kwark, maybe just message Tear, or yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. He says sure.
okay.
Terra
I
never
will be
wanted
the
to disappoint.
sacrifice. I should have played some StarCraft to warm up. Okay. Taking my jacket,
This is getting
unplugging my
serious.
mouse. It's going to be serious business.
Here we go. All right, Terra's ready.
Okay, let's start with Polypoid. Easy map. Ox, you can come ops, and I will have to close the stream. Let me pop out stream chat, just so I can keep the chat open without seeing.
All right, Pato, you want to let the people know that until Khala shows up, we're gonna have Kwark play against Terra?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Buena gente, disculpen la demora. Lamentablemente Khala no está apareciendo. Por alguna razón lo estamos esperando. Para no tener que seguir esperando, valga la redundancia, muy amablemente Kwark va a jugar con Terror para que tengan un digno espectáculo para ustedes. Así que gracias. Un saludo para Harold, que es mi hincha número 1. Y gracias de nuevo por la paciencia y por estar acá sintonizando. Otro abrazo grande para Pablito Peralta, que está ahí con Isidro en brazos viendo el stream. let's go then.
Surely you guys need to obs. Somebody needs to jump into the game.
Yeah.
Ox.
Yeah.
Ox and we.
Good
We are
luck,
sending
Kwark.
wrong information.
Give him,
Okay, I'm gonna
give him
jump out.
hell. Alright, good luck. Here we go. What a good guy Kwark is, you know? Just
Yeah.
jumping in, taking one for the team, giving us a match to cast. Shout out to Kwark. Alright. So, spawning as the red Protoss on the top right of Polypoid, we have our one and only Kwark. You wanna take it away, Pato? You wanna?
Of course, on the bottom
Spanish.
right. Perdón. En la esquina, en la esquina inferior derecha, con el color magenta, tenemos a nuestro representante de Latinoamérica, ni más ni menos que Terror. Bienvenidos a todos, gracias por esperar. Vamos a empezar con este match de entrada en calor entre Kwark y Terror. Gracias Latinoamérica por sintonizar, gracias por suscribirse al canal, a la plataforma y gracias por apoyar.
I noticed
So-
right off the bat, Terror took Kwark's magenta.
Yeah.
So Mind Game automatically goes to Terror at the beginning of this one.
It's a magenta battle.
Pato, what do you think of Polypoid for TVP?
I think Polypoid is the new fighting spirit, to be honest.
Couldn't- yeah.
It's going to be the standard map to play for the following month, at least. So
I think you see
I think
some really
years.
good games on this map.
Yeah, you really do. Like 4-player map, you know, you're less likely to see those, you know, proxy gate, BBS, 5-pool style, you know, matchups where it's a lot more popular on 2-player maps. So like automatically, I just love, you know, a map like Polypoid because you're just more than likely going to see a more standard game. You know, it's going to be kind of less gimmicky because your opponent can spawn at 3 of you know, different locations, so all really good things for like mid to late gameplay automatically. I like the high ground third, like the mineral only area, seems to come into play quite a bit, you know, especially for TVP, just securing that quick third, as well as, you know, other matchups, PvZ, ZVP, etc. So it's just a good map, very well rounded.
So interesting, we see a 15 command center opening for Terror with double supply. So maybe I was told by Dandy that they do this 15 command center with double supply, but 16 it will be 19, right? Because if you don't spawn, if you don't scout the Protoss in the first try, you have to build a second supply to avoid getting Silos rushed. So Terror is playing ultra safe this game,
I see,
avoiding
I see.
avoiding any stuff or Silot cheese or something like that.
I see.
So let's see what Kwark tries to do. Is he going to expand or apply pressure? No, expanding. Okay.
Looks like he's expanding here, moving out with that first Dragoon. He's getting Dragoon range as well out of his Cybernetics core. All very standard things that we'd expect to see at this point in the game. Meanwhile, Terror opening up with that very quick command center, as you've described, Pato. He's already got the bunker up with the natural, got a few Marines in it. You know, it looks like we're just getting into a pretty standard game here. Neither player's really picked which kind of tech path they might deviate to from this point.
Well, I think that Kwark is going to play a standard 3-gate Robo Observer style to avoid getting punished in early game. And we see that Terror is doing like probably the Flash Bill order where he push with 3 tanks and a couple of Marines. So we have to wait and see.
Yeah, I guess we will have to wait and see. That second factory is already down. So yeah, pretty standard stuff here. Do we have an armory yet in Terra's main? Or I guess not.
Not yet.
Oh, it's an eBay. Okay.
Yeah, the academy isn't that fast in this type of build order because you have to spend so many minerals and gas on doing the 3 tanks and the bolter upgrades. So
Got it. Okay.
it's not that common to do that. If you go 1 factory, you can go armory and academy in the 4-minute mark, 4 and 5-minute mark, but he chose another path. So
Looks like Kwark's just kind of poking away at that bunker.
he needs 1 SCV more, or it would die. Maybe he's expecting DTs.
I thought it was 1 SCV per Dragoon.
Yeah. There are 3 SCVs, so he's fine now.
Yeah, I
Or
guess
he will be.
You could be expecting DT here with that quick turret. Does have a siege tank up now though, so I believe he's going to be able to hold this. But yeah, that bunker did get a little low there for a minute.
So yes, as I said, he's making some tanks. He probably will push with a couple of tanks and bolters with speed. It's a flash tutorial game, this one. And Kwark is playing ultra safe. He should be expanding in the 6:30-minute mark, but I think he respects Terror a little bit too much. And Terror as well, he's playing very defensive. He's playing with turrets. He don't want to throw the game against any type of cheese.
Yeah, absolutely not. Kwark getting that first observer inside the main of Terror here. He's finally going to know exactly what's going on. Scouts turrets, a couple, both the machine shops spinning with upgrades, most likely for mines and maybe vulture speed at this point, or would it be mines and siege tank?
Yeah, when you see this amount of goons, you don't push because you will die.
Okay.
So you just move out and use your bolters to control the map. So now Terror has to make a decision. He probably will make a 3rd CC, yes. And it looks like Kwark is going to do a 2-base arbiter play, which is very, very safe. But economically wise, it's not that strong. But maybe he will hit a power spike when the first arbiter is out to make any kind of move.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Pato. Like, it's not optimal because, as a Protoss player, you normally want to have more bases, I'd say, than your Terran opponent. But this 2-base Arbiter play is very, very strong. If Terror has any kind of a window or opening, he could hit a quick recall. If he opens stasis, first, he might be able to stasis, 5-6 siege tanks and break the 3rd. It's definitely something Terror's going to need to recognize and counter. Ooh, Starport going down the main. Okay.
Yeah, for upgrade timing. So I think he will have 2-1 upgrades by the minute 13 by the Starport timing. So now it looks like none of the players will be able to attack each other. So they're playing like full macro mode. So Kwark is trying. I don't think he will succeed because of that bunker. So he has to pull back. Yeah, he has to pull back or he will die.
Yeah, that shuttle only got 2 zealots of the 4 out before falling. I think it was just a little poorly mistimed by Kwark there. But, still has the Arbiter coming up. Finally, that third Nexus does go down for Kwark, but Terror, already with a third command center of his own and steamrolling ahead. He's building the science facility here. As you had mentioned, that should allow him to get those later upgrades and kind of take this game to the next level.
Well, you need those upgrades to play late game TVP. Sadly, there are no gates for Kwark. He's taking too much and not investing in doing units. Even he tried to attack with that and he suicided a lot of his army. So I'm seeing that Terror has the upper hand, at least at this time of the game. So it's not a good. I don't see a good future for our friend Kwark as the game goes on. So terrorists will keep on expanding. Oh, dropship play, nice. So second armory is on the way. Oh, whoa, nukes. Do you see that observer? Science facility, please.
It's like we called it.
Bad manner.
I don't know, like you're saying, I think it's a serious build. Who likes to deal with nukes in a PvT? I mean,
well, to be honest, I discussed because the new TVP meta involves a lot of High Templars, shuttle play, and a lot of gateways with a lot of early pressure. So there are players like Scan who try to build Ghost Lockdown to try to snipe the shuttles with High Templars.
You're absolutely right. I saw the Artosis Scan, streams, obviously.
It was really fun.
Really was.
But well, the Kwark is not playing that meta, so I don't know if we'll see many ghosts in this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. You think he'll just get one or two to try to get a couple nukes off and then go from there, or?
Well, I think Kwark is playing very cautious with a lot of observers and playing like a turtle Protoss mode. So I don't know if it will be easy to land a nuke on this type of defense, but I'm sure that he will try, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I don't like that Terra's being able to get away with this bottom left base.
Yeah.
I feel like it's very difficult for Terror to, I guess, defend at this point in the game. And if Kwark knew about it, he would probably just march over there with a couple groups of Dragoons and an Observer and deny that very quickly. But if that's allowed to get up by Terror, it could be the edge he needs to really take this game.
Well, the moment he hits 3-2 timing, it will be really hard to stop him.
Big
and
recall in the main by Kwark.
Yeah. Oh, stasis? Maybe a stasis on the ramp?
Oh, he might be able to stasis it. 5 energy short. Terror will be able to get his units inside here. Just, if he waited 5 more seconds and got that stasis on the ramp, it could have done some more damage, but as is, still, yeah, gets the stasis finally.
The sad stasis.
Yeah. Still,
I'm sure
though,
he's kicking himself.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Yeah. Still, though, Kwark able to kill quite a few depots, SCVs. He's trading for, tanks, vultures here. Overall, not a poor recall by any means, but maybe not as good as it could have been. Let's say.
Nuclear launch detected.
Oh, nuclear launch detected.
Where's the
12.
Is it 12 o'clock?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so there's the ghost right there. Oh,
yes.
Kwark, though, finding that. I don't even know how he saw the dot, but really good catch there by Kwark. We'll lose the cannons at that base, so I expect Terror to try to harass it again, maybe with some vultures, but overall, not the biggest amount of damage for that nuke, by the way. I like the little cubby that Ghost is sitting in, just waiting to gather up more energy for the next nuke. not producing another nuke, but he does have bottom left secured. I wonder what Kwark's response to this will be. I think he's just playing a little too passive, and no vision on bottom left. If he had some vision bottom left, he probably, you know, would be able to drop a recall there, get some damage done. Ooh, catching some vultures out top left. That's very good for him. I mean, what do you do if you're Terror? You're just happy with the position, right? There's no need to really press much.
Yeah, as the game goes on, you need to reach that 3-2 timing spot, and then if you have 3 gas or 4 gas, you will trade efficiently against Protoss. So you need to really establish a good defense, land some mines on the map, try to delay the 4th and the 5th expansion of the Protoss, and you should be fine, because there's nothing Kwark can do to trade with a Terran army. He should have some Templars, but again, if he don't have a 4 or a 5th base, he won't be able to trade with him. So I think Terror is in a very good spot, and Kwark needs to take those expansions away, or he will lose the game. So our nuclear is coming, and I think this will land. Oh my god, goodbye.
Oh, so many probes end up dying off to that nuke. Meanwhile, Kwark able to deny the 6 o'clock, or should be able to, actually pressing into the natural a little bit. You know, obviously recognizes, there's just a few too many tanks there, I'm gonna need to back off. But 6 o'clock will go down. But yeah, this mineral only of Kwark will drop
die
to
as
that
well.
nuke, to vultures and a nuke. Very big pick-off there from Terror. Man, Kwark just needs to scout bottom left. That's really kind of been the deciding factor in this game. I don't even know if Terror has tanks bottom left defending it. Yeah, there's no tanks there. You can just walk over and kill it. Ooh, recall in the natural, though, of Terror. But just so many tanks sitting and waiting.
Yeah, he's already 3-2, right? So I
Yeah.
think this will be no 2-1. Okay.
Okay, I mean, still,
should
2-1 is a big power spike for Terran mech. against
Yeah.
Protoss.
Once he reaches 3-2, it will be over. Kwark needs
Yeah.
to do something really quick. He needs to make some damage.
What are
But,
Kwark's upgrades? On the, let's see here. He's got plus 2 attack.
Yeah.
Plus 2
Yeah,
attack
but
and something.
look at the supply difference. It's 174 against 140. It's really a big deal. So
Yeah, usually Protoss would like to have the higher
Oh.
supply in this matchup.
and
mean,
one
fun-
more nuke. Where? 12 o'clock.
Yeah,
Where
maybe
is it?
I think it's yeah, it's 12 o'clock right there on that cannon.
Oh my god.
Ooh,
Oh.
gets the Nexus. Wow.
I was expecting an EMP with a nuke.
Yeah.
If I'm that
Yeah.
like in back in the day when we throw a
With
nuke,
Boxer.
we bring a vessel with us.
Yep, the EMP, an EMP and a nuke, for those who don't know, one-shots a Nexus. So it's kind of a cute way to eliminate a base instantly. But yeah, Terror finally cleaning up this army bottom left. It's just a little too late there from Kwark. But he is able to clean it up. You know, Kwark looking for a big counter, it looks like at the moment, but I'm not sure if this is going to be the play. 4 tanks defending that high ground mineral only, and Terror's coming in with some reinforcement tanks, Goliaths as well. Kwark doing good amount of damage, stationing a few tanks, but you know, it's just so many units at this point from Terror. Going to be very difficult for him to clear that base at this point.
Yeah, I think this is kind of over. Kwark doesn't have any army value, and Terror will just attack move.
Didn't I have a Nexus at 12? Pretty sure I did. Oh, he must
Okay,
not have...
so this is G, nice game.
Yeah, yeah.
But
And Terror grouping everything up. Yeah, it looks like he's going in for the killing blow here.
yeah, Terror just
I mean, he's a monster.
showing great mechanics. Can't blame Kwark
I mean,
for trying.
Yeah, great mechanics, but like really just, you know, he's a player of his own. Like, you know, what other player would you expect to do some type of a nuke timing like that and make it standard? You know, like at no point was he all in with that.
Nuclear launch detected.
Another nuke to end the game.
Yeah, yeah.
Man,
It
he's
was
pretty
a
good with
wink.
him.
It was a wink for us.
It
Let's
definitely
see how
was.
long he had the bottom left for.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
a
called
lot.
it.
Ah,
a
shit.
lot.
Yeah, and I mean, even towards the end of the game, when you attack 6 o'clock, if you just move the army bottom left, I think.
Yeah, I'm up 60 supply. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And I've got all these arbiters. It's the vehicles that get me. I'm vehicling the wrong base.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If you were pushing bottom left there, I mean, he didn't have any takes, so
Yeah,
there's nothing
I had him.
preventing you from killing it. But yeah, I mean, hats off to Terror. He played well.
yeah, it was a good build. It was a good execution. I mean, the build itself, that's not as strong as standard TV. I'm going to watch how he got 12 o'clock on the replay again, because I surrounded that base with cannons. I don't know how he got a ghost in there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, it was all the way on the right, and he nuked one of the cannons, but it caught the Nexus, clipped the edge of it. Nukes have so much range. That's like an entire screen away. The ghost is practically in my main, and it's nuking 12 o'clock.
Yeah. Once it had, I'm sure he nukes all the time, so he knew like the right positioning, where the nuke could be to just barely graze that
and
Nexus.
it's right on the top of the cannon. Like there's a little red dot surrounded by the little red cannon flags.
Yeah, yeah.
I checked that way to see if that's what the nuke was.
Yeah, it was just on the cannon. I mean, you were also red Protoss, right? Like, so
Yeah.
it's like worst case scenario. Everything looks red already. I was thinking that as well.
That was a good game. I had fun.
Yeah, it was a good game.
Well, sadly, maybe Khala isn't showing up tonight. Let's see if we can get a rematch, maybe.
I'm down to play Terror as many times as he wants. Terror's great.
So maybe just to put the show.
Yeah, let's just change the matchup if Khala's not here. I mean, we got.
Let's get a Kwark picture.
Wait. Oh no,
Let's
that's
get a Kwark picture in the banner.
Is Khala still not here? Correct? Yeah.
I haven't heard from him. If you guys want to do another Kwark and Terror, I'm sincerely sorry for people who are looking for Khala versus Terror. It may not happen tonight. I'm not sure what's going on.
And I'm happy to get smacked around for the stream.
For the viewers, you gotta take a game. You can do it. You really you were in a good spot that one. You know.
Yeah, I was sloppy. I needed to scout the bottom left.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. That's the game sometimes. Good old
Yeah.
StarCraft.
I mean,
Because I'm sure you were thinking, like, why would he take bottom left? It's so far away. You know?
well, I was thinking he was just doing it camping on 3 bases and then gonna do a death push, and then the nuke starts, and I was like, okay, yeah, he's fucking me, but all I have to do is deny him a 4th base and keep expanding. Like he can nuke bases, and I can't really stop him.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if all he's doing is hurting my economy, if I have a big enough economy, it doesn't matter. But then it turns out he's got a hidden base, and my vehicles. I mean, I was recalling trying to end the game, but it wasn't the play. Like the recall at the natural is when I lost map control. Ox, you going to join this game? Okay.
There
Again,
we
I will
go.
drop out of the chat.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you. I need it. But I'm always happy to play Terror. Again, he smacks me around, but I'm happy to lose to such a player.
Yeah, he's such a strong player. Alrighty. Here we go. Game 2. Kwark Terror. I mean, fortunately, we have a player like Kwark in the cast, right? Who is at a high enough level to where he can give a player like Terror a good series, you know? So, once again, just hats off to Kwark for playing this match for us.
He's the sacrifice, I guess.
Yep.
The limb we're throwing at the lion.
At one time we have Dandy versus Dewalt. They're asking in the chat, sorry.
You don't have to ever apologize. It should be starting in about 20 minutes.
Ok, buena gente, ¿cómo les va? Les pido disculpas de parte de todo Team Think Quick. Lamentablemente no encontramos Khala, no se está presentando. Así que muy amablemente Kwark está jugando con él para que tengamos un show que ver. El match de Dandy contra Dewalt va a empezar en más o menos 20-30 minutos. Así que quédense que se viene esta serie que es el mejor de 9. Le pedimos disculpas nuevamente, pero hay cosas que escapan a nuestro control. Así que seguimos con estos matches. Gracias de nuevo por el apoyo. Kwark es para los que no saben, es un Protoss de Inglaterra que vive actualmente en Estados Unidos. Es S-Rank, es un Protoss que se hizo muy conocido por ganarle a Artosis, de hecho. Así que es caster y juega desde hace un montón de tiempo. Es 2200, 2300 de MMR. Así que no es un rival fácil. Así que bueno, disfruten las partidas y cualquier cosa pregunten en el chat que vamos a tratar de responder todo lo que necesiten. Un abrazo. Okay, so we have a rematch.
We do. We got Terror spawning at the bottom left and Kwark spawning at the top right of Blade Runner. Blade Runner, pretty relatively new map. I think I've only really seen it played in like the last few months or so, but I think it's a pretty promising map, especially for TVP. Once again, like you can kind of defend that natural and mineral only pretty easily as a Terran with your just sieging some siege tanks on the high ground. A pretty quick fourth base as well, with a third gas also for both players available. So, I think it's a really good map, honestly. Have you played any games here on Blade Runner yet, Pato?
You know that I haven't. I don't know why. I don't participate in many tournaments, so maybe if it's not the ladder map, I don't tend to play show matches, or because I suck a little bit. So
me too.
I tried,
You guys
I
are
tried
both
doing my
high-ranking players.
Yeah, we live in the past and in our memories.
No, even now.
Exactly.
I mean,
We just say in bars that we used to play for our national teams and we used to be cool and stuff, but
yeah.
right.
These
But no.
young kids nowadays, like Terror and Dandy, they're tough to keep up with. you
Yeah.
know? Oh man, this will be pretty interesting here. Another quick command center from Terror. Actually, wow, very quick Nexus as well from Kwark to kind of follow it up, kind of switching up his build order here. I kind of like to see that. There's quite a bit of travel time to get from top right to bottom left here, so I'll be interested to see if maybe Terror opts for a very quick third command center or not. What tech building is that in Kwark's main?
I think it's a roll, right?
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
It is a robo. All right,
Yeah,
so
it's-
pretty standard. Pretty standard.
Yeah, I
game.
think we're going to see a similar game. No, Torres is deviated from last game, so this game he will play Academy, Armory, one Factory. So he will have his upgrades a little bit early, but he won't be able to apply some pressure. Maybe he's doing this because he realized that Kwark isn't playing greedy or trying to expand so much. I think he's expecting a fast arbiter play again.
Yeah, kind of a nice little correction there, I think, from Terror. You know what? Why not? Having those earlier upgrades will, you know, obviously come in handy the later this game goes. And I think Terror, you know, maybe just recognizes this is a good map to take a very quick third base. So why not follow up with you know, that kind of a deviation? And it's going to pay off. There's not a whole lot of pressure here coming out from Kwark. Terror's completely fine to get away with this later siege tank. You know, no eBay really needed. I think he doesn't expect any kind of early Reaver opening, you know, from Terror here. So not too bad. Looks like Kwark might be going for his own third base. Yeah, at 12 o'clock. At least he's putting a pylon there. I guess he did something similar on the previous game on Polypoid. He might just be using that as a scouting pylon. Oh, never mind. We are seeing anything but standard play.
What?
Yeah, he's going 5 racks deep. This is just gonna be a bio timing. Kwark's observer will scout this.
Yeah, but observers arrives at 6:30, so he has to push right now, because if not, he could have Storm or Reaver, something with AoE, and he would be dead.
I mean,
I don't know.
Kwark might have overexpanded too. I think I've never seen this with quite so many barracks. I feel like, are those 2 more barracks?
I don't think that this is a good choice. Even so, they are in cross position. Oh, a Stargate. So
I mean,
didn't. Okay, so this is.
He
really
has
bad.
to recognize this. He needs to cancel that Stargate right away. That's not gonna get him any value. He needs to be in survival mode.
Yeah.
He really didn't. Oh man, I think not canceling that Stargate's gonna be a big mistake here. Because you have to take these bio timings very seriously. If you don't have some type of AoE, whether it's Reaver or whether it's High Templar or Storm, you know, sometimes you can just get run over.
Yeah, you will die. He will die. Trust me. If he doesn't get any High Templar ASAP, he will die. So
yeah, absolutely.
The question is, will a Terror army arrive in time?
Do we have a academy in the main of?
Yeah, it was
Kwark?
like 4 minutes.
It was late. Okay.
No, it was 4 minutes. It was really early academy. So
Okay. So he might have Storm in time for this then.
maybe sending 1 DT at a time to make him spend scans. But if he places a turret, it's kind of over.
I feel like Terror's been saving all of his scans. And Terror moving in here, stimming immediately. Just, he's not afraid of these Dragoons at all.
No.
Trying to push in right away. Kwark doing a good job buying time, though. I like this, flanking the army with the Dragoons. He might even be able to get a trailing siege tank there. Single DT moving out, as you had mentioned. Just trying to force out scans at this point. And first scan goes down, that DT will die. But
So
wow,
that's smart.
Oof.
Those 5 Dragoons got enough the army, their reinforcements. So that's a smart move.
Agreed. I think it's a really smart move. I don't like him moving in with all of the DTs at the same time here. Scans do go down. Oh, these Zealots are tanking very well, actually. I was going to suggest that he should pull probes from the natural, but it doesn't look like that's the case. Kwark might just stop this outright.
And without the AoE. Really
Yeah,
nice.
without AoE. Very nice.
Without, yes. Exactly. So
That bunker does not go down either. Oof.
he needs 1 more SCV. High Templar is out, so if he has Storm, I will dare to say that this game is over.
He's probably got more Storm behind this as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no reason to just storm the 2 Marines there.
Oh.
Shoot. He did.
No reason
Pays
to
the
storm
price.
2 Marines.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. And he... Oh, Firebat's coming in. I like the follow-up
Okay.
from Terror. Kind of reacting, you know,
Uh-oh.
by... Oh no, suddenly...
Okay. Oh, no.
Suddenly I think he's in trouble once again.
Yeah.
I mean, for Kwark, though, the longer this game is drawn out, the better it's going to be for him.
Well, bunkers are really hard to kill, so if you establish 2 or 3 bunkers, it will be really hard to break this push.
Yeah, he's already got the turrets down, so I don't think he should be building any more DTs, or I wouldn't expect to be seeing any more DTs here. Oh, we do see a couple more. That High Templar at the natural, trying to build up some Storm. Looks like he's going to go in here.
Dodge the storm. Why the storm isn't out?
I don't think he had energy.
Oh, so sad.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
And
GG.
it looks like he will go down. GG.
GG will play. It was kind of risky. I like the original part of trying to push like this.
How the fuck do I lose that? I scout it. I make a
Yeah.
High Templar, and then I'm like, okay, I've got a High Templar. We're good now.
You made a High Templar. A lovely
know.
one.
It's
It
so
was a
sad.
Protoss hero. And you didn't cancel the Stargate. I don't know.
I'm fine with keeping the Stargate. I mean, it's 150, 150. It's who cares? I've got 3 bases.
I
But,
think
like-
against Bio, though, you just want to survive. Like, that should
Yeah.
be your
Yeah.
mindset, is like, just live.
After
Yeah.
I hold the first push, it's mine. I just have to keep making High Templar and DTs and shit. I'm banking 1k minerals too.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I love my nice neat column of pylons, and it wasn't what I needed because I couldn't build any gateways.
Yeah.
I scouted it, and I'm like, okay, well I can build like at most 2 more gateways till the pylons are done. Then I can build like another 5.
Yeah, well. It was kind of a unique build by Terror, you know, doing that type of bio-timing. I've never seen a bio-timing with that many barracks, though. I feel like he made a couple more barracks than I'm used to seeing.
It wasn't even. That's just a troll build. That's just Terra styling on me, honestly. Like it's.
Yeah, I mean, you held the first timing.
Yeah, and that was all I needed to do. That was my game. That was him doing like a cheese build too far. I hold it. I killed the tanks. I just need to rally units, and then I don't macro. I don't make High Templar, and I'm banking 1,000 minerals. Oh, it's so sad.
Nothing to be sad about. Terror's, you know, proven why he's Terror.
He's not so much better than me that I should lose to that shit. He's good, but I mean that one there, that was on me.
Yeah. So it goes.
Yeah, I mean I'm not mad at Terra. I'm
No,
mad
I
at
know.
myself. But like, Ox, do you want to come join us?
Okay, so I have heard word from Khala, and what happened was daylight saving times. Basically,
Okay.
we went ahead, didn't we? An hour.
Yeah.
And he was under the impression that it was 1 hour behind.
Okay, so he's almost ready.
He could play, but I'm just thinking there isn't enough time for them to play a set. And I think I'm just waiting for Dandy and Dewalt to reply if they're going to play at 10 p.m. sharp.
10 p.m. sharp is in 10 minutes.
See,
Yeah.
Dewalt now thinks it's 1 hour and 10 minutes. These people don't know about the daylight saving times change.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Well, it's not a big problem. We could probably get...
At least one game than Terror versus Khala.
Yeah, agreed. Probably get at least one game in there.
Okay.
So that would help us wait for Dandy and the Dewalt. If not, it will be... I don't know that many jokes to wait 1 hour.
Well, if they both thought it was an hour late, then we killed an hour by having a Terra just beat on me for a bit. So now we can just proceed with normal schedule.
Well, I think we need to buy another hour, so put on your
Okay,
Khala-
Dewalt
jacket.
it
Khala
can't be
was
ready in
jacket-
10 minutes. Dewalt is saying he can't be ready in 10 minutes. I'm just trying to figure out when's as soon as he can.
Well, we can just do the original schedule. Carla's here an hour late. DeWalt's going to be an hour late. So as long as we can get Dandy to be an hour late, everyone's fine. We can have Khala and Terra play the 9 games flat or whatever games were planned.
Except the poor Pato who works tomorrow.
That's true.
Okay. So I'm good for anything. Just we need game.
Yep. Same here. I mean, if Khala's able to jump in right now, and even if
Yeah, I'm just trying to speak to him because it looks like Dewalt needs about an hour. I apologize. The daylight saving times really screwed us up. We're dealing with 3 different time zones here: Siberia, Korea, and Peru.
I love keys from Siberia.
I love
It's like-
Peru's time zone. It doesn't change apparently ever.
It's yeah. I love that he was from Siberia. It's like Senseiya yoga. He is I don't know. He gives him something special.
Blander said we had 2,400 viewers.
What? We have 500, not 2,400.
do we?
You're telling me 500 people just saw me lose to Marines and Medics TVP.
Because the
You're right.
Khala wasn't showing up apparently. Some people
There's
had-
nothing as bad publicity.
I don't know. I
Oh, I'm sorry. He's referring to another Facebook event. Blander, thank you for joining us. Big shout out to you.
do you want me to leave the game I'm in with Terra and we can wait for Khala, or what are we doing?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
No, not at all. I'm just happy that I got a chance to play some StarCraft.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gente,
Some fun
esperen.
games.
Gente, esperen, estamos deliberando porque Khala aparentemente se equivocó de horario. Tengan en cuenta que estamos tratando con tres diferencias horarias porque Dewalt es de Siberia, Khala es de Corea y Dandy Terror de Perú. Así que que los 3 entendieran la hora del match aparentemente fue complicado. Así que esperen porque por un lado están diciendo que Dewalt también se confundió de hora, pero ahora dice que en 10 minutos puede jugar. Así que tal vez por esta diferencia horaria, por esta confusión, vamos a tener que posponer el match de Terror y probablemente en 10 minutos
Khala
arranquemos
said yes, he's
directamente.
coming.
Whom?
Khala. Yeah, we're gonna see Terror versus Khala, and I have to convince Dandy to stay awake for another
Okay.
hour until we get him versus the
But
Dewalt.
how many match he will play?
At least
for
the
an
best
hour?
of 3.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let
for
me say-
40 minutes to an hour, we'll get Terror versus Khala.
Let me say in Spanish then. Bueno, gente, la cosa va a ser así. Terror y Khala van a jugar un mejor de 3, más o menos que dure 1 hora. Y en 1 hora va a jugar Dewalt contra Dandy. Así que gracias por la paciencia, disculpen, hubo confusiones con los usos horarios de cada país. Así que ahora en 2, 3, 5 minutos arranca un mejor de 3 entre Khala y Terror, seguido en 1 hora aproximadamente por Dewalt contra Dandy. Okay,
Khala and Terra are both here. It looks like we're about
Yeah.
to
yes, we're ready then. Go, 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 go!
go.
Go,
What's the
go.
first map?
Should be first map Sparkle. No worries, bro. Got it. Okay.
Oh, I just said that Khala and Terror were going to play best of 3, so. Well, that's very important as well. You cannot I think the priority is to not delay the match that is going to be played. If the Dewalt is ready to play, just let them play.
I mean, agreed.
No,
Even if,
he's not ready until 40 minutes, Dewalt.
Oh,
Dandy is having a hard time waiting longer, so I'm trying to get this sorted out.
Well, it must be like 9 p.m. in Peru.
Yeah, that's right.
Here in Argentina, it's almost 11 p.m. So
Ox, I have hosted a game and got Khala and Terra to join it. So whenever you are ready, you can join. Any of the other people observing the game? If so,
I'll just watch the stream.
Okay.
yeah, I want to say I will lower your tier, your turn rate. So it's not worth it.
Waiting for confirmation from Terra, and then I will hit start. Okay, we're good. Game is starting.
Okay then. Whenever you're ready, gentlemen.
Here we go.
Okay then. Match just started. Khala versus Terror on the bottom right. It is our yellow Protoss, the one and only Khala. And on the upper left side of the map, we have our Peruvian Hope. He's Terror U.
Yeah, it looked a bit laggy, so I just left the game. I'll watch from the stream.
Okay.
Good call.
Yeah, and it's probably not me. It's probably just the distance between Korea and Peru. But
Yeah.
I'll do what I can.
Fortunately, we just got to see a game of Terror against you, Kwark, on this map. You know, do you expect Terror to open something similar, like fast expanded to that early 3-tank timing, and then fall back from there?
He does favour the gasless, I know that much, and it's a strong opening. I know it's fallen out of favour a little bit. A lot of Terrans are opting to take their gas and then go so Vax Gas CC before factory, which is safer against Zealot openings. But I know that Terra, he favours the gasless, and it's a strong opening still.
Okay.
It's difficult to punish, and it's pretty good in all situations. It's bad against 12 necks, because unless you scout first, you can't actually punish the 12 necks. But it's good against basically everything else. And 12 necks isn't that popular these days.
Yeah, I've noticed it myself. It seems like 12 necks has kind of fallen out of popularity, except for gosh, what's that map? Ringing Bloom. I see it a lot there, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's just a bit of it's a gamble build, because if you get scouted first, then you can be in trouble. But Terra has taken the gas, so it's going to be a standard factory opening by the look of it. Interesting.
What can you tell us about Khala's playstyle?
So
PvT?
he plays
Yeah.
a very modern Storm Shuttle style. I saw a fantastic series between Khala and Scan, who incidentally has just qualified for the ASL, so congratulations to him. But Khala was beating him very impressively using the modern Speed Shuttle style rather than the slightly more old-fashioned Arbiter style that I favour.
I saw him play a lot of River, so I'm expecting a fast expansion with a 2-gate River play or something like that.
Yeah, that's the current meta.
Okay.
And Cross Map is going to favour that, because it's going to draw the game out, which is good for somebody going mass speed shuttle and harassment.
Got it. It just allows them more opportunities to really get those speed shuttles to use, as far as like just those Reaver timings and Storm Drop timings. I guess Storm Drop tends to come a little late, right?
Yeah,
Like
Storm Drop is like the 3-base to 4-base transition, but it just you want time to get to that point, and I think Cross Map makes it easier in that respect.
Got it.
It looks like Carlos is going straight for the 23 next. He's holding his probes and banking minerals, so yeah, this is just going to be Nexus.
We'll get the SCV scout inside the main of Khala. Doesn't see anything out of the ordinary. Dragoon, Gateway. Dragoon range on the way. So, all pretty standard stuff so far
Yeah.
from Khala.
And it looks like Terra's taken 2 SCVs off the gas, so it's going to be... Oh, SCV's back on the gas. Okay, hold on. What's going on here? This is a fake. No, okay, CC is going down in the main. Okay. Terra, what are you up to? Because this is not optimal. Is that a starport that is just going down? What's he doing?
Not seeing a starport.
Okay, I saw some gas get spent. It must be a tank being built. Okay. But 3 SCVs is that's an odd choice. But I mean, Terra knows his build orders. Terra doesn't make build order mistakes, so he has a plan.
Yeah.
Question is, what is it going to be? I mean, yeah, this is a lot of gas he's mining, and it's not going to be a mistake.
I wonder if it, knowing Kala's style and maybe studying Khala, maybe he will go for something like a fast starport, get a Wraith out to try to defend early Reaver harass or something like that. Maybe that's the reason why he's getting that gas, but I don't know. I guess we'll see.
I mean, Machine Shop's not spinning, so there's only so many things he can spend the gas on. And yeah, as Kala's just going 2-gate robo as was predicted, which is very
Well,
standard.
maybe he's playing super safe with a fast academy, and he will add he will use the gas to have enough gas to make siege mode and a second factory and an armory to stop any shuttle play. So maybe he's playing super safe.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, the Academy just now finishing. He should be able to get both his scanners up shortly. Siege looking to be on the way. If this is early Reaver, not having a quicker eBay, Khala might be able to punish it, but I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, it looks like it is Reaver because there's no observatory and there's no support bay yet. So the only thing the robo could be doing is building a shuttle, which would then be followed by the support bay.
Does Khala spotted the fast expansion? I don't know about this super safe play being in cross position.
So there is an observatory. Okay, so Terra has done a scan. What does he see?
They are upper. What's that?
Just
Spider.
observatory. This just 2-gate obs. Interesting.
Well,
So
2-gate ops is always a Reaver, right?
Normally,
If
yeah.
not, When I scout 2 gates,
Yeah.
I will assume shuttle play. So it will be wise to have a couple of Goliaths with range. Oh, very fast third.
Yeah, and the Terra knows the timing, but the Khala also knows the timing. That's
Yeah, 6:30. 6:30 is the third timing. So
I just like that. As the probe went out to take the third, Terra sent a vulture and it arriving at the same time. I mean, that is. Okay, here come the factories.
Yeah.
However, he's does he even have an army?
No, I think it's a 5-fact all-in push.
Okay, well, the problem is the observer's seen it, so this is going to be.
Yeah.
Tricky. Now, Khala has already committed to the Nexus, which could easily be a mistake here. It's.
It puts a lot of passive pressure on Terror. He knows this factory timing has to succeed now, or it's absolutely game over.
Yeah, Terra's all in.
Well, yeah, I don't know if this build order will be good against someone like Khala.
No, I mean Khala is going to look. He's
a
pretty much
Reaver.
always.
Oh,
Yeah,
a
he's
Reaver.
going to make Reaver's just going to delay the push,
Yep.
force the siege unsiege across the map, and then he's just going to spam gateway units.
Yeah,
And
I'd expect
Khala-
that Reaver to kind of sit up at the mineral only of Terror and just kind of pick off, vultures and delay the push, like you're saying.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised Terra's opting for this build cross position because this is.
Yeah. Yeah.
and also
that-
he scouted the observatory. This is not a strong build. This is the kind of build you do against non-Koreans who don't get observers in your base because you just get an instant win against them. But I mean, does he have a timing? I don't know. I don't think he does.
First siege tank going down here.
Yeah,
Terror.
second one down.
Do not lose tanks. Do not lose tanks. Oh. Okay, it's over.
Wow. Khala just made this look simple.
Yeah. It was a walk in the park. It's
Yeah.
over. He lost all his tanks. He cannot push.
So
Or like-
Yeah, the way Terra's build works is he was massing tanks and then while adding factories in a flood behind it, and then he was just going to make nothing but vultures, which you can make 100 vultures in like a minute. They take no time to build, and they can buffer forever. And he was just going to have them be a front in front of his tanks. So he wasn't actually ever going to replace his tanks. The tanks were just going to never die because of the vulture flood. But now the tanks are dead, the vulture flood's not going to do anything because there's no actual damage behind it.
Yeah, all the damage that these Dragoons are able to do now, I'm sure Khala's just considering it a bonus at this point.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't even have to kill as many tanks as it did, and it would have earned its keep. But
It already did its work.
Yeah, it's
Terror
double
will
supply.
not. Yeah, it is over. There's no way Terror can get back in this game. Khala can do literally anything he wants and still win this game.
yeah, no turrets here at the natural. It's gonna be free reign for this Reaver.
Yeah.
Over double supply, and it's not getting any better for Terra.
No upgrades, no armory. There's no late game in this scenario. So sadly for our Peruvian Terran, I don't see a good future for him.
I'm surprised the Terra went for this build because again, Khala could see it. Is the thing.
Yeah.
The observer just
It
went into
doesn't
Terra's
work.
base and went, "Oh, you're going 5-pack no army. I guess I'll add a bunch of gateways."
It doesn't work, and even cross position, it's not possible. It's very hard to pull it off in this position as well, and more against a player at the level of Khala. So
You know who likes to do this build a lot? Grindboss. Grindboss is
Oh,
always
really?
doing no armory, just all in, hitting you super early. Because like in the non-Korean meta, it's actually kind of strong just because non-Koreans are sloppy about their scouting.
There's a
Yeah.
name you don't hear every day. Grind Boss.
Yeah.
mhm.
But I mean, it's if the guy doesn't immediately scout you, then it is really dangerous because the
Oh,
tanks
man.
get up your cliff, and then there's a vulture flood. You can't ever actually get to the tanks.
These
You have
two
to just-
vultures, could they turn the game? Yeah,
Yeah, Kala's still over double supply.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, if Terra actually got a position on Khala with those tanks, he could just rally vultures to keep the tanks alive all day long, and like the original 8 tanks that Terra had would never die, so they'd just keep getting more and more kills, more and more value. But Khala never let it even get started. Khala was on him before the vultures were even built.
Yeah, it was just great positioning on that high ground with the Dragoons. Like, he expected it, like you said. At first observer, scouted it immediately. He knew exactly what the timing was, when to expect it, and just handled it beautifully.
And that is why you go the Observer Rush with the 25 Nexus. Also the 23 Nexus, 25 Robo, Quick Observer. It's because it lets you just get that very quick scout on the opponent and then play it from there. Whatever it is they're doing, you do the counter build.
GG, called by Terror.
Well played.
Yeah, very well played there by Khala. Huh, kind of just dismantled him.
Yeah, I was disappointed to see Terra do that build though. I wanted to see him take it straight up, or if he was going to do a cheese, like do an interesting cheese. Because
Yeah, because that just was not going to work, like you're saying.
yeah,
Cross map, at least not against the Protoss as strong as Khala.
that and his first comsat scanned straight onto the Robo and Observatory. So it's like straight onto the Robo. He didn't see the Observatory, that was the natural, but even so, he knew that there was an observer coming. Okay.
¿Cómo le va, muchachos? Disculpen, pero bueno, respondo a un que estoy leyendo en el chat. No disponemos de una consola con sonidos extraños y todo. Tenemos otro estilo de casteo, así que bueno, espero que les pueda servir a algunos. Nosotros somos más de analizar el juego. No sé si hacemos tanto el show por ese lado. Disculpen si no les he entretenido a algunos. Tratamos de dar el mejor show que podemos y tratar de ayudar a todos de desde nuestro lugar, ¿está bien? Cada uno tiene su estilo. No pretendemos ser Oli Patrick o Habla Toño u otro caster porque no lo somos. Somos Kwark, Machine y su servidor Pato. Así que espero que la pasen bien, que disfruten estos partidos. Y bueno, eso básicamente. Gracias de nuevo por la buena onda, por los lindos comentarios y espero que disfruten mucho estos partidos. Un abrazo fuerte. Okay then. Son
Muchas
1-0.
gracias. Thank
Muchas
you.
gracias.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry for the inconvenience.
So we have 1-0 for Khala, so maybe I'm wondering what Taro will do in this second match. I think he needs to play macro.
Yeah, I would not. Go for it.
It's a good macro map. I was just going to agree that like macro is a great option on Secure Temple because Terran has the option of securing a very quick free bases, and you can dominate them from like one small high ground area. So I would expect that Terra quite quickly establishes. He is going to have to expand towards towards Khala if he wants to establish the easiest third. And I don't know that he's going to want to do that though. The map position slightly favoured Khala here.
How so?
So you want to, I believe, expand, take your third clockwise, because you can hold that high ground ramp between your natural and the third clockwise of your base, and
Got it.
then defend both of them from that one strong point. However, in this case, that would be expanding toward Khala for Terra. And if he instead expands counterclockwise, taking 6 o'clock, it would be more difficult for him to get coverage of 6 o'clock and his natural. It's that big ramp that goes from Kala's or from I think the big ramp from 8 o'clock to Terra's natural is going to be the ramp that Terra needs to control.
Yeah, understood. Once you get it, like a sizable tank force on that high ground, it just makes defending your natural and your third like a lot easier, and it also gives you kind of a position to push from. Okay.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting map because it's got like low ground, high ground, and even higher ground on it. So you, as you push across the middle, there's so many different elevations that you can take, and if your opponent takes a strong position on one of those elevations, it's very difficult to push them off it.
Yeah, absolutely. Securing that high ground, let's say outside of Khala's natural, if Terra was able to get a sizable tank force up there, it's almost impossible to kind of push Terran out of that positioning. Kind of a unique map because all the bases are located on the outskirts, like one right after the other. A lot of maps or ramps rather, as well, leading to each of the bases.
Yeah, it's a very resource-rich map. It's, I mean, taking 4 or 5 base on this map is nothing. You can do that just by expanding along one side.
So we're definitely not expecting Terra to open up with the same 5-fact timing here, right?
I mean, he could, but it wouldn't be a good idea. But it wasn't a good idea last game. He still did it.
True.
So, it's you can say. Okay, 1 SCV on gas. So I mean, we are going to see a CC. Hopefully, yeah. Okay, we're going to do a CC on the high ground again and just float it out. It's just started.
It's really old to make a CC on the higher ground. So I'm really I don't see that kind of build order anymore.
And
So-
one thing to note is that Terra's getting no scouting information at all. His scouting SCV was caught by the probe on the other side of the map, and then Khala sent out a Dragoon to chase it off. So Kala's doing the completely standard 23 next, 25 row, but Terra hasn't seen it. Now he might guess that it's going to be this, but he has no confirmation.
Well, he has to play safe or it will be a gamble.
Has he built any marines at all?
No, I don't believe he has.
Okay, so that's why he's going for the high ground CC. He's saving money on the Marines, and he's going to just push Khala back with tank and siege.
Kind of a greedier way to play, right? You get the command center probably a little bit faster. I mean,
That,
Khala won't be able to
that's-
do much to this tank here, though.
No, and this is a very safe opening, but at the same time, it doesn't put any pressure at all on Khala. Like, Khala knows that there's not going to be a any kind of early push because there just aren't any Marines. Although now Terra's making Marines. Interesting. I don't know what Terra's doing, but he's Terra. He's got something planned. This is a DT rush. There's no Dragoon. Okay, this is Khala just exploiting the fact that no SCV got in.
Yeah,
So,
no scout whatsoever.
Yeah, and also this with Terra's build, there's never going to be that bunker that you see the Dragoons just taking shots at. So, in a way, it's actually good for Terra. It's like good for Khala because he doesn't need to show that he doesn't have Dragoon range. Normally, if there's a bunker that you're not attacking it, your opponent's thinking, "Wait a second, why is he not attacking it?" In this case, I mean, there's nothing suspicious.
That's so
Well,
smart.
For turn, you need to, if you don't scout, you need to put an eBay on 425. If not, he will be dead by DT rush.
Alright, let's see where the
So-
academy's at.
Is there an academy or an eBay in the way?
Yeah,
Oh, he
okay,
does
yeah,
have
yeah.
academy. He's got
That
something.
makes
Yeah,
That makes a lot of
Academy.
sense.
Yeah, Academy, he has to save the scans until the minute 7. I remember Scan saying, quoting this exact concept, because late DTs arrive at like 6:30, so you must save. You have to avoid the temptation. Oh, there's a
Terra's
scan. Oh, damn it.
Ah, he sees
Okay,
it.
he's
No,
dead.
he sees it.
He's
With
dead.
his first scan.
Yeah, but he's dead. He's dead for using. Is there a turret? No.
He's killing his comsat. He's going to build a
Yeah.
new one. He's fine.
I don't know. If he
He's
sends
gonna
one
have to
DT,
scan.
if he sends one DT at the time, I think he needs an eBay like right now.
This is so
I'm-
smart.
I'm not sure that he will hold. He needs to siege to one shot the DTs.
He's built a
He's-
wall. He's rebuilt his comsat. Can we click on the other comsat? Does he have energy? Or did he?
Why
use both?
he's using?
Oh,
Okay,
he
there
used
we
both
go.
of them. Okay, that's why he
Oh.
didn't scan.
Oh,
Oh, if only he
I
had
thought he
those
only used the
three
one scan on the main.
okay. So maybe
This
he
is
said
trouble.
so smart. No. Okay, that definitely that 100%.
Oh, he used the STV.
Yeah, but one DT.
He used the
he
STV.
didn't
He shot
That
at
was
it.
cute. Oh, no.
Okay, then.
There's another
This is
DT.
sad story.
I think the oh yeah, another DT
Yeah.
coming in at that natural.
Yeah,
This-
that's over. He will kill
Yeah,
all the
it's over.
tanks. An advantage like this with a player like in this level, it's almost impossible to.
Come
I
back
really
from-
liked how Terra did. I thought he only used the one scan at the start. I thought his first scan caught the DTs, and he didn't use the second one.
I don't understand how the DT didn't die in the first scan. He has like 2 tanks siege up. I don't know how he didn't insta kill one DT.
I think all he needed was just all 5 tanks sieged.
Yeah.
Like if
Yeah, I
all
think-
5 tanks were sieged there, it was over.
Okay, so that was a mistake.
I really liked some of the decisions he made after wasting his second scan. So I liked that he immediately went on the comsat and destroyed it, and then replaced it to get his energy back faster. That is such a smart play. I liked that he immediately walled with the depot and the racks just to make sure the DTs couldn't get in. If he had a scan, the DTs first arrived, he would have been fine. Because he's got 2 scans. First scan scouts the DTs. He kills the comsat, replaces it. Second scan defends the natural. And then the first scan that he's replaced is then ready again. I feel like against a non-Korean, like Terra holds this. Like I think this was just Khala being really good.
Yeah, he was really smart about the way he timed the DTs. Pulled out in time for that scan. Knew exactly when he could send the next DT back in down to the second. It was just, phenomenal play once again from Khala.
Because conceptually, all Khala did was, okay, my opponent hasn't got an SCV into my base. I'm going to go DTs. Like everybody does that. That's like a 1200 MMR play, but it was the execution that made it able to beat Terra.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, I think he's way too behind in this stage of the game. I don't know
Yeah,
if you can recover.
this is done. And it's double supply, and Terra's on free bases with Arbiters. So
Yeah.
Kala's on free bases with Arbiters. Terra has just started his +1. Like,
So
Kala
sad.
is like 2 or 3 minutes ahead of Terra. If Kala went
Yeah.
AFK for a bit, then it'd be
Yeah.
even.
He could take a small nap and still win the game. So bad, I think Terror must be kicking himself.
Yeah. And Terra's going to take a good position here on this high ground. I just don't think it's going to matter because with 4 tanks.
Well,
against
there's a
the
power
Brigade.
spike. Yeah, now the Protoss will make a unit power spike soon, and there's no way he can contest the army production. So
I think he's got an
Sadly-
Arbiter soon.
Yeah, Kala
Yeah.
didn't have Robo, so he actually completely missed Terra's move out. Okay, here's the first observer. But yeah, he completely missed Terra's move out. He's going to go onto this high ground and be surprised but that Terra's already up there.
like Artosis will say, I don't need observers, I'm Protoss. So, I don't know to see what you're doing.
It's ironic because it's he needed it so badly. But okay, yeah, okay. Kala's going to just cut them off. Cut them off. I love that. He said,
Yeah.
okay, you've got 5 tanks there. 5 tanks isn't that dangerous. It's the reinforcements that make it dangerous. I'm just
could
going to cut it
even-
off and I'm going to wait.
If he flanks, he kills himself as well. You don't need to cut off many reinforcements.
Yeah, it seems to be mostly vultures just being rallied in.
Oh, no
Me-
speed.
Yeah,
Oh,
the,
it
the,
looks
vultures,
like he is going to counter.
the vultures just buffer the tanks. As I was saying last game, you flood with vultures just so the tanks never die. But if you cut them off, then the vultures can't buffer.
Khala still massing up in his main. Looks to be putting together a small zealot force just to be able to defend these siege tanks. Oh, losing a few dragoons to these 5 tanks at the natural. Oh, but that shuttle. That
Yep.
shuttle should be able to clean the last of these tanks up. Just perfectly well timed shuttle drop there. And Terra's forced to GG out.
Very
GG.
clean.
Yeah, very
Yeah,
clean.
so there was a walk in the park for Khala. He showed a monstrous mechanics here. It was amazing.
Yeah, I was saying that the actual build order is no SCV got in, so I'm going to go no range, quick DT, follow it into quick arbiter. Like that's the 1200 MMR strategy. It's the execution that makes it. I don't know how many games we're playing.
If it
Yeah.
was a best of 3, it is kind of over, but since the games were too short, maybe they have time for one more.
Kind of want to take a look at the replay and see what Terra's where Terra's second scan went. Because we saw Terra's vision and it was right on the archives.
Grande
Maybe.
Jan, gracias por el apoyo, acuérdense amigos de suscribirse, que se vienen más partidas como esta en el futuro, no solo Dandy como con Dewalt, sino que más adelante van a venir más match épicos para que ustedes vean de los mejores jugadores de Corea y de Latinoamérica y el resto del mundo. Go, go, go. We're going for a third match then?
Looks that way.
Okay, third match incoming. Se viene un tercer partido de Khala contra Terror y luego de eso arranca Dandy contra Dewalt. Tengo entendido que Khala clasificó la ASL. Es un Protoss zarpadamente bueno. Así que no sean duros con el pobre de Terror, que realmente Khala es Gozu fuerte. Así que realmente Es una partida difícil. Vamos a ver si Terror se redime y lo aplasta al muchacho coreano.
Wait, did we lose Khala? Is he not in the channel anymore?
Oh,
He was a few seconds ago. He said he could still play, so assume he's able to jump in.
Yeah, I messaged him and I tried to message him the game name and it said that user's not logged on.
Yeah, he's got D&D on, I guess, right now. Did you tell him the game name?
Yeah, and it's been the same all 3 games.
Okay. Oh, he says he can't see the room for some reason.
okay. Remake. There's a bug that is really annoying.
Thanks for hosting, Kwark.
Dicen que Khala clasificó a la Libertadores también. By Pato.
If not, we can always have Khala host. It's fighting spirit. Everyone has fighting spirit. It's an interesting map choice for Terran.
Yeah, that third's a little easy to defend. It's just classic map, I think. Oh, and I mean, how can we forget the nuke timing on bottom left main or natural?
Yeah. Still no Khala. He might be having the issue again.
Khala está llegando al Mundial de Qatar, chicos, espérenme. Perdone por el error, pensé que había clasificado para la SL o eso me habían comentado. Un abrazo para todos y gracias por corregirme.
Oh.
Sorry then.
If he's having an issue, we can always have Khala host or Terra host.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, why not?
I don't see him in the channel anymore.
Yeah, he might be reconnecting. Okay, here he is.
There we go.
Let's try again. Terra's in. It's ridiculous that this game's 21 years old and we're still having this kind of bug.
Yeah, it really is.
Blizzard actually made things worse.
Un saludo para Dano, el tercer mejor Terran no coreano, el amigo Igor.
I love these intercessionary Spanish greetings from Pato.
Yeah. It's bizarre, but it keeps the people happy, so why not? Un saludo para el Samurai Ledesma y a Pablito Peralta. Te queremos, Pablito.
We need a soundboard.
Yeah, people are asking for soundboards. And
Peru,
I'm
stand
crazy
up!
about it.
Latin America, stand up. Thank you very much. We love you. Appreciate you all joining. Big shout out to Sushi from Alpha X for sponsoring this event with Trovo. Guys, Trovo is pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
We're having
Definitely.
fun.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Stream seems to be going pretty well right now. 700 viewers and climbing, too. So we got that going for us. I feel like all of South America is showing up to this game for sure.
Saludos a Pito Army, saludo a Kevin. ¿Qué más? Estoy leyendo por acá. Kevin Dong, un saludo grande. Para
Salud,
Jinja.
Jan.
Sí, saludos para Jan también, un grande. Pito Army de vuelta.
Salud, Pato.
Salud, no, salud, it's like cheers. It's like, it's saludos.
Okay, so I should be cursing you instead of cheersing you? What?
No. Salud is what you said when you like make a toast. you look.
You know what? I
really,
regret saluting you. All
okay,
right.
you should.
I take it
Salud.
back. No
Saludos.
salu, Pato.
Saludo. Salud, you say it's like when you sneeze. When you say,
Ah.
like it's like when someone sneezes, you say salud.
Salud.
It's like achoo,
Okay.
salud. Yeah, it's not like bless you. No, we say salud.
Well then, what is it for cheers then?
No, when you say a toast, you say salud, like before you drink, and
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
sneeze,
yeah.
you also say salud.
Oh, they're the same. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You in Spanish you use it in the same.
Okay. Okay.
Así que saludos it's saying like cheers, like it's waving to them.
Yeah, I've definitely used salud before for cheers, but I didn't know about the bless you.
Yeah,
Okay.
bless you. Relate salud. When someone sneezes, you say salud. It's a good education,
Okay.
like a gesture. Saludos. Salud. Yeah. So people in Latin America drinks a lot, so we say salud a lot.
I'm sure there's one viewer out there who's like, if I hear salute one more time from Pato,
Salud. I will kill myself. Yeah. Yeah. You will have.
we love you, Pato. Thank you very much.
I love you too. Sexy voice from Canada.
All right. It looks like spawning bottom left. We have Terror as the magenta Protoss or blue. Keeps changing.
I'll keep his original color.
Okay. Okay. And then that would mean Khala is bottom right as the blue Protoss. So
What map
fighting
is this?
spirit. It's fighting spirit.
Oh.
Old school. Everybody's played this map a billion times.
So nuke incoming, maybe from that position.
No,
Isn't
other way
it the
around.
other one?
Yeah.
it's the other-
Will he dare? Will he dare to do that, or he will play a standard macro game?
I think he has to play a standard macro game here.
Not that it's gotten that far in the first two games.
Very
It's,
true.
Khala's been ending them quickly. These positions, though, it does favor standard macro. It's Khala can't easily take his third. Terra can drop it or just harass it all day. So Khala's third is going to have to be at 3 o'clock. And Terra can take his third very safely. These positions, you have a very quick free bases and a short push distance. I think once Terra scouts where Khala is, Terra is probably going to want to go for probably like a free base 1-1 timing. Because it being Terra, he likes his timing attacks. And with these positions, you want to go free bases, I think.
Saludos para la gente de Bolivia, para el amigo Mancha de parte de Junior y a todos los que están mirando.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, Kwark, as far as like their positions go. Like it definitely seems to lead to wanting to grab that third base a little earlier. It's far away from Khala. Very very easy to defend. Along that channel from his natural to the third, as well as just from the high ground on the third itself. So we'll most likely see a pretty standard macro game as long as Khala allows it to get there.
And
Should
Terra's
say.
gone for a very quick CC. This is actually faster than the standard gasless, and I think he did this because his SCV immediately scouted Khala and saw that there was no Zealot opening. Like if you have an SCV in their base, you see there's no Zealot. You know that actually there's nothing happening till the first Dragoon, and the first Dragoon you place a bunker so the Dragoon can't do anything until range is done. It gives him a lot of flexibility, and Kala's just immediately opting for the counter robo. Beautiful. This is the Korean meta. When people do this opening that Terra's doing, where you go like 15 CC, you make your first marine on like 17, and then just hold with
robo,
a single
yeah.
bunker and one marine in it. You go for the proxy
It's
robo.
gonna get scouted. It's gonna get
Doesn't
scouted by
matter.
that
This is the
SCV.
correct play.
Really?
Yeah, in the Korean meta, like if you go gaslit, or if you do this kind of gasless, where you just you do like the greediest build ever, you know this is going to happen because this is the counter build, but it doesn't matter because it's a counter build. It's this is
I
fine.
saw Bunnies play this reloader a lot. It's very hard to stop. You need because River will destroy many SCVs before they can repair the bunker. So, and I don't think he will get siege in time.
Yeah, I believe this is Robo before Dragoon range, so yeah, the siege won't be in time. But this
Wow.
is standard. It's
Yeah.
This is what they came up with to counter the kind of abusive build that Terra's done. And again, this is one of those things that I think works better in the non-Korean meta because non-Koreans we aren't so strict, or we're not so clear on our counter builds because we don't have access to the kind of information that the Koreans do. The Koreans have all their like forums and so forth where they do nothing but discuss counter builds, and you've got all these guides that pro gamers make where they say, okay, if this happens, then that. And if they do this branch of the strategy, then you go into this counter build. And the non-Korean community doesn't have access to that because of the language barrier. But so yeah, if you do this against a non-Korean, there's a much higher chance that they'll just do a counter expansion. But Khala's not interested in doing anything but the counter build. He knows what it is. He's played this before. He's just going to kill it. And I think, unfortunately, I think we're going to see a very quick series.
What's our buddy Terror gonna do to get himself out of this?
He's going to try and repair the bunk. He's going to lose all his SCVs. He's going to lift his CC and fly it back into the main. And he's eventually, once he has siege mode, going to try and retake his natural. But it's not a good situation.
I mean, let's say Terror does lose the natural here, is forced to lift up into the main, keeps the command center alive, doesn't lose a ton of SCVs. I mean, then that robotics facility is kind of exposed outside of the natural of Terror.
Right?
Right?
Double
Like,
extended. Like, he can lose the robo. It's fine.
I don't know if I would have made a second factory in this case scenario. I would just made another bunker to buy some time because he won't have gas to make siege second.
Oh, that
Everything.
scarab added on the Marines. They were actually in the explosion blast radius.
Well, they're still alive, fortunately, for Terror.
It's the scarab actually hit them and then it bugged on top of them. Reavers are so bad.
Double
Yeah.
Nexus.
Yeah.
Nexus on the way.
Such an
Okay, so-
intelligent play. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's okay.
If you look at Khala's actually not made a Dragoon in the last 2 minutes. Khala made
No.
3 Dragoons early on, and then he's just like, okay, that's my Dragoons done. And that's actually something you were seeing a lot of very good Protoss players in this matchup. So let's talk about the shuttle first. What's he going to get done with the shuttle? He's found a spot out of range. Oh, 2 SCVs. Okay. Pulls the tank fire.
And
Ooh, big connect
Oh,
on that
two
tank.
Dragoon shots and a Reaver hit on the tank. Beautiful. Kills the tank and forces the SCVs to fall. He hasn't actually lost a unit.
tutorial micro.
I
But
feel
okay,
like he needs another turret at that natural in order to kind of defend against these Reavers. He's got the money for it.
there's a tower under that eBay, which I love. That's a bait tank. It's he's trying to get the shuttle to fly
try
in.
to jump on
Yeah.
it. Okay.
So back to a game theory thing. One of the things that marks really, really strong Protoss players is that they know when not to make units. Vulture's getting out, but there's going to be pylon walls. It's not going to do anything. As there's no pylon walls at the third. Can he get in?
He definitely could have.
Oh,
Wow.
Khala, what are you doing, man? You saw these vultures lead. You know these vultures are here. Oh, there's no observer on that side of the map.
Oh.
Oh no! Oh, Khala's messed us up.
Oh no.
Definitely
Oh
has.
yes, for the Terra fan. Okay, look at. Oh, there's a hole in the building wall. Oh, he's.
Oh, I thought that mine was gonna kill all of those
Yeah.
players for a second.
Oh, that was so close.
Come on, Terror.
Terror.
This is great for Terror.
This is great for Terra. This is how he gets back in this. Because the observer's on the other side of the map. The observer's still flying over. It's not even in the base yet.
Still has so many mines inside the main of Khala.
Oh, he's caught more. He's got more probes.
Oh my god.
Beautiful, beautiful timing there.
Like
from Terror.
15 probes with 5 vultures.
Now he has really upper hand.
So
Terror, this is your game to win, Terror.
he brought it even. I mean, he's still 2 base against me. You would have noticed in my games against Terra, I was very, very strict with my building rules. That is
Yeah.
because Terra does this to me all day long. You let a vulture in, and you will regret it.
Yeah, he's so good about slipping them out and finding holes inside bases as well. If you don't wall off, he'll make you pay for it.
Yeah, you've got to control the vulture movement perfectly. Okay, Viva. Oh, beautiful Viva micro. He gets a shot on both of the tanks. In he goes. There's nothing in that bunker. That bunker is empty.
bunker's empty. The Reaver's still alive, continuing to rain down some
he's
damage
just
on
dodging
these
the
last
tank
remaining
shots
siege
perfectly.
tanks. Beautiful control.
This is so good. He's taken down every single tank, one after the other.
Yep.
Oh.
How many kills on that Reaver Ox? Oh, we missed it. We never
You
know.
will never know.
Terror continuing to rally out tanks from the main. I mean, he might hold here, but the damage is done.
Yeah, because Khala's been rebuilding his probes behind this. The economic damage is being
No
recovered.
Marines at bunker.
Oh, that was a very nice
Oh.
line.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty good.
I liked that, but it's again, economic damage is done.
So I don't understand, Khala. You lost like 20 probes. How can you still be able to attack him back and kill everything?
One Reaver and Micro. And we see this all
Yeah.
the time in the foreign city, where we see Bonnet, he
Bonnet.
just takes the Reaver
Yeah.
and
The only one you see Bonnie. Oh, I have one unit. I will destroy all your army.
Oh, Terra's doing such a good job on these Dragoons. That SCV just trapping it in with the tank. Just revenge of the SCV, saying, no. You killed my brother. You cannot leave.
Yep. Get back here. Oh man. Well, at least he's able to push that Robo away, and he'll survive for now. But Khala, 3 bases. I mean, he's got wonderful tech at the moment. It's going to be quite difficult for Terror to come back from here.
Yeah, I mean, Khala's tech actually isn't in that good a place. He's lost his Robo, he has no Zealot legs, he has no Stargate. But he's got a lot of gateways, he's got a lot of money, so it doesn't really matter. If Terror was on... What's Terror's upgrades? If he's on 1-1, he might have a timing here. 0-0. Does he have an armory? I mean, he must have an army, he's got Goliaths, but I think he only just built it. Okay, it's not even spinning. Terror's going all in on his 0-0.
Looks like Khala's kind of scouted it. Seems to kind of be baiting out some sieges, and he's doing what he can to try to delay this.
Oh, mines? Never mind.
Got some connects. A little bit of shield damage on those Dragoons.
Okay, Khala needs to get a flank here, but he's going to get it. So Khala can't actually go Zealot Bombs. He cannot go Zealot Legs. I think that Zealot Legs isn't going to be anywhere close to being done. There's going to be no Shuttle Bombs. This is going to be just all about the flank. He needs the biggest Dragoon flank ever, and he's got it. Like, he has enough here.
Yeah, he's got so many Dragoons in that army. I'm sure he's
And there
probably
isn't
got
enough-
legs on the way as well.
Yeah, there's not enough Vulture buffer. Like, the Vultures need to buy so much time against these Dragoons. They need to have enough mines to keep the Dragoons from stuttering in. And Mech is really strong, but these don't have upgrades, and it looks like Khala's just going for the cutting off the reinforcement play again, which is the right play to do. If he can isolate the tanks from their Vulture reinforcements. Yeah, he's buying so much time with this. He's lost like 2 Dragoons, but he's bought like, so much time for Terra's army, so Khala's army to increase in size.
Yeah.
Like Khala's gone
absolutely.
from having like 90 supply to having 130.
He's probably just trying to buy time for Zealot legs or something.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And it's going to be almost done. If it's not done.
And here we go, Terror moving in with his siege tanks.
And this is a
No
very
Zealot
strong position.
legs.
Where are the mines? There's no mines
So
and
many.
Zealot legs done.
No, it's over. So many units. Well,
Yeah.
Khala is good. I have to give you that. He's
Yeah, I
very
mean, he buys the time and he builds the gateway units. He's got the gateway. He just needed to keep Terra's pushback, and he did.
Yeah, the last 3 siege tanks for Terror dropping down here. Khala still sitting on perfect 3 base economy.
And he's
Doubling
doubling
the
supply again,
supply.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he knows he doesn't even need to push into Terra because Terra's got no timings coming. There's no upgrades. There's no development on the tech. He's just getting further and further ahead. Okay, so about 5 minutes ago, I tried to say a game theory thing, and then Reaver started happening, then Vultures, and it never, I never got round to it. But we saw Khala down 3 Dragoons forever, and that is a really, really strong decision to make because PvT, one of the mistakes a lot of amateur players will make is they will keep making units constantly. But there are actually a lot of timings in this matchup where you don't need units. You need to be investing in the units later on. You need to be getting your tech and getting your economy together. he had 3 Dragoons, and the 3 Dragoons weren't going to be able to kill Terra, but if it was 6 Dragoons, it still wouldn't be able to kill Terra. He'd got no marginal additional value from having more army there. So he just says, okay, 3 Dragoons is enough. I can do all the harassment I want with 3 Dragoons. I'll take 2 more bases. He just turns the gateways off. And that is what I think distinguishes like pros from amateurs in this matchup, is they know to turn the gateways off. It's
Agreed. Anytime it feels like high-level Protosses win these early engagements, TVP or PVT, like they just say, okay, I've got the amount of units I need here. I'm most likely not going to be able to push into, you know, a wall off with siege tank and, you know, mines. Let's not risk that and instead spend those resources on like bettering my economy, bettering my tech at the moment. Like I'm completely able to survive on, you know, the low unit count I have for the time being. So yeah, I can't agree with you more, Kwark. Like I see so many times you know, A-rank Protoss players that will win these early engagements and then just continue making Dragoons, and you ask them why, and they're like, well, because, you know, my gateways, I gotta keep them you know, on their
yeah,
cooldown
it's Voodoo 101. It's you. Voodoo 101 is if your production builders are inactive, make them active. You got to make units.
Exactly. Well,
And then
why
you reach-
wouldn't I?
It's so counterintuitive, but it's
Wow, very well played.
you
Yeah,
invest
by
in
Khala.
unit production capacity so you can build the units you need at the time you need them, and then you turn them off. You don't want to be, if you need like 8 Dragoons in a few minutes, you have 2 options. You can either make 1 Dragoon out of a gateway 8 times over, or you can build a Nexus right now, and then you can build 4 gateways and have 2 rounds of Dragoons out of each of them. And it's
Yep.
more efficient to go for the no Dragoons now, build the Nexus, and then get extra gateways and spam them later.
GG, very well played there by Khala. What a monster. I mean, really, normally we watch Terror play, and, you know, he's easily one of the best foreigners. I think we've all said it, top 3 Terrans, you know, in the foreign scene. But man, Khala really, you know, putting him through the gauntlet there. Some very strong standard play.
Yeah, it was game 2. I mean, he was mixing up a bit with the DT rush, but games 1 and 3 were just super clean. Khala just took one look at Terra was doing and said, "Oh, you're doing that? Okay, I'll just kill it with the counter build," and then he did. It makes it look like Terra's playing rock paper scissors with his hand in front of himself, just going 1, 2, 3, showing the rock, and Terra just goes. So Khala just goes, "Oh, okay, paper." It's he makes it look like it's the easiest thing ever. But it's definitely not. I can confirm that it's not that easy to beat Terra.
No, not at all. I mean, you mentioned it, but Kala's Reaver control. I mean, the dropping of the Reaver like a millisecond after all those siege tanks hit, and then, you know, getting the Scarab off, picking it up, and then once again waiting for that tank volley, dropping immediately. Like, it's not an easy thing to time at all.
Yeah, and his Scarab manual targeting, because he was doing 2. He drops the Dragoon. Dragoon takes the attack shot. Dragoon fires twice, just pops off 2 quick shots. Reaver fires 1 Scarab at the same tank, and then they're both back in the shuttle, and the tank blows up. It's so clean, but it's not easy to execute.
Nope, absolutely not. All right, I think we should be having Dewalt versus Dandy underway here shortly. It looks like Dewalt's in the channel. Not sure if we have Dandy around here shortly, hopefully. But this should be another very exciting Terran versus Protoss matchup. And plus, we get to see a game on Sparkle. That's really what I'm interested for.
Yeah, I signed up just for that.
Oh man, island map.
I don't think anyone's cast a game on Sparkle since like the ASL, like 3 ASLs ago when it was played.
No, I think that map dropped out of, you know, competitive play basically along with that season of ASL. I mean, he, like you're saying, he really must have a plan for that map.
Yeah, you don't just pick it.
No, definitely not. Wraiths, maybe?
It's a weird one because you don't normally think of island maps as being Terran favored.
No, not at all. Yeah, it's pretty. I'd say pretty even. TVP, PVT, right? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, each player has, some pretty interesting things they can do. I saw a lot of wraiths during that last season ASL that had Sparkle in it. TVP, and I know that's very unique to the matchup. But just being able to pick off shuttles and things like that can prove to be pretty useful. I don't know.
Playing against a Terran who can use wraiths well is absolutely awful because the game just goes on forever and you can't do anything. It's you go, okay, well, wait a second, how do I kill a Terran that's making wraith? You go through your checklist. Okay, speed shuttles, no, that's not gonna work. Arbiters, no, that's not gonna work. Okay, carry's not. Like, what tools do you have left?
Is it worth building coursers?
It is, but then it's just the game gets weird. You end up with like Corsair Mass Observer and either carriers or arbiters with them. It creates really weird games.
I mean,
the Terran can
carriers,
never
like,
attack you, but they don't actually need to. They mass up their wraiths and tanks, and they just take half the map and they wait.
Okay.
Seriously, the last time somebody did the wraith strategy against me, PVT, I just left the game. I didn't lose the game then leave. I just saw it was wraiths and I left. I'm like, okay, yeah. I'm not in the mood for this bullshit. This is awful.
Yep. Yeah, 2-port Wraith is absolutely a thing against Zerg, and I can tell you, I feel like leaving the game every time.
Even if you win, it's just not fun.
Yeah, exactly. It's just enduring for 20-30 minutes, then you might have opened yourself up a window.
I guess before we start, Pato, are you there?
Yes, of course.
Maybe we can just make a quick announcement about the Best in Light
Okay.
show match.
Sure thing, sir. Buena gente, ¿cómo les va? Ya estamos por arrancar el match de Dewalt contra Dandy. Estamos esperando a Dandy para que ingrese al canal. Aprovechamos la oportunidad para recordarles que este jueves 18 tenemos otro espectacular showmatch en esta plataforma de Trovo entre ni más ni menos que Light y Best. Dos de los mejores jugadores del mundo van a trenzarse en una batalla épica para ustedes. Así que chequen el horario de su respectivo país. Esto va a ser, si no me equivoco, jueves para viernes a la noche, o sea, jueves a la noche, viernes a la madrugada, 2 AM hora de Argentina. Así que chequen bien el horario. Ahora va a aparecer en pantalla la publicidad y los esperamos a todos. Gracias, Battle Cruiser Operational. Gracias a todos por sintonizar. Gracias a todos por pasar. Espero que estén disfrutando las partidas, que se estén divirtiendo en el chat. Si tienen algún saludo, saludos para AFEP. Saludos a ustedes, amigos, a Jan, por el apoyo, y a todos los amigos de Latinoamérica, a las viudas de Dandy y a toda la gente presente, a todos los armies diferentes. Así que nada, cualquier pregunta, por favor, pueden hacérmela por el chat. Yo lo voy a tratar de responder uno por uno. Okay, then.
You want to tell the people that Dewalt and Dandy just entered the channel?
Ok, Dandy y Dewalt ya están listos para jugar, gentita. Prepárense, agárrense algún snack, algo para tomar, porque se viene un partidazo de nuestro dios peruano, el Bambi. El mismo de la hora Warner está listo para enfrentar a la pesadilla rusa, nacido y forjado en Siberia, ni más ni menos que al gran Dewalt. Los van a tener en un espectacular set de 9 partidas. Sí, entendieron. 9 partidas por $400. Así que el que gane se va de vacaciones a Cancún, gente. Vamos que vamos, pónganle emoción a esto, que van a tener muy buenos games seguramente. Okay, then, are we ready?
Are we ready?
I
9
think we're ready.
games of Dewalt versus Dandy.
Could be good.
Stand up Peru. Stand up Russia. This should be one of the most epic show matches of 2021.
It absolutely should be.
Thanks for joining me, guys.
Thanks for having us.
The RCG finals, wasn't it? The most recent RCG was these two.
Yeah, it was actually. And DeWalt ended up taking it.
Yeah, I think Dandy took a few games though.
Yeah.
Un saludo para mi amigo hueón culeado de White, que hace mucho que no lo veo. El tema del casting en español, gente, es a lo que todavía estamos charlando, negociando, pero no lo puedo afirmar y negar. Puede ser que venga en un futuro, tengan un poquito de paciencia y traten de disfrutar. Igualmente voy a mandar saludos y vamos a estar respondiendo cualquier pregunta si necesitan alguna traducción. Gracias nuevamente por la paciencia y la buena onda.
Pato, why is
Yep.
everyone call Dandy Bambi in the chat?
It's like a nickname. You know Bambi, the
The
Disney
deer?
character? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So they have lots of special a special nickname for Dandy.
Okay,
know
let's
about
get ready.
Game 1 Polypod. I like it. It's a very generic standard map to get it started on.
Yeah, as we've kind of been saying before, like the most standard of standard maps. I would expect these guys to, I guess, just kind of feel out the first game between each other, and this is probably the best map to do it.
Yeah, Dandy's been doing a lot of like 6-fact timings lately. We saw that in his series with Bonner for almost every game. But I'm assuming that DeWalt would have done some research on this because he knows that he's playing for money. So I would expect him to have seen that series.
Alrighty, spawning at the top left corner as the magenta Protoss, we have Russia's Dewalt.
And bottom right, as the purple Terran, representing Peru, we have Dandy.
Are these
Go,
colors
go.
okay, guys?
Oh, we
Yeah,
should
I
probably
think-
change them to red-blue, but I don't know.
Yeah, because they're pretty similar. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think good call, right?
We could do red-blue mini-map and then keep the original. I think if it's not a mirror matchup, you can always tell on the screen what you're looking at. But it's a mirror matchup. It's a mini-map that makes it difficult.
It's too
Yeah,
bad DeWalt didn't get blue for Russia and Dandy got red for Peru.
Yeah. Maybe next game.
Can only hope.
So cross map once again. Would cross map still favor that 6-fact timing that you were talking about?
It would not. That would be something that he would be less likely to do cross-map. This is the older version of... no, so they've made a few different versions of Polypod. This one here doesn't have the gap in the mineral line on the bottom right. Because on the BSL version of Polypod, there's a gap on the mineral line on the bottom right, and it causes the post to go behind the mineral line. It is so annoying. But the
Yeah,
gas
I know
placement
exactly what
on
you're talking
this
about.
one
It's the
is fixed. So this is it's like a third version of. Okay, we've got Gateway Pylon. Interesting. This is no gas for Dewalt, so this can be Zealot first, and the Zealot first cross position. It's going to do nothing. And also, Dandy's already committed for the gas, so Dandy's going straight into the factory. The Zealot's going to do less than nothing.
Would DeWalt maybe cancel the Zealot, seeing the SCV now with that probe, and knowing that Dandy is most likely bottom right, or no?
No, but he will put it on the ramp, I think, rather than send it across the map. Just because once he gets his probe in, at least, because once the probe goes in, he's going to go. Wait a second, you have 3 SCVs on gas. There's going to be a vulture by the time that my Zealot even gets there.
Okay.
But, I mean, he's sending it. I don't know that I agree with this because if you can put it on the ramp and keep the SCV out, you might as well. But he's going for it. Is it second? I don't think it's a second Zealot. I think that 19 is just probes.
I'm
Yeah, I
not
think he's
certain
just doing the
on
one
that.
Zealot.
Yeah, you're probably right. Sending a probe to maybe try to block that ramp, but SCV will get inside the main. Meanwhile, Dandy pushes out and kills off that early scouting probe. A Zealot from Dewalt walking into the main now of Dandy, but should be able to be cleaned up by these Marines. There's not really a nice little wall here for Dandy to kind of defend from.
No, he made one between the Vax and the depot to the right of it, but he's fine with the Marines he has. One thing that's cool, though, is that Dewalt just went straight into the Nexus, no Dragoons. So he's actually got his normal Nexus timing. It's normally you go... this is actually a better Nexus timing than normal. Normally you go 23 Nex, which is 2 Dragoons Nexus. What Dewalt did is 1 Zealot Nexus, because he realized it was cross position, and he saw that his opponent was going straight into the factory. So he just says, you know what, actually, I can take a Nexus off of 0 Dragoons. I'll get the Dragoons later. And I mean, he can. He's fine. But this is really aggressive. But it makes perfect sense when you think about it. It's just, I did not have in my Ranger build for Dewalt to do is 1 Zealot then take a Nexus. But I mean, looking at it, it's completely fine. This was great. He's smart.
So, dear Ox, the chat is asking to see more the upgrades on each player more frequently because they feel that they don't see quite often.
Okay, yeah. Right now, there's no upgrades though, right?
Yeah, but
Gotcha.
as
Thank
long
you
as
for-
the game moves forward.
I am your servant, people. You tell me,
No.
I will do.
And this
Oh,
matchup,
really?
it's
Anything, wink.
My clothes are already off, so
well, PBT was also a very upgrade-orientated matchup. If you want to see like who's ahead, you do actually need to look at the upgrades, which most matchups aren't quite that way. But PBT, it's unusual in that regard. So these openings, I mean, Dandy has executed fine. He's built 4 Marines, which is 1 more than he was hoping to build, but I'm not against it. It's 50 minerals, who cares? And then he got his Nexus after a quick factory. It's great. It's a perfectly standard, perfectly acceptable opening. But I still feel Dewalt got the better of the openings, which, given he went Zealot first cross positions, is kind of weird.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely is.
I did not expect to be saying Dewalt got the better of the openings with a Zealot first cross position.
Chicos, hago un comentario para los que están pidiendo los upgrades. Tengan en cuenta que esto se está jugando en vivo, no es un replay. Así que el observer no puede mostrar los upgrades, o sea, no puede mostrar el avance. Por eso no hay nada arriba a la izquierda. Básicamente vemos girar las cosas, pero no sabemos si está haciendo siege o minas. Así que recién acabo de caer con eso.
Okay, I have 2 things to say about this. Firstly, Dandy is pushing out with the standard 3 tank push. 5 Marines with it, that's fine. And Dewalt did not notice it. Dewalt should have had a probe outside of Dandy's base. That's the kind of thing you have to do in this position because you need to see this push coming. You can't wait for the observer. And he's missed it. Did the observer see it? The observer does not see it. He had no idea this coming.
But it's not
However,
wise, it's cross map.
He does have 3 gateways, and 3 gateways is the
Yeah.
number. If he was on 2 gateways, he could lose here. Oh no, he needed the tanks to be sheltered by the Marines, and they weren't. He got a good angle on them. But now he's recovered. He's recovered. The tanks are buffered. The
I
Marines
feel like
are
the
pushing
tanks
ahead.
have already taken so much
Yeah.
damage, though.
Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult. He's going to need to pull back. There's no
Yeah.
way this timing will work.
Tanks have a lot of DPS. You'd be surprised.
Yeah, first
As long as
tank
he can
does
keep the
drop.
tanks alive, and the Marines and the Vultures, their only job right now is to keep the tanks alive. But okay, yeah, he's hit
No,
back.
too many dragoons. He needs to
Yeah, it's too
move
many
back
Dragoons
now.
here.
He will lose everything.
I think had he not had that really bad angle where the Dragoons started hitting the tanks right at the start, it would have been a different story. He's got okay trades here too. Dewalt really should have had that early warning probe though. It's something that like you're like, okay, my observer is 90% done. I don't need to scout. The observer's going to tell me what's going on. However, Terran's push at that exact timing. I'm kind of surprised that Dewalt didn't have the probe because he's the kind of player who you'd expect that he knows there's a tiny gap there and he knows he has to block it, but and it's an uncharacteristic mistake.
Do you think he maybe expected it? I mean, I feel like his units were in the perfect position to deal with the 3 tank timing, being on that high ground and catching that early tank.
He was playing like safe from it in the sense that he got the 3 gateways. So the 3rd gateway you have to get for this push. You want to go 2 gateways expansion normally because it's as I was saying earlier, you have that start with Dragoon production. So you think, well, if I save a 3rd gateway, I can make the same number of Dragoons and have 150 minerals more and take a quicker 3rd next. But if you don't have that 3rd gateway, you cannot get the 8 Dragoons out in time for the 3 tank push.
So the chat is asking for the tune rate, if you can show, maybe. And Terror, hazme un hijo, papi.
How do you show the turn rate? I'm sorry.
I'm googling it for you now. Hold on.
I think it's Control Alt and something, but
Control Alt T, I believe.
Yeah, Control T. Check if it works. There.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just leave that on.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
The chat is asking. I'm
Gracias.
just a messenger. Grazie, amigo.
Yeah, no problema. Thank you.
No problem, amigo.
So it's actually equalized to a fairly stable position. Dewalt took his 3rd on time off of the breaking the push, and he's now building gateways. His tech is a bit late. He's going very gateway heavy. But I'm sure he has a plan for how he's going to play it out. Do we have a robo support bay? I don't know if we do. I don't know about this angle, Dewalt. You're going to have to take tanks on high ground.
Got a free tank. Well, not free. Lost a Dragoon for it, but good trade.
Yeah, he found it, and it didn't look like there was going to be anything for free there. But he does have support bay. So this is going to be Viva this is delayed Viva just for map control and pressure while he takes his expansions. These mines are delaying this, so he's actually going to have to sacrifice a Dragoon just to take his expansion.
So Dandy does a build order where he cuts SCV at 50 and he does like a +1 timing push that is very hard to stop because the Protoss will only have like normally 1 arbiter, but I don't know if he's going to try that. It's a build order that he has worked in a lot, so maybe we'll see that kind of response. If he spams factories right now, maybe we'll see that because the armor is very late, right?
Yeah, and one thing to mention is Dewalt hasn't got an observer inside Dandy's main. Dewalt is playing completely blind. He doesn't know if this is going to be a 3-base 2-1, like a 4-base 3-2, or what it is, which is just a 3-base 1-1.
Ooh, here he comes in with the speed shuttle rubber. I like dropping the Zealot on top of that turret. He's actually securing himself an exit.
That's cute.
Right now by killing that off. But very good SCV pull by Dandy. Dewalt only able to get
look at these depots though. One more shot. Okay, wait, maybe one.
One more.
Oh, he's got him.
Oh,
he found him.
But it dies to the vultures.
Even so, Dandy's going to be supply blocked for a year. Which, given that Dandy's going through timing push, is not what you want to see.
No, definitely not. So some very cute play there from Dewalt. Looks like his 4th is already up, or momentarily anyway.
Yeah, I like Dewalt's position a lot. Dandy, because he's going for the 1-1 timing, he doesn't have a late game. He's going to have one giant push, and Dewalt either holds it or he doesn't. And Dewalt is going 4-base mass gateway. Now, if this was Dandy going for like a 2-1 timing, mass gateway would not be the right counterplay because the ground army would just get too strong. But against 1-1, it's a different story. Against 1-1, you can just beat it with speed shuttles and lots of Dragoons and Zealots.
Okay, here comes the factory spam. Okay then, so we
look
have
at the gateway spam though.
4 more.
If we look at the Dewalt's face, like the gateway spam is matching him just as like building for building.
Oh, you need 2 turrets, one to the next to another to stop that kind of drop. Poor SCV line. Oh.
Yeah. He's just
un saludo para las viudas de Dandy que buscan su pedazo. Abrazo chat, gracias por los comentarios y la buena onda. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm surprised there's no Goliaths too, because this shuttle is just getting completely unpunished. Oh,
Yeah. I feel like once you see a speed shuttle, you just should expect continual drops from then on. I'm also surprised there's no Goliaths here. Wow, this Reaver just finding more and more damage in these mineral lines.
Yeah. Oh, 15 kills.
Oof.
That's value. And we're seeing the supply difference. I mean, it's not going to end up being a Dandy pushing Dewalt. It's going to have to be the other way around, but just because Dewalt's going to max out soon. It's Dandy's push timing is getting delayed. Like, you know when you're at the train station and like it says the train's going to be 10 minutes late, and then 10 minutes go by and it says it's going to be 20 minutes late. Like somehow the train's gotten further away.
Exactly.
That's what's happening to Dandy's push timing. Every minute that goes by, Dandy's push is actually being delayed by 2 more minutes.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, it felt like he was, 3 minutes away from a push, like you're saying a few minutes ago, and then every drop is just delayed since. He's scanning ahead, I think, looking, maybe anticipating Dewalt hitting a timing into his own third.
Yeah, Dewalt's going to max out at this point, so it's
Yeah.
Dandy's timing push is now just like trying to survive.
Oh,
Here we
looks
go!
like Dewalt will catch him unsieged, unfortunately.
Oh,
Big
and he's on the
solid-
tanks. Oh, no. That's not what you want, it's Dandy.
Absolutely not. Looks like these Dragoons will be moving forward, trying to get into the middle of this tank ball of Dandy.
Wow. Wow, the Walt.
Yeah, that train's never reaching the station.
Yeah.
It's
Wow, the Walt. Wow.
it's not happening. That timing push is never going to push.
But no. I mean, this looks to be game. GG called from Dandy. Whoa. Very
Whoa.
dominant performance.
Yeah.
Game 1 from Dewalt.
So this is awkward.
Yeah. I mean, that's what Dewalt does. He's just such a strong player.
Yeah, his adaptation. I mean, I didn't like the Zealot opener, especially cross positions. But then, like, it turned out he got the economic advantage for building a Zealot into a Vulture. You go, wait a second, sir, you built a Zealot into a quick Vulture, and that worked out well for you. Like, but it does, apparently.
Un saludo para Kovarnik. Perdón por la demora, man. Gracias de nuevo a todos los que están mirando. Okay then, so which one is the next map?
I'm unsure.
So I do like the delayed Reaver style. It's like traditionally people rush the Reaver to try and get there before the Terran has defense. But recently we've seen in the Korean pro meta, and then it's trickled into the foreign meta, especially with Dewalt, who plays the Korean style. People realize that you can make speed shuttles whenever you like, and they're going to get in. It's you can hold. He went straight into the free gateway Dragoon just to hold that first push, and he held up beautifully. And then he said, "Okay, now I'm going to take my third, and then I'm going to pick up the Reavers later, and I'm still going to get damage." And he does.
Yeah, he absolutely did there. Just feels like he really kind of threw Dandy off his build order with those drop timings that game. Like, Dandy really didn't have a chance to kind of get going. Other than that early 3-tank pressure timing, I mean, the whole game felt like Dewalt was just kind of imposing as well. Be interesting to see what map Dandy picks and how he goes about adjusting his play.
Yeah, and it's Dewalt had an economic advantage. He never let it go. He took a very quick third right after the tanks died. His natural was quicker, and Dandy was waiting for his push timing, but because Dewalt had more units, the push timing, it didn't make sense to push. And then after the harassment with the Reaver that did so much damage, it ended up, as I was saying, the push ended up having to be the other way around because Dewalt just had too much. He just maxes out. Kills him with, I think, no Templar. He had an Archives, I think, for his +2 weapons, but he had no High Templar, no DTs, no Arbiter, no Carrier. Just Reaver and Gateway units.
Alrighty. Looks like game 2 here between Dewalt and Dandy will be on Neo Sylphid. We have Souls Dandy spawning at the 12 o'clock position as, I guess, like Orange Terran.
Okay, and in the bottom right, 4 o'clock position, we have Dewalt from Russia as the blue Protoss. I wonder if we're going to see another time push from Dandy, because he used one against Bonif on this map. However, I mean, we just saw what Dewalt does to timing pushes. He didn't even scout it, he just killed it. Like, he had no idea it was coming until the Reaver flew into the base. But it just works.
The little I've seen though of this map, Sylphid for TVP, I feel like timing pushes are particularly strong here because the map isn't as large. There's just a lot of nice little routes for Terran to push from and to. Notably, like if Dandy here is able to secure the high ground outside of Dewalt's natural early on, it can be good game, right away. So I do think Dandy will go for an earlier timing push on Sylphid.
I saw a very good game between Body and a Dragon on this map, where Dragon used a delayed Reaver exactly as Dewalt did, just to buy time, delay the push, until eventually the push just got aborted and Body had to take a third. It was very cleanly done, and I wouldn't be surprised to see the same again. And Dewalt is going for the Zealot opener. Interesting. Dewalt apparently thinks this is strong, and I mean, I don't know if I want to argue with him. He knows what he's doing. But this is something that is unusual. There are no other foreigners that I've seen take this opener.
I know Raz actually favors this opener quite a bit, PBT.
Interesting.
Yep.
I wonder. So I guess it's strong against like gasless, because he's got a quick probe scout as well. So if it was a gasless expand, you steal the gas, you make more zealots, and you're good to go. Because you can do in that situation, you can adapt into 2 zealot dragoon range.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yeah, against I think early gasless, you might just be able to like put a little more pressure on, maybe delay the factory if you're able to get the zealot in and there's no wall. Kill off a couple SCVs. It just kind of gives Terran something to manage early on.
Yeah, if you can delay the factory at all, then Terran's in a really bad shape. But I don't know. Okay, Dandy's taking free hits on that Marine. He shouldn't be. This is...
Yeah, free hit on that Marine, and it looks like he might be able to delay this factory. Nice pulling off with that Zealot in order to pick off one of the Marines, but the factory will go down at the correct time, and Dandy opting for that early add-on. So he's feeling pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah, there's a second Zealot coming in though, so I don't know if he should be feeling this comfortable. And Dandy has miscouted due to the pressure. He's misclicked his SCV.
Well, second Zealot coming into the main here, but actually Dewalt opting to back up. This is kind of awkward. I'm sure Dandy wants to get that bunker down at the natural, and Dewalt saying, you know what, come out here and fight me. I know you want to get this bunker down. I'm not going to let you, at least not for free.
So Dandy's rushing the tank, so he's actually going to be okay. Although he could lose Marines here, he could get punished by the micro.
I mean, meanwhile, he's just really giving Dandy something to multitask.
Oh yeah, this is a lot of damage. But I mean, the tank's going to be done. It's because one thing Dandy didn't do is build the Vulture. He believed that he could just clean up the Zealots with Marines only, and he correctly did so. Where is that tank? I thought I could be waiting for a tank for a year.
I kind of feel like he's being punished a little bit. There's no bunker. The command center is absolutely late. No second take on the way quite yet. I want to say Dewalt definitely got the better of that trade.
For sure, because he killed the Marines, but at the same time, it's the Dragoons can't do anything once the tank's out. Because tanks just have more range. Or at least one Dragoon, the first Dragoon that follows. These 3 Dragoons might be able to get something done, but there should be 2 tanks by the time they get there. So Dewalt's actually gone 2 Gateway and he's shown 2 Gateway, but then he stops making Dragoons out of them. He goes, wait a second, there was an SCV that saw I went double gate, so I'm just going to take a Nexus. I like that. Because
Yeah, I
Dandy
like
has
that
to
too.
play as if it's Mass Dragoons, and Mass Dragoons is really scary. You need to have SCVs preparing bunkers, you need to be ready, you need to get your siege mode, you need to be ruling. Mass Dragoon is a very, very scary thing to play against, but this isn't Mass Dragoon, this just looks like it.
Big siege tank shots going down on those Dragoons. They're a little bruised, but they'll survive. Meanwhile, he was able to delay that natural command center of Dandy's for a little bit. I see what you're saying. I definitely like that he's shown those couple of early gateways. You know, what's that going to force Dandy to do here? He might pull extra SCVs early. He obviously won't feel comfortable not having that bunker at the natural. You know, it's kind of it's a nice little mind game here by Dewalt.
Yeah, or just rushing the siege mode, because Terran getting siege mode does actually come with a price. Sure, you this upgrade you have to get eventually, but it means that you can't get any map presence. Terrans like to open with vultures and mines just because it gives them some map control. They can start poking around, they can pick off probes going to take thirds, that kind of thing. And you can hold a natural normally with a tank and just micro, you don't need the siege mode. But after you see 2 gate, you're going siege mode. You see 2 gateways, you're like, okay, I'm locking down, I'm just going to try and not lose this game. And even if it doesn't look like the Terran is taking damage, siege mode is an expensive upgrade, and the lack of map presence means that Protoss can just feel much more free to take expansions as he's doing here. And Danny has no idea what's going on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's so pivotal for Dandy to get some type of, you know, vultures out on the map, get some mines out. And by being forced into this caveat of going that early siege, he's, you know, maybe not in the position he'd want to be.
Oh, and his scan's missed too. He's looking for the Protoss third, doesn't see one, and I mean that's scary. He's like, okay, wait a second, is Dewalt just massing units? He knows
That's
that
what I would
Dewalt's got
assume.
gateways. Yeah, if you scan, you don't see the third. Now there are other places it could be. It could also be the pocket expansion, which he also didn't check, and the fourth, which is the one that Dewalt is taking. But it's scary when you don't see it. You don't know what's going on.
And he doesn't have vultures out on the map, so it's not like he can go check either.
Yeah, he's playing so defensively. He's getting his +1. He's got Goliaths for shuttles. He's playing not to lose. Because I mean, Dewalt could easily also be following this up with a Bulldog. One of the things that if you go 2 gateway Mass Dragoon into a Robo, one of the ways you follow that up is just you hit it with a Bulldog. And there's nothing that Dandy has seen that would say it isn't that.
I like the way you worded that. Dandy is playing not to lose, and that's a really key thing to kind of take away. Like when you do a lot of these middle of the road builds, ultra safe builds, you don't realize it, but even if you're not taking any type of economic damage, you know, you're not taking any type of harass damage, you're not really optimally playing to the situation sometimes. So that's why it's really important in a game like StarCraft to take risks. You know, maybe not every game, but take small, manageable risks. But yeah, Dandy not doing any of that here. And that's not to say he's not in the game still. He definitely is, but you know, he doesn't have much of a vision. He doesn't really know what's going on right now. And against a player of Dewalt's caliber, a lot of the times that in itself can lose you the game.
Yeah, so Dandy is locked into 4-fac 1-1 timing. And Dewalt has seen it. Dewalt got the Observer, and we can already see Dewalt's counter build. Okay, it's going up to 6-fac. But Dewalt's adding gateways. If we look at Dewalt's base, the moment the Observer got into Dandy's base and saw the factories, he just started adding gateways. And it's not going to stop. He's on 3 bases. He doesn't need more than 3 bases. If, like right now, he has nothing to spend money on other than gateways. He's on 3 bases against 2. He knows that there's no 2-1 timing coming. He's not afraid of like a late game tech. So 100% of his money is on gateways and gateway units.
A little bit of a mistake by Dandy, but I believe he only has 1 on gas at the natural. That may, you know, not give him maybe the gas count that he's used to in order to kind of hit this timing.
And we're going to see that the shuttle comes in to try and delay the timing. This is exactly what Dragon did to Body in that game I was talking about, where you, as the Terran want to start pushing, you just start doing Reaver drops in the main. And actually, Dandy had a tank sieged exactly where the Reaver was a second ago, but he thought, okay, wait a second. But he goes,
Oh,
okay, it's push timing. I'm ready. Let's do the push, and then the Reaver flies in, and it's this exact timing that is so devastating for this build. And Dewalt knows it. Dewalt knows exactly what he just did to Dandy. Like this is not an unlucky timing for Dandy. This is something that Dewalt is doing on purpose. He said, okay, wait a second, you want to push it like 10 minutes exactly? That's when the Reaver will be. And he's frozen. He shouldn't be frozen. He should be rushing across the map right now with all of his units. But he's busy focusing on a Reaver and his timing's gone. Because behind this, nothing but units. Yeah,
I think the timing is gone. I think that's really maybe the mindset Danny needs to be in. Hey, I planned on hitting this timing. The window's gone. This, unfortunately, it's been countered by this Reaver. It's time to take a third base and sit a little longer. That may, I think it's his only avenue back into the game against the player of Dewalt's caliber.
Yeah, this is exactly how the Body Dragon game went. Like, if we look at Dandy on his 1-0 timing, as he was going to push, his 1-0 finished. And then he just got pushed back. And he should just take a third, because he doesn't have his timing anymore. But the third isn't going to work either. It's going to lose the game from a different way. But, like, 100% of the minerals that Dewalt has earned in the last 3 minutes have gone into gateway units. If you look at the supply, Dewalt is 40 supply ahead. Like that's a lot of gateway units, and it's not like Dandy has 3-2 to make up for it. It's not going to be one of those situations where we see like a Terran army half the size beat a Protoss army. This is so many units.
Pretty nice.
Oh, the Walt's out of sync. His Zealots are going to die to mines.
They did too. Wow, those are some very efficient mines. He still might have enough here just because he's had such a large lead.
He's 40 supply ahead at the start of the fight, so if you take the start of the fight badly... But I mean, Dewalt has miscontrolled this awfully. His Dragoons were just taking Zealot damage, so tank damage forever, then they backed off, and then the Zealots ran into mines.
You know what? I think Dandy should just not listen to us. Like,
no,
obviously pushing out was the answer.
No, Dandy should take that as a gift and expand. Like... That push should have been a disaster. He ran into an army that was much, much bigger, and he was fortunate that the strategy was for the Dragoons to hold position in range of tanks, and the Zealots to eat a minefield. But it's not going to get better. He's not going to get a better trade than that.
Huge wave of vultures coming in here at the natural. This is, quite a sizable force for Dewalt to have to deal with, but unfortunately 3 shuttles. Oh my goodness. With Zealots, though. I think Dandy's trading very well here. I don't think this is going to be enough.
I like how he's controlling the Reaver. So there's a Reaver that's coming out of the shuttle, but every time it does, the vultures were just pouncing on it. Like, Dewalt wasn't being allowed to use his Reaver properly. But, I mean, the push is over. And if you look at the supply now, see, before he committed to the push on the natural, Dewalt was only 20 supply ahead. And that's why I said that Danny should take it as a gift. He should go, okay, that should have been a disaster. I actually got a really good trade. That's all I can get. Let's take it and call it a win. But he pushed it too far, and then the next round of Dewalt units crushed him, and now Dewalt's 40 supply ahead again.
Yeah, Dandy's still not mining much of his Vespian geysers. I believe it's just pure Vulture being pushed out here by Dandy. I think he's going to kind of recognize he's missed the window. He's not going to be able to get much else accomplished here. And but I don't know. This is just a very, very difficult spot here for Dandy.
Does he have his +1 armor coming? He does not.
I don't see it, no.
Okay, that's an issue too. So and also that's probably because his +1 finished as the Reaver dropped. So he was very distracted at that point in time. That wall is wide open. Those vultures could do something here. I would like to see them go for it. But they are instead going to run into the Dragoons. Good connects.
Yeah, good mine.
But it's not enough. I mean, it's gone from Dewalt being 40 supply ahead. He's up to, 60 supply ahead? 70.
Dewalt has no reason to attack. I feel like Dandy's just throwing units into his natural at the moment.
Yeah, and this is so Dandy's build basically shouldn't have worked, and it didn't. The reason it shouldn't have worked is because there was an observer in his base that saw it. Now, if this was Bonif, then A, there would be the observer seeing it, and B, Bonif doesn't give a shit. Bonif's going carriers. Bonif will absolutely go 2-base carry into 6-fat Goliath. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is Dewalt he's playing. You can't just go 6-fat and hope for the best.
Yeah, Dewalt doing just a really good job, just scouting properly and punishing.
And
I mean, how will
exact counter build?
Hmm.
Like it's before when I was talking about how when Body went for 6-fat, Dragon did this to him, and I was talking about how cleanly done it was. That's just what you do. You scout a 6-pack on a +1 time. You say, okay, so you're going to be pushing around 10 minutes. I'll do a delayed speed shuttle Reaver. I'll put it in your base when you're trying to push, and I'll make you stop. And then you go back to do the Reaver. I pick it up. I fly out, and then like 30 seconds later, I do it again. It's not a new thing. It's not a complicated thing. It's what they do to you. And I don't see any world in which Dewalt didn't do that to Dandy on that map. It actually went so much better for Dandy than it should have, because Dewalt held position on his Dragoons in tank range and then ran all his Zealots into a minefield. But even with that, it wasn't enough.
What do you feel Dandy should have done differently?
He shouldn't have tried that build. Because if there's a build that has such a hard counter build, you don't do it against Dewalt.
I mean, kind of, in a way, almost every build has like a counter build.
Yeah, but
is there anything you could have done to mitigate the, like maybe just the shuttle like Reaver damage? Like, would leaving the Goliaths inside the main with the siege tank, would that have helped? You know, and just
absolutely,
saying...
or just mines on the likely Reaver spots. It's always really annoying when you drop a Reaver and there's a mine already there, especially in high lag. But I mean, that would have been effective just because it would have allowed him to hit his timing. The reason that Dewalt was able to roll Dandy's army so easily, even with a terrible engagement, is because Dewalt had like an extra 4 rounds of gateway production, and that was because of the Reaver and the shuttle. Had Dandy been able to nail his timing, Dewalt would have had a much harder time with the push. But Dewalt's whole build is going, okay, I'm going to delay you, then I'm going to get the units, then I'm going to hold the push. So Dandy should always expect that kind of delaying play from Dewalt, and it's a question of whether he can actually do anything about it, because you can't get a Wraith. The Wraith isn't a part of that build. You can't build too many turrets because all your money is going onto factories and vultures. It's just a counter build, and it's a counter build that everyone knows about.
Well, we are well into game 3 here. We have Dewalt spawning at the top right as the pink Protoss, or red pink something, and then bottom left we've got Dandy spawning as the lime green / blue Terran. This is a very early scout.
Yeah, this is a gas deal,
right?
Yeah, it's a gas deal. If you look at Dewalt's money, he's on 200 money. He's not building a gateway, and the reason he's not building a gateway is because he's saving up for that gas deal.
I know Dandy hates this. Like, he really has a tough time with gas deals. I feel like the last BSL season, all except 2 of his games or something like that, TVP, some ridiculous statistic. Protoss stole his gas like every game.
Yeah, it's not now. It's not just the gas deal. He has to try and work out what the gas deal is being comboed with, because it could be proxy gates to the natural, proxy gates behind the natural, proxy gates at the third.
The CV is going to die. Oh, okay, saved.
I like the way he ran it through just to scare the SCV. He was probably trying to prompt a mass SCV pull against it.
Like and Dewalt's not doing any of that. Dewalt's just going to build like one Zealot Nexus. I would love to see an eBay at the natural spot here. Once he confirms that Dewalt doesn't have a gas, he needs to build an eBay at the natural. That is so frustrating to play against the Protoss, because eBays have like 1 million hit points.
Oh, he immediately turned that around. I think he is.
Yeah, I mean, it's the counter build. Yeah, okay, yeah. I love it. That is exactly what he needs to do.
Wow, beautiful play here from Dandy.
Yeah.
Huh.
Because Dewalt can take the faster expansion, because Dewalt hasn't had to deal with the harassment. But it's the eBay just is going to slow him forever. Dewalt's going to have 400 minerals, and he's not going to have an expansion. Meanwhile, Dandy can can build Marines and also expand roughly the same time as Dewalt. Okay, yeah, Dewalt's just taking his gas. That is the right play, but it feels so bad to be in this position. Where you go, okay, I'm going to do a gasless quick nexus.
I think it's good for Dandy. It's even out.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that was a counterplay, and I say it feels so bad for Dewalt to be in this position where you're going for no gas quick nexus.
Can
And
Dewalt
you go to a
steal the
natural.
gas here?
He can if there's no SCV on top. Oh, he's done it. Okay.
Oh, that's horrible.
Oh, Dandy, you should know better than that. So you have to put the SCV above the Vespene geysers so that it can immediately build, because the SCV tries to build from above.
I remember you saying that last cast.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's just... Dewalt even had sold the simulator, so he got 33 minerals back. Bunker's going to be on time. I mean, this is still good for Dandy. I feel like he's taken no economic damage. His gas is delayed, but so is his opponent's. The expansions are equally timed. There's 4 Marines in the bunker. If it was like 2 Marines in the bunker, Dewalt could just walk in. But because he has so many Marines, he's actually completely fine here just to hold the bunker.
I was going to say, I feel like that Zealot took a lot of damage right there. Dewalt will not be able to pressure with those Zealots anytime soon.
Yeah, Dewalt's going to have to probably choose if he wants to take a quick third or if he wants to go in a different direction. But it's not like his timings are better than Dandy's. You take the gas still into the quick expansion because you want to have a superior economy and also delay the attack, but it's backfired on him. He's actually got the weaker economy, and it's not like Dandy's got a late factory. Dandy's going to have tanks out in time for the Dragoon range. And we're seeing Robo before Dragoon range. That's completely fine, because as I was saying, there's no Dragoon range on the bunker timing here. He's not going to have any ability to harass with Dragoon range. So if you get Robo first, you can still get Dragoon range defensively, and also you get the faster scout. So you can confirm what the opponent's doing, you get the faster Reaver.
Meanwhile, just a single factory building with an academy here for Dandy. I mean, is he getting an armory maybe as well? It feels like he should have.
Yeah, I expect armory. Okay, second factory just started, but yeah, I like this a lot because he's in the same position as Dewalt is, where he wants to know exactly what his opponent's up to. It could be a variety of different things, and he needs to narrow it down. So quick academy into scans is a great play. It could be Reaver, it could be DTs, it could be like Bulldog, it could be quick third. And he doesn't have any. He can't put vultures on the map because he doesn't have any. He could have sent out SCVs. I would have quite liked sending out SCVs, but in the absence of that, like quick scanners are good in every situation, and then he follows with the armory. So he's actually ending up.
Be nice here. He should be able to scout that Robotech, see nothing's out of the ordinary. Maybe even scan the third, get some idea of what Dewalt's doing here. Yep,
and he sees everything.
Yep, and the third there.
Yep.
So
he knows what's up, and he sees the observer as well. Nice.
Do you just put a third command center down right now if you're Dandy?
I would like to see that. Yes. There are other options, but I don't think that he's ever going to have a push timing because there's going to be an observer in his base. And like right now, they're basically even. This is a situation that can go either way. So if you do something that can be hard countered, then you're going to get hard countered. Dewalt isn't locked into any particular build. Nobody has any timings on Dewalt right now because Dewalt he's still incredibly flexible in where he can go from here. So if you go for anything that can be hard countered, Dewalt will hard counter it. But if you just go for a third and you go for starport, get your 2-1 timings, there's nothing Dewalt can actually do that is like a hard counter to that.
Right, he's just going to end up playing a game.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's honestly what I want to see from Dandy as well. Dandy, just as strong, of a mechanical player in the foreign scene. He's had many a great late game scenario TVP with top tier Protosses like Dewalt, like Bonneth, just like the RCG finals last year. I really think that maybe taking game 3 here and more of a late game macro might kind of be what he needs to do in order to get the headspace to win this series against Dewalt.
Yeah, and he agrees with you. He's just placed the CC. I think the observer can see it.
I love it.
Can we check the Dewalt vision? Yeah, he
Ooh,
sees
he
it.
does see it. Okay.
Okay, but he's going to suspect that anyway. We saw his observer also do a sweep of the base. So what you do in this situation when you get your first observer in is you say, okay, it can be like 5 different builds, but they all look very different. Like you look for the starport, you look for the factory count, you look for the machine shop count, you make sure the armory is spinning, you look for the CC building, and then you just say, you know what it is at that point.
To key off on something else you said earlier, is this a good time for Dewalt to stop all unit production?
Absolutely, yes. If DeWalt was making units right now, that would be terrible. Because Dandy is going for 2-1 timing. And you can see that from the starport, you can see that from the quick third. He's going straight into 3 base 2-1, then he's going to add like 6 more factory to go up to 8 fac and do a giant push. And if you make units at this point, you don't have a late game timing to beat it. You can't then transition into your arbiters because you won't have stasis on time. You can't pick up your expansions later because the economy won't have kicked in by the time the push happens. Right now, you completely pause unit production. You control the map with the dragoons you have, and you take expansions. And
I think
this is
another.
that.
I was gonna say another way to think about it is if, let's say, he did continue that unit production right now, what would an extra 6 or 7 dragoons do for his army? He still wouldn't be able to push that natural. Delay the third, maybe slightly longer, not really. So it's like a very efficient use of resources for this moment in time. Dandy is playing. He's not playing greedy. That's a very well-timed third. Dewalt will not be able to do anything with it with just dragoons and.
Oh, he's going to lose his shadow.
Oh.
Oh, okay. If that's a free Reaver. Now he's getting punished a little bit because all the tanks won siege, but eventually the tanks are going to siege push out and that Reaver should die.
I mean, that hurt. He lost quite a few units for that.
Yeah, I mean this is a nice delaying action, but the thing is, Dewalt's not actually going to take a fight here. I think he's got a lot of gateway. So the thing is, Dewalt is playing this very differently to how I would advocate, and okay. I mean Dewalt's really good, so I don't want to say he's playing it wrong, but at the same time he's got no transition. He's doing the Korean speed shuttle, High Templar Storm transition, but he could be in trouble here. What Dandy is doing will eventually turn into a 3-2 mech Terran push. And the thing about a 3-2 mech Terran push is you can't beat it with gateway units. Now, Dewalt's going to try.
I mean, 2 speed shuttles, it's only a couple Goliaths, and he does have Reavers on the field. Oh, he's going in. Zult's being dropped on top of these siege tanks. The Reaver not
nice
really
bulldog,
able to engage. It's a huge bulldog.
Yeah. There just weren't enough units.
Maybe more units, more better? I don't know. Yeah. I thought he was gonna back up and take a fourth. Second
yeah, that is that is the clean see, I'm less familiar with the style. This is like the Korean speed shuttle meta, which if I'm talking, I'm always going to be talking about the fast arbiter 4-base macros meta because that's the one I know. But I mean that was surprisingly effective.
I mean, surprisingly though, that bunker held way more dragoons than I thought it was going to.
Oh yeah, bunker with SCVs can hold infinity dragoons.
But yeah, that Reaver.
Chichi. Un saludo para Fujikura que está en el chat. Bienvenido, man, amigo, y a todo el team de Soul acá apoyando al amigo Dandy.
Dewalt knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he definitely does.
And it's a style that I'm less familiar with because again, I would have done what we were talking about. I'd have taken the 4th. I'd have gone for arbiters and I'd have just taken a fight later on 4 bases against 3 or 5 bases against 3 with mass stasis. But he thought that there was a timing there with speed shuttles and Reavers where you could just stop the Terran from taking a third, and he was right.
Yeah, he absolutely was. I mean, I feel like you could even feel it in Dandy. When those first tanks moved outside the natural, they weren't sieged. He was very I don't know, he just felt comfortable.
Yeah, Dandy was playing against Arbiter. And Dandy says, well, you won't take a fight at this point of the game because that's not the most common style. He was expecting exactly what I was describing, where the Protoss goes light on units because the Protoss playing defensive. They skirmish with you. They make you push out of Reaver, but they don't actually take the fight. And the reason they don't actually take the fight is because they're building up for the late game. They don't want to be in a situation in the late game where the Terran has 3-2 mech and the Protoss doesn't have anything. But I mean, Dandy was very confident that it would never get to that point. So Dewalt was very confident it would never get to that point. It's if you, I feel like in this matchup, if you attack the Terran in the mid game, you better kill him, because if you attack the Terran in the mid game and they survive, then you can't play it into the late game because 3-2 mech is too strong. You're always on a timer. Anything you're doing in the mid game that doesn't kill the Terran is putting you behind. But Dewalt was like, no, but I can kill the Terran, so none of that's relevant. It's if you're certain that you can actually make it work and get the kill, then it's great. And I mean, he wasn't wrong. Ultimately, that's what matters. If I'm there saying, well, I don't think this is the best way to win the game, and then he wins the game, you can't second guess a victory.
Yeah, exactly. You can't second guess it. I mean, especially someone on Dewalt's level. It's like clear he knows something.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, just really well played by Dewalt. Unfortunately, I don't know. He's just able to hit these unique timings so far against Dandy. I don't know. So I mean, it also could be getting pretty late for Dandy's time. I'm sure Dandy's been playing all day. Like it's kind of tough to play at your A game when you've had 20-30 games in the day already.
These games have just been clean. It's been at no point. Actually, I was going to say at no point did Dewalt feel threatened. When Dewalt completely messed up his micro in game 2, he looked a little bit uncomfortable.
He did.
But that was some of the worst army control I've ever seen. But I mean, he had so many units it didn't matter, and it's because he was so comfortably establishing his army earlier on. It was just delaying the push, doing the Reaver harass. It's like strategically, Dewalt seems to be very, very comfortable with everything that he's seeing. He looks at what Dandy has and he says, okay, yeah, I can kill that.
I want to see a proxy BBS from Dandy this game. Think circuit breakers could be time to pull it out.
So games 1 and 2, I didn't like Dandy's build at all because they're so easily hard countered. Game 3, I love Dandy's build. That's what's so like dominating about this is that, like, game 3, Dandy didn't make a mistake. Like Dandy's build, he went straight for that eBay blocking. I loved it. He delayed Dewalt's expansion a lot. He didn't really take any. He let Dewalt get the second cast still, but even so, it was fine. He got the comp stats down. He scanned what Dewalt was up to. He got his quick upgrades. He put down his third CC, and then he went for a like slow push out to take his third. It was fine. And then Dewalt just kills him.
Yeah, I definitely loved his build as well that game. It was, I honestly just wanted to see him get to that third base because I think he plays very strong from there. He made the defensive Goliaths he needed after he scouted the early Reaver shuttle play. I mean, really, the only thing I kind of point a finger at is maybe just getting caught off guard a little bit outside the natural, but that was really it. Very strong play from him.
And against most Protoss players, it wouldn't even be a mistake to push at that timing. Like the Protoss would give the ground. They might like jump on a single tank, or if they have a Reaver, they'll take a few shots at you as they move the shuttle back. But it should have been a safe timing. One thing that he maybe could do better is pick off the observers, because if you have the quick double comsat and also the Goliaths, you can start killing Protoss observers if you can see them. Like if you see the blur, you scan it, you kill it. And you do that over and over because the Protoss has limited robo build capacity. If they're building observers, they're not building something else. And they do really like to know where your units are. So it's if you can kill their observers, you will make a Protoss unhappy.
Yeah, it's a really good point, especially with the opening that he'd started with that game, as you'd mentioned.
It's something that I see in body games a lot, is that like if he sees your observer, he remembers where it is. He watches that blur, and then he'll come back with Goliaths and a scan. And if he doesn't see your observers, he'll guess.
So maybe we're going to see a two-factory game this match.
Pato,
Yeah,
let's get a Spanish
Pato.
introduction from you, please.
Oh, sure. Gente, vamos con las apuestas. En una de esas vemos doble factory del amigo Dandy. Vamos con la introducción. Arriba a la izquierda tenemos al Protoss de Siberia, Rusia, al gran IRK Dewalt. Y arriba a la derecha tenemos a nuestra esperanza peruana. Él es el único, el mejor jugador Terran de la TAM para muchos. Nuestro osito cariñosito, nuestro Bambi Soul de Dandy.
Wah, wah.
But
Hagan
yeah,
sus apuestas,
Pato,
vemos un all-in.
I was gonna say, Pato, I 100% agree with you, man. Like, I want to see a 2-fact this game. I feel like Dandy's got it's time for him to change up something and try to throw maybe Dewalt off his build. Because Dewalt's he just looks so comfortable against those 1-fact openings so far.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how his Zealot opening does against the 2-fact, because the Zealot opening is delaying his Dragoon range. So if the 2-fact can hit before the Dragoon range is done, it would be interesting. I'm not familiar with the Zealot opening, and I say that Dewalt's not doing it. He's going straight for the gas. But I don't know what counters it. I'm sure something must, because something counters everything. But I don't know what the counter build to the Zealot opening is. One thing I will say though is that close positions PvT horizontal on this map is absolutely terrible to play, because the Terran can just slowly push across the top, and you can't flank them. There is no push angle that you can do as they move through 12 o'clock and move into your natural. There's nothing. You have to bust it with speed shuttles or counterattacks, or just taking expansions on the other side of the map. It's really painful to play these locations PvT.
Well, that sounds good for our boy Dandy.
No to
Yeah.
factory.
Yeah, no 2-factory. Dandy's not giving up.
He's getting first scouted, going for gasless. That's not ideal.
Dewalt should be able to steal that gas once again then.
Yeah, he won't, I think, go for the gas deal just because he knows it's the gasless. It knows that Dandy's just going to take a CC. Like, if he had a Zealot, okay, he's going to take it. Interesting.
I think why not? If you're Dewalt?
Well, because
Especially
it doesn't
after
do
last
anything.
game.
It's so Dandy has 400 minerals and he wants to place a CC, and then after that he's going to place the bunker and put some marines in it. It's or you're. I mean, it's annoying, is the thing, but it's not actually going to interrupt his build because he wasn't planning on taking a gas yet.
He wasn't planning on taking a gas yet, but I believe you it'll delay it either way. And I mean, it forces something one way or another. He'd have to pull Marines to kill it. SCVs, like we just saw, a bit of lost mining time there. You get to scout the main with it for a little bit. There's definitely reasons to do it, but I see how it's not optimal versus a gasless expand.
Well, it's fantastic in the gasless if you went for the Zealot Goon. If you went for the Zealot Goon, you just win the game, because the Zealots cause so much trouble that the Terran can't get his bunker down, and then by the time he's trying to take his bunker, there's Dragoons in his natural, and all the Marines have 8 hit points left, so the Dragoons just one-shot them. But that's not the situation we're in. If you go Zealot Goon and you get a gas deal, though, you are so far ahead against a gasless.
I see. Okay. Factory going down inside the main here from Dandy. We've got a couple Dragoons pushing the bunker at Dandy's natural. Still waiting on that Dragoon range. Looks to be pretty standard from both players so far. Dragoon range building.
Yeah, it was quite a late nexus for Dewalt, interestingly enough. It's he went, I think, 3 Dragoons and a 3rd pylon before nexus, so it was quite late. He will be able to do a lot of damage with the 3 Dragoons to the bunker, but I mean, Dandy's prepared. But if you go gasless, you know this is always going to happen. This is just the build.
He hasn't scouted the command center, right? At the natural? You usually have to poke in with the Dragoon to do that?
It's either command center or the natural. There's 5 racks hidden somewhere. The minerals had to go somewhere. Dandy didn't have a gas. Dandy had all these minerals.
Oh,
it's not like it
I
could be
guess.
factories, yeah.
That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. And then 10 Marines show up at Dewalt's natural.
It's an interesting spot. So, I mean, Danny's losing a lot of minerals repairing the bunker, and he's losing a lot of mining time with his SCVs, but at the same time, he does have that much faster expansion. So it's what Dewalt's doing is
Even.
yeah, it's basically even.
Does it end up becoming like more efficient? Like, let's say the extra mining time at the natural for that repair,
Yeah.
you know, damage. It does. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. It's very cheap to repair structures.
Yeah, it's proportional to the building's build time and cost. I think.
Oh, looks fast expansion. 6
Yeah.
minutes.
And this is something you can do on this map, especially off of a gas dust, because you're going straight into siege mode. You're not trying to exert any map effect. You're just playing defensive, building up your eco. And if you're playing defensive, building up your eco, is he going to lose that bunker?
He is.
Well, you have
never
to be
mind.
very
he-
careful.
He's, not losing that. He's fine. But he looked like in a second he was going to
Same.
mismanage
Yeah, I
it.
thought that got really low. Oof.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, he's just doing a defensive siege expand, so at that point you might as well take a third. However, I mean, Dewalt's building a Reaver, he's going to get shuttle speed, and this could go badly wrong. This is either going to be good for Dandy or it's going to be terrible for Dandy. There's not really any middle ground. If
I mean, as you said, he can play very defensive, at least on these positions from circuit breakers. It's really just going to come down to turrets, right? Like turret placement and number of turrets to defend these early Reavers.
yeah, and if there's a spot and Dewalt finds it, it could go.
Yeah.
It could get out of control very quickly, because Dewalt can also pressure the front while doing Reaver harass. However, if the turret placement is good, if there's no opening, then Dandy should be able to take his third. And I mean, Dandy's third CC is finished, and Dewalt hasn't even started a Nexus. Again, Dewalt's building a lot of units.
He will see the shuttle moving in here.
Yeah, and the
so
turret placement looks good.
He knows to expect Reaver. Ooh, Reaver's just gonna poke down that bunker.
Yeah, I think the siege mode just. Yeah, okay, he does have one in range. And Dewalt thinks he has an opening, but I don't know that he does. Again, I never want to say Dewalt is wrong, but I mean, there's a lot of siege tanks here, and there's floating buildings, and Dragoons love nothing more than to shoot floating buildings. If there's a Terran army and there's buildings nearby, Dragoons know exactly which one they're attacking.
Yeah, he looked like he was posturing to go in, but I think thought the better of it. He really seems to be hesitating. The Reaver's not finding too much damage. Might be able to lure some Marines out here, but no.
And I really like Dandy's discipline in not taking his CC. He's built the CC, he wants to expand, but at the same time he knows that Dewalt is waiting for an opening. He's just not giving him one. He says, I've got 2 bases, I've got good money, I can build my factories now, I'll take the CC, I'll place the CC like whenever it's safe, but I'm under no pressure.
Also doubling up on the turrets in the main, I've noticed.
That's a good
Oh,
adaptation after that Polypoid game.
Yeah, he's really just trying to defend any and all speed shuttle timings, because you just assume this will be followed up with a shuttle speed, correct?
Yeah, and I mean, Dewalt has been punishing hard with his speed shuttles. He's been overbuilding units and saying, okay, well, if I don't get anything done with the Reaver, then this is bad, but I'm going to get something done with the Reaver. And if Dandy responds to that, he can be fine. I would love to see him kill the Observer. He's got to know there are observers there. Like, these observers are getting so much value. Does Dandy even have scan?
I don't know if he does. Oh, yeah, he does.
Yeah, he
Actually,
needs to
we
kill
just
these
heard
observers.
scans.
Like, if you're pushing out like this and he's abusing you hard with a Reaver, at some point you're like, wait a second, he can see me, can't he? Like, there's... Nobody has game sense this good with their shuttles.
I think Dandy's kind of done it. Like, this has been a very slow, methodical push to the third, but I like his position more and more the longer this game's going.
Yeah, and it's not like it's cost him anything in terms of his timings. He's been building mass factories behind this. Do we see a starport is the question. He's
Not
okay, he's
seen a
going... He is going straight for 1-1 kill timing. However, what's different this game is that Dewalt has never got a shuttle or an observer inside Dandy's base. Is he going to get one in now?
We've you will. We see 2 shuttles going inside the main here.
More turrets. Love it.
Looks like he's pulling back with some of these vultures into the main, pulling his SCVs out
Yeah,
of
he's
the middle
having
line.
a bit of congestion on that ramp, unfortunately. But he's not going to take any economic damage here. Dewalt's just
He will
settling
lose
for
a lot
the...
of stuff, please.
yeah, Dewalt's just settling for killing the depots, which is it's fine, but it's not what he came for.
Still no Goliaths. I'd love to see a couple Goliaths here.
Tanks aren't firing. That's questionable. Okay, killed one Reaver. One of those Reavers didn't fire either.
There we go. 2 Goliaths out here from Dandy. This shuttle's not getting out, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, that was a bad scab connect for what he could have gotten there.
It was in the dead center of the middle line. How is that such
Yeah,
a
it's
bad
'cause
scare?
SCVs have 60 hit points, and Reavers do 100 if they hit the target exactly, and 50 if it's on the outer range of it.
God, I expected way more SCVs to die there.
Yeah, well, if it's like probes or drones, then the entire like 100 damage range and also the 50 damage range both get the kill. SCVs, if it's on the half damage like radius, doesn't get the kill unless you get the damage upgrade on the Reaver.
I see. That's really funny. Huh. Well, we got Dandy definitely holding this third here. Down about like 40-ish supply.
I would say Dandy's ahead, and the reason for that is because Dewalt's tech is non-existent. Dewalt's going for Mass Gateway Double Forge, and I don't really like Mass Gateway Double Forge in this spot. He's gonna at some point have to hold Dandy's push. The question is he going to get the bottom left up before Dandy pushes? And I don't know that he is, because Dandy's only going for 1-1. Dandy has a lot of factories. He's going to do a 1-1 push across the top. And you look at what Dewalt has and says, wait a second, you're gonna hold a 1-1 push in a narrow angle with gateway units. Like, show me. It's just...
So he's going to counter then, right?
A counter would be good. But it really just comes down to the timings, because if Dewalt can get bottom left set up, he'll have the economy that it's not going to matter. But I don't think that Dandy's going to wait that long. I think Dandy's going to go on +1 armor. And you look at these mass tanks and the mass vultures and you think, are you going to kill this with mass dragoon? Probably not.
Sent a few vultures across the top.
Oh, they've caught
Oh.
the Maynard and they've caught the High Templar. Now, High Templar with
What
Storm
a
are one
time.
of the ways that he could do this, but please kill the High Templar, Dandy. Please. Thank you.
What a timing.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was
he
beautiful.
just lasered those across the top. He knew exactly when to expect those High Templar.
Dandy makes his own luck. I played a bunch of games with him in the last week just to get ready for my BSL match because it was PvT. And like, I'd get really far ahead against Dandy, and then he'd just kill all my probes while I was main-outing. And it's like he creates opportunities for himself. So he's 50
Yeah.
supply behind, but he's I think his army has to be spinning. This has to be a 1-1, right?
I would
'Cause
assume
I'm
so.
waiting for +1 armor to finish, and it's not finishing. I never saw it start, but I feel like it has to be. And I mean, Dewalt has to beat this with gateway units. Okay, yeah, it's going to be a 1-1. This is a really nice timing because Dewalt's bottom left base is about to kick up. It's about to come online, but it's not online right now. As long as Dandy can push on time across the map, this is going to be his best shot at taking a game so far.
He sees the forward Reaver, sieges up. He's kind of poking that observer away. I really like that.
Yeah, and he only sieges half his army. He's going to have to be careful with the mines because there are speed shuttles. Like this, mines could go horribly wrong for him here. He just pushes across the minefield. He's maxed out. He needs to go. The situation is not getting better for him. This is
Might
his
be
timing.
just waiting on some rallying tanks or something. Maybe not.
And I don't know about pushing through the middle of this. I mean, it does limit the counterattack potential, but at the same time, he's got such a broad angle that he can be attacked by. Okay,
Let's
here comes
go!
Here we go. Oh my goodness.
Oh, those tanks are out of position.
Tanks
The
need to be
vultures
focused
just
on
weren't covering them.
goons.
However, the zealots are all dead. It's just the goons now. This looks bad for Terran, but it's not. Like the Dragoons have to run away
Quite a few
here.
tanks left. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So it's,
I'd say overall kind of evenish, like with Dewalt's bank here. I don't know. I'm not sure if Dandy's really going to be able to push down to bottom left here.
he's not pushing bottom. He's going straight for the gateways, I think.
Okay.
Or he's going to push to like 9 o'clock and then go up. But it's I mean, Dewalt doesn't have anything better coming. Dewalt just has gateway units and shuttles. There's no carriers. There's no arbiters. He can get Psystorm, but there's nothing. He doesn't have an answer for the mech push. He's just going to have to try and beat it with brute force. And this
What
is
are
really
the
hard to do
upgrades?
on this map. It's
Are
going to
you
be
gonna
1-1.
show the upgrades?
Yeah.
1-1.
Protoss upgrades.
Oh,
1-1.
Oh.
yeah, 2-2's coming because Protoss went quick double forge. Great mine placement.
Beautiful mines. Huge storm though.
Yeah,
Good
but
stuff.
I mean, the Dragoons are all that's left, and the Dragoons can't fight the tanks. That was a very nice storm too.
It's not many
Great
tanks
game.
left. I feel like Dewalt's kind of slowly whittling it down.
Look at the supply though.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, well, Dewalt's gateways at the bottom left are starting to come online. That's Dewalt's like planned saving grace here, is that he will eventually get bottom left gateways online. But there's no tech coming to save him. There's no like the game's not developing in a way that's going to save it for him. He has to just break this with gateway units. He's got Psystorm now. He could maybe start building some DT drops because there's no comsat, so there's no side vessels. But it's an uphill battle to try and beat Terran mech without having the late game tech. And Dewalt has put himself in a position where he has to
Look at the mine
achieve that.
placement
Yeah, it's
to
beautiful.
block off bottom
Let's see
left.
those
Just
units all
beautiful.
die. Oh, there they go.
Yeah, no observer on the south side of the map here.
No,
Ooh.
he's got one robo and he's mass producing shuttles. And Dandy's been killing the observers all game. Like this is he's cut off those gateway reinforcements.
Yeah, it looks like Dewalt's gonna try to kill off this fourth base.
There's
but
still
just
some
doesn't
tanks
have
at the
the
Mineraloni as well, I think. I saw some tanks up there earlier.
Ooh.
Probably not enough for this. Yeah, okay, there's not enough for this.
But
This could
he's
actually be
sending his rally
devastating.
right there.
Yeah.
I think he could lift this mineral only and be just fine.
Yeah, he doesn't need it at this point to win. But
Yeah, I
it's creating a new fight where he doesn't have his army like arrayed in a defensive
Formation.
posture. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
He's picking off some tanks. He's like there's no mines. And it's also just buying him time. This is the best game of the series so far by a long way.
Easily.
Yeah.
This has been an amazing game so far.
Dandy's lost a lot of tanks because they were out of position. The vultures were fighting the zealots. The tanks were just running into the dragoons.
I don't like this backing up with the tanks that were set up outside the natural. I feel like he's got to try to cut off those reinforcements at their source.
On the one hand, I see what you're saying. There was a very strong position he had, and he didn't want to lose it. But there's so many speed shuttles outstanding. If you have tanks isolated on the map and you don't have like constant incoming vulture support, you can get punished so hard. That CC is going to burn down.
Yeah, it might. Oof. Hopefully he catches that pretty soon. Dewalt is able to take that natural bottom left. I mean, he's taking the little steps he has to keep himself in this game.
Yeah, his main and Nad are mined out though. Also, one thing to note is that Dandy's saturation has been not great, and that means that Dandy's actually going to be on 4 bases for a long time. He's going for like a sustainable mining approach. He's going to have resources. Oh, vultures, please pick off those probes. Please. Oh, he missed it.
Yeah, I missed him. Ah, well.
He's getting good value from his mines though.
He's got to retake that mineral only soon.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
wow. Big storm. Looks like we missed at the 4th. Oof.
If you look at the supply though, I mean, Dewalt was on maxed out with a 3k bank. Now he's on 150 and no bank. His giant army has been crippled, and Dandy is still on his 4 bases. There are 4 bases apiece. Do we see a starport? Because if we see a starport, Dandy's got
We
okay.
do
And
see a
science facility.
starport.
Show us the science facility.
Not quite yet, looks like.
Okay, armory not spinning. That's kind of an issue.
Yeah,
'Cause
these 1-1
Dan-
upgrades aren't going to carry for very long.
No, Dandy wanted the game to be over by this point, and Dewalt's done a great job of keeping it going. It's that counter attack at the middle only that really did it, because like Dandy was had Dewalt in a chokehold and was just crushing him, but Dewalt broke out with a counter attack and then just reset the positions.
Looks like another force of Dewalt moving up here towards the top side of the map. It's going to put some pressure on this mineral only once again.
Yeah, this time though, Dandy isn't committed on the map anywhere near as hard. He's got a big army that he can just move into to reinforce. And this looks to be just a distraction. Shuttles are coming in elsewhere, and Dewalt's army cleaning up the middle of the map. I don't think Dewalt actually planned to get anything done here with these dragoons.
This has to be like a storm drop or something.
That's a lot of shuttles. It could just be a break. Oh, miss micro there a tiny bit with the dragoons, but in goes the storm. That was not what he was after, honestly. No, 3 kills.
Yeah, not the biggest storm.
Yeah.
Very good job by Dandy pulling that.
And I think we're going to see the SCVs eventually kill the High Templar too. Although it has +2 armor, so it might take a while. Revenge of the SCVs. Love it. But now Dewalt has the bottom left set up with gateways. It's a much more difficult proposition for Dandy to actually push and kill him, because you can't push and kill the production and the economy. They're in 2 different places. You kill one, but the other one is always going to be out there.
If you're Dandy, do you just start pushing towards 12 o'clock and take that as your next base?
Yeah, you just lock down your quadrant on the map, and you get you build a second army, get your sand facility. That's it. I mean, Dewalt still doesn't develop into late game tech, and I don't think he plans to. So, I mean, yeah, if Dandy can get his army upgrades going on, this is...
It's a big push. Big
There's
push
4
here.
speed shuttles, and okay, there's not a great angle. Dewalt's only attacking from one side, but there's 4 speed shuttles on him. Like, if you have that many speed shuttles, you can make your own flank.
I think the Dewalt is on 3-3 and Bambi has 1-1. Yeah, still.
Yeah,
that-
Dandy can't have 2-1. He's got no side facility.
Okay, so
Yeah,
he's-
that's the game.
that's the
yeah.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's he didn't have to push then either, because Dewalt wasn't developing his tech.
He cannot fight without upgrades in this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean Dewalt doesn't. If Dewalt had like carriers or arbiters, I would agree. Dewalt, like, forge upgrades aren't that good. They're it's better than not having forge upgrades, but they're not like game ending in the same way that 3-3 mech is. But there was no reason for Dandy to be on the map there. He should have been developing his tech. See, the army's still not spinning. There's no sand facility. This is weird, because the 1-1 didn't kill Dewalt, but it did enough. He could have transitioned out of it, but he hasn't.
He might have just been thinking he was seizing an opportunity against Dewalt. You know, it's so tough to take a game off Dewalt. He maybe was just trying to reach for a timing that wasn't there. Happens.
I don't
'Cause he-
see Dandy getting out of this position now.
No, I think this is going to be a big shuttle timing here by Dewalt. He's maxed out. He has no reason not to go.
This is the first game that looked very winnable for Dandy. He's adding the second armory now. He's going to go into upgrade, but it's like 2 or 3 minutes too late.
Absolutely. I mean, and it was because of how Dandy played. He was a brick wall early. Like, there
Yeah.
was no hole. There was no timing for Dewalt to be had.
Yeah, it was-
And yeah,
And Brick ruled as well. It was very disciplined. He built the quick CC because he wanted to take the expansion, and then Dewalt made a bunch of extra units. And Dandy says, "Okay, you know what? If you're not expanding, I don't need to either. I've got the CC, but I'm not going to place it. Not if it costs me the game." And one thing that he could have done, and I'm surprised he didn't, is you can wall off
GG.
you can wall off 12 o'clock. You can build depots up there to stop that counterattack that did so much damage.
oh, that would have been nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe if he expected the timing to come from there. Yeah, I guess I could see just putting a few depots up there and would have been able to defend that counter. But I mean, still really well played by Dewalt to take advantage of an opening like that, a situation.
Because Dandy's push looked so strong. I was surprised that Dewalt was able to hold it, honestly, given that he didn't have the any late game tech. he set himself quite a challenge there, holding that kind of push with gateway units only. And I mean, it was a struggle. He was up 50 supply. He took the fight, and they both reset down to like 130. And then after that, every fight was just even, but the tank just ground across the map. Like, he would lose all his zealots, Dandy would lose all the vultures, but the tank just kept on pushing.
Yeah, they really did. They were able to take out that 9 o'clock base. You know, I mean, that was a sizable chunk of Dewalt's economy at that point in the game. It was not an easy task for him to come back from there. Like, if that counter on the mineral only didn't work, or you know, maybe it was like walled a little better, who knows? That might have just been Dandy's game.
Yeah, Dandy was in the position he wanted to be in. I think if you you gave you saved the game like right then. You gave the two players an option to choose to play it out from that position. Dewalt would say no thanks, I'll take a new game. Dandy would say yeah, that's fine, I can play from here. It's like Dandy was where he wanted to be. Dewalt had to try and find a way of breaking out of that position.
Just want to thank everyone for joining us and quickly mention that every single game is worth money, an equal percentage of the total prize, so there is an incentive to try to play every single game and win. Pato, would you like to repeat that in Spanish for our wonderful guests?
Of course, how much money is for each game?
I think it's over $400 prize pool right now.
Ok, gente, como les va, les aclaro una cosa que Ox quería traducir. El pool, gracias a sus generosas donaciones y a Alpha X, digamos, y a los sponsors de este match, conseguimos un pozo de $400, así que cada game vale, digamos, este pozo repartido. Así que si no saqué mal la cuenta, son casi unos $40 por partida. Así que imagínense que Dandy se tiene que poner las pilas para tirar un doble factory y sacar plata, si no, le pagamos la facultad a los hijos de Dewalt. Así que nuevamente gracias a los que están mirando por el apoyo, espero que le estén pasando bien. Abrazo a todo el chat, un abrazo especial al Clan Guardians de Bolivia, a los grandes amigos, a Jaime y compañía, Sas, JC y mis amigos de Bolivia que siempre apoyan.
Thank you very much. Big shout out to Sushi for sponsoring this event, and a huge thanks to CRVT and Des for contributing to the prize pool.
Alright, we got another 2VP on Fighting Spirit. It's kind of nice to see this map. You don't really see this played as often in you know, the more recent map pools here. I kind of like the positions for Dandy here, right? Being able to take that 12 o'clock as your third and then push towards Dewalt's main. I think it could be pretty strong here.
Un saludo especial al Clan Shadow de Lima, Perú.
I love you, Pato.
I love you too.
We've like
Six
burned
boys
him to
together.
become the Spanish moderator. All I was expecting was a few Spanish greetings, but you've been wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I like taking it for the next level. We have two expert casters, so I ain't taking the bad seat.
You're
Just
being
controlling.
hospitable, right? And making people feel at home. Thank you very much. I'm sure Trovo appreciates it very much.
I'm sorry, but I muted my microphone when I announced the players.
Oh, you're all good.
My bad. Machine, your point about the base locations, I think, yeah, 12 o'clock being towards the opponent as a like launching pad for an attack, certainly it would be good in a lot of situations. I worry that Dewalt's speed shadow usage is so good that I wouldn't want to have my third base like facing him just because of the potential for harass, but under normal circumstances, I agree with your point. It's just, it's player specific that I'd be afraid of Dewalt.
Yeah, that is a lot less travel time to that base, I guess, for Dewalt, which kind of makes sense.
Well, at the same time, his natural's got kind of shielded. If he was, say, bottom right, his natural would be exposed, so you, it's bad either way, I guess, whichever position you go. And Dandy's gone for the Gastus, and he's been completely unpunished. Whereas Dewalt is going for the 23 Nexus, which is, I mean, it's fine against a Gastus, but it's not ideal. You feel slightly behind in this spot. beauty of 23 Nexus. The 23 Nexus is always fine, no matter what Terran does. But it's this is a situation where you're looking at it thinking, well, I can't do any damage, and he's going to have an economic advantage. It's 25 Robo, so this is the most like generic build Dewalt could do. The first divergence we're going to see in terms of the two options it could go is whether he goes 3 Gateway Observer or 2 Gateway Viva. We've seen, I think, 3 Gateway Observer, and then delayed Viva later has been the style he's chosen so far.
I mean, it's kind of odd though. What's the advantage of the additional 3rd gateway if you're not really able to put any pressure on with like more Dragoons, let's say, early on?
So he doesn't know that it's gasless, and you need the 3rd gateway to be safe against a strong FD or like a 5 tank push.
He doesn't know that's gasless, even though, like, can't he tell that by the command center timing? Or?
Actually, I don't recall what his his probe saw the command center, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, in that case he does know it's gasless. Okay, he can get away with 2 gates.
Yeah. Okay,
I was thinking that he didn't see the CC, but of course he sacrificed a probe early, so he did.
Oh, I see. Huh.
So yeah, he can get away with 2 gate, and he's going 2 gate Reaver. It's if you don't know exactly what they're doing, you need the 3rd gateway to give you the excess building drone production capacity, so that you can hold some of the Terran timing pushes without
like
building the units ahead of time.
The 3 tank timing push that we saw earlier.
Yeah. Because what you don't want to do is build enough units that you can defend everything. If you build enough units that you can defend everything, you're actually behind because you're overinvested. So you build enough units that you can then adapt in a way that gives you the ability to defend anything. Wait, this is 1 gate Robo. This is interesting. So he actually has enough. Like he can't get more tanks, so he can't get more Dragoons very quickly. If there was any kind of push timing coming here, he would get punished. But his Reaver's going to be very quick.
Sorry, I want to say hi. Un saludo para la comunidad de Jauja Games que está mirando a full con este showmatch. Gracias por observar, chicos, por quedarse por el aguante.
I love it, man.
Same here, man. Pato, what do you think? How Dandy's doing playing this game?
I really don't know how to win this guy, so really.
Yeah.
First of all, Dandy outplays me in every way, in every matchup.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you, I'm sorry. Okay, so Dandy's actually playing this great. There's a tank in his main that's ready to adapt to any kind of drop, and there's an armory, and there's going to be Goliaths coming. Dandy's ready for this. Now he needs to pull that tank away as the shot. Okay, did he half the damage on the tank is the question, because if you pull back you can turn it from 100 damage into 50. But I want to see Goliaths right now. Okay, he didn't reduce the tank damage. Oh, and his SCVs weren't ready. Oh, no, it's all falling apart. Here are the Goliaths starting from the shuttle. He had the tools, he didn't have the multitasking.
Is there a formula to beat Dewalt?
So Dandy actually did it right. It was the execution here.
As in he had the correct build order, but yeah.
Yeah, he had all the right units he needed. It's so difficult to do. So
without a Goliath by the time that shuttle shows up, like how do you push it off? Like I mean, he didn't miscontrol the tanks. They were sieged. They were there.
So as the shuttle came in, I guess it was his 3rd tank overall, but another tank popped out of the one with the machine shop, and then both made Goliaths. So what he did miscontrol the tank. He didn't half the Reaver damage on it. You need to pull the tank back so that Scarab clips it rather than gets a full direct hit, which reduces the incoming Scarab damage. And then also at the natural, Dewalt came in and he went for the tank, and there needed to be an SCV pull to block the Dragoons so they didn't get onto the tank. But instead they got onto the tank, picked off the tank, and then were able to snipe the bunker too.
Got it.
It was such a big ask that I'm saying here, because Dewalt created like 2 micro fights simultaneously, both of which are quite challenging for Terran to deal with. And unfortunately both of them went badly for Dandy. Now, he didn't actually take that much damage. He got the shuttle, he got the Reaver. But it's like what would have been perfect there would be to pull the tank in a way that halves the Reaver damage, kill the Dragoon with the tank and the SCVs, then the Goliaths come out and they kill the shuttle. Instead, I think he lost 2 tanks in his main and 1 tank at his natural.
Saludo Clan Fire de Perú. Un abrazo para ustedes.
Dewalt
Now
coming
the-
in here with another shuttle, speed shuttle with a couple Reavers. Looks to be picking away at the supply depots once again, but I think this will get pushed away. Actually, this is a nice pickup, I feel like,
He's
for Dandy.
yeah, Dandy's getting paid for this. Dandy is and losing the buildings is unfortunate, but I mean, Dewalt did not want to lose these Reavers. These Reavers are actually what's going to give them the map control. These Reavers are what was meant to be holding up Dandy's pushes. And with the Reavers dead, that means there's nothing holding up Dandy's pushes.
Wow. Very nice.
I say there's
Very
nothing holding
nice.
up Dandy's pushes. Dandy is on 800 minerals, and the reason he's on 800 minerals is supply blocked. He lost his depots. But if you look at his factory count, and you look at the fact that the Reavers are dead, and Dandy, he's going to have a 1+1 timing attack here. His army's spinning, but it's about to stop spinning because his +1's about to be done. This is kind of similar to the Silphid game in the way that Dewalt's found an opening, but and Dandy's going to defend this, but it's just annoying.
I don't know. It's only 3 tanks on the ridge coming in with another shuttle, dropping those zealots on top of the cliff. I mean, he's looks like one
Tanks
tank
are the strongest
will
unit in the game.
survive. Yeah, they're
One
pretty
tank is
strong.
all it takes.
Oof. Yeah, quite a few dragoons there dropping, and zealots as well from Dewalt. Dandy hitting a timing's looking pretty. I don't know. He's still down like 30 supply. I feel like
Yeah, he's going to be able to spend that money now because that supply block disappeared when Dandy lost half his army.
I see.
Like Dewalt has a third base, but that third base is only now kicking in. These gateways that Dewalt is adding right now, that's from the third base. That's the third base economy, but those gateways represent 0 units so far. If Dandy's +1 is about to finish, and he's going to have a timing if he pushes like now. If those gateways come online, it's going to be too late. And if he goes, then
How many siege
I
tanks
think it
does
was.
Dandy have?
4 siege, it's all you need.
Hmm.
Because the siege tanks will never die. The vultures are going to take all the damage.
Okay.
The vultures will just screen forever. The vultures take reduced damage from dragoons, and mines take half damage from dragoons, and vultures have 3 mines each. He does need to go. Like Dewalt's supply is going to start going through the roof. Dewalt's going to be on like 150 in a minute.
I mean, Dewalt's forcing him to leapfrog though with these siege tanks. He's got to be constantly unsieging and sieging those tanks and moving forward if he wants to gain any ground against this Reaver.
Yeah, I mean that is the challenge. It's a mini game where you have to try and keep the shuttle alive against Goliath with range, but at the same time, if you can, you force the Terran to constantly siege and unsiege to push forwards. And I mean, Dewalt's doing it. Dewalt's buying the time. That Reaver's just sitting there by itself. So Dandy's push just stopped. That he's had his +1 for like 30 seconds now, and he hasn't moved. He's got to move.
He was trying. Maybe he was trying to build that mine wall in order to get a flanking position or something from mines. I don't know.
So
But,
one issue is Dandy hasn't killed the observer, and like it's so much harder to do this as Protoss if you can't see where the Terran army is. Like because the challenge is that you if the Terran is unsieging and moving forward, you have to attack them, and then if they siege, you have to move back. And if you can't see them, that's really difficult. If you have vision, it's such. Okay, there we go. He's worked out what's going on. He goes, wait a second. Dewalt seems to be doing like the perfect movement against me. What's going on here?
Oh, we got caught unsieged with those 4 tanks in the back.
Yeah, but the first shuttle
unfortunately.
goes down without dropping any units. Second one only has the Viva. Okay, yeah, it's not going to matter. Dewalt has too much stuff.
Yeah, just too many zealots, too many dragoons.
He waited too long. These are the units from those gateways that were still coming online when +1 finished. If you wait, then those gateways come online and the units come out. Like, and Dandy was trying to push. He just Dewalt delayed him forever.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, it's some difficult micro. Reavers, next to siege tanks have a very long range. So it's really like it's an annoying micro to have to constantly be leapfrogging and pushing immediately. But pretty necessary.
Yeah, and it can go badly wrong for the Protoss too because of Goliath range. That if the Protoss is not paying attention for 1 second, the Goliath will just pick off the shuttle. However, the Observer makes that so much easier. You have to kill the Observer when you're doing this. You just have to.
And counter drop coming in here in the natural of Dandy. Looks like he's gonna get a few SCVs there. Picks off a turret.
Yeah, the turret, so you gotta get it out alive. Yeah, I mean, at this point the game's over.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be tough for Dandy to come back from here.
He's got no army. He's doubled in supply. He's down 80 supply. It's
2 base all in,
his timing is
GG.
gone. Yeah. And that one Reaver just slowed it for I mean, he could have just under siege and attack moved into it, and the Reaver would have died, or had to be picked up, and at least he would have taken the position on the map he wanted. It's one Reaver cost him so much time.
Dewalt just keeps finding a hole for those Reavers. He's so good at attaining value with them. You know, I feel like he's just so strong with this build and this time.
Oh, that Vulture under the tree! That Vulture under the tree will not die ever.
That was very nice, and he's targeting the other Vulture under the tree.
If Dandy wins this because of that Vulture under the tree, that's going to be amazing. Like there were 12 Dragoons shooting it, it just wouldn't die.
Yeah, that was nuts. Wow. I mean, Dandy's got himself a nice little foothold here outside of Dewalt's natural. Not too bad.
Yeah, but Dewalt's got the gateway.
Upgrades.
Yeah.
They are 1-1.
And it's going to be 1-1 because that's all it
1-0.
can be for Dandy.
And Protoss.
Protoss is
1-0.
Yeah. Dandy killed that mine. Okay, there we go. Dandy's killed the mine. He was playing chicken with it. He's going, okay, I bet I can kill this. I bet I can kill the Zealot before the Zealot mine drags. Over and over. But he eventually just, he gave up and killed it. I like this Vulture play, but there's actually no probes down there for him to catch. He's going fishing, and it's a smart idea, but it's not actually worthwhile just because Dewalt doesn't have anything. Okay, now he's going to catch him. Here's the Maynard.
Oh,
Oh,
nope.
oh, he's
gonna
gone.
walk by him. Oh shoot. I mean, getting a few more tanks sieged up here, pushing into this natural choke. I mean, if he goes any further, he's gonna force Dewalt to back up.
Yeah. Dewalt doesn't have a flank, which is bad, but I mean, Dandy... But he does have speed shuttles, and speed shuttles, you make your own flank.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about getting onto tanks. And this is a good position, but at the same time, it's 4 bases against 2, and he's got no upgrades, so... There's... By the time he actually gets into the natural, Dewalt's going to be on 200 supply. And Dewalt doesn't need good trades, Dewalt just needs money.
Yeah, that's very true.
This is kind of bullshit though, that Terran is down 70 supply and is successfully pushing. That's a lot of mines. Ooh.
Yeah, that was a huge mine drag. Oh man.
He's going to get
Didn't
those
kill
goons for
many
free.
units for it.
And if he gets these goons, he can actually push the bottom right as well if he wants. Because
Oh
Dewalt
my
has no
goodness.
units on the map. Yeah. I would
Looks
like to
these
see more
speed
Goliaths.
shells are going for a counter. I think Dandy's he's gonna push in here to this natural. Looks like he's moving everything.
And Dandy's not going back for anything at this point. You can counterattack him all you like. You can drop his main. He's not turning around. He says this is the push.
This is it, Michael.
So Dewalt's killed his own wall at 3 o'clock to get some units out on the map so he can go for a flank. That was a good decision. That was strong.
Big shuttle drop coming in. He unsieges just in time. I like the unsiege timing.
Oh, mine. Oh, he moves away from the mine.
He moved
oh,
away.
second mine. Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
And now there's only dragoons left. Dandy's done it.
Don't say it, dude.
Dandy's done it.
Don't jinx it. Stop. I don't know if I can handle it.
Look, these boats are going to screen forever. There's no more shuttles. How's he going to get an angle on this?
I don't know.
How's he going to get
but
an angle on this
he's
Terran army?
in a tough spot here. He's in a real tough spot here for Dewalt.
Oh, there's the mine. That mine that didn't blow up earlier. Okay, yeah, I jinxed it. Sorry, Dandy. This is my fault.
Man, amazing engagement here from Dewalt. I feel like the economy's just kicking in at this point. As you were saying before, he doesn't need the most efficient trades. He
What the
doesn't need the
fuck?
most effective trades. You just gotta trade.
You made me believe.
I
Them
know.
Kwark.
It was a pretty awesome little timing, though, I gotta say.
But Dandy was also just playing like mine chicken. He was like, okay, so I'm gonna leave these mines here, and I'm gonna
Okay. That's
I'm gonna
how
kill the
my-
zealot before the mine blows up every single time. And eventually, it was a mine too many.
The Dream Scramble. A battle cruiser operational for Minsk as well. I'm sorry, Dandy, it's 5-0. Oh my god.
Dandy
You
made me
what?
believe that game. I was
Yeah,
sure
we
he was
all
dead, but
You made me believe.
I
Take
thought so
responsibility.
I
You
thought
made
so
me
too.
believe.
I thought it was a little push that could, you know,
yeah,
like
he
just
was
chugging
so far
away.
behind. But then
I'm still
like,
here.
Yeah.
Still,
That flank
was,
coming from 3
a good
o'clock.
game.
Because all of the vultures were in Dewalt's natural, just buffering for the tanks, and then behind the first set of tanks there was like another 6 tanks just in a tight group ready to shell anything that attacked the first group of tanks. But then the flank got on top of them and there was nothing buffering for them, so all 6 just died immediately.
Yeah, that was, I mean, just pretty well timed. I'd like the triple shuttle drop with zealot bombs on top of the tanks. Like, I mean, that's tough to control. Absolutely.
I would have liked to see more Goliaths. Like 2 or 3 Goliaths is fine normally because you only have to kill 1 shot and a few observers. But that game, I mean, there's shuttles coming in constantly. Okay, Optimizer is an interesting map, especially for Dandy style, because Optimizer, like 2-base Terran, has the most ridiculous push timings.
Yeah, they really do. Especially have like vertical positions on this map. I don't know what you do.
Even just the extra mineral patches, it's as a Terran, you just whatever build you normally would do as like a 2-base all-in, do that but with 2 more factories.
It'll be interesting to see what build Dewalt comes up with to try to counter it. I think speed shuttle like storm timings are popular here, right? Because of the 3rd gas in the main, like gives you some kind of unique timings.
Yeah, I think Dewalt's standard style is actually going to be really good for how he's going to deal with this map, because you do need to play to disrupt the Terran pushes. You do need to make sure that you're hitting their main with some kind of like counterattack with shuttles as they're going for their 1-1 timing. I had this map vetoed just because I find the 1-1 Terran push on this map so difficult to deal with, because I fight it out in the map, which means that it's just it's like a normal PvT, except they have way more vultures than normal and you can't get on top of the tanks. But Dewalt has a much better style than I do. Dewalt plays this with the very clean Korean meta with the speed shuttles, and that is the correct way to deal with what Terrans can do on this map. So he's not going to have the same issues that I have, but like 2-base pushes on this map are just so strong.
Yeah, I was thinking like this map, 2-base timings or 3-base timings are really strong in vertical positions. How do you feel about their positions currently?
A vertical is obviously easier just because you can push their natural and you get a free expansion on the way. But I mean, I'd rather be close position than cross as Dandy.
Sorry,
Oh,
are
okay.
the matches going to be posted on YouTube later when they finish?
Yeah, that's right, on Team Think Quick TTV.
Ok, entonces a todos los que estén cansados, tengan que trabajar mañana o no aguanten, el bot de este partido va a estar posteado más tarde en el canal de YouTube de Team Think Quick. Ahora voy a dejar el link para que mañana puedan poder revivir estas lindas partidas entre Terror, Khala, Dandy y Dewalt. Un abrazo.
Kind of a forward gateway going down here from Dewalt.
Yeah, the question is it's going to be Zealot, Goon, or is this going to be Zealot next? Both good options. Now Dandy is taking his gas, so the Zealot harass is not going to be too dangerous. I think that what Dewalt's doing is he's fishing for gasless. He's saying, okay, if you go gasless, this is just going to kill you. Like the Zealot's going to be in your base too quickly. I'm going to steal your gas, and you're going to have nothing in time for the Dragoon. But it's obviously that's not what Dandy's doing. Dandy is taking his gas, so Dewalt's just going to have to take his gas and adapt. He's creating opportunities for himself. If Dandy were to do a different build to the one Dandy's done, Dewalt could win. If Dandy has done the build that he has, then it's just going to become a Zealot versus Marine micro battle. Now, Dandy doesn't know
you say that, he's still going Zealot, it looks like. So
yeah, Zealot Goon. It's pretty standard. It might actually be 3 Zealots on the Goon, depends on the core timing.
Very nice control there by Dewalt. He's going to delay this bunker a little bit, maybe get an SCV kill, maybe not.
Yeah, the question is the factory going to go straight for the Vulture, or is it going to go I think he's going to have to force the Vulture. Yeah, here it is. He's going for the Vulture. Now, the Vulture can obviously kill infinite Zealots because it's the Vulture. However, then the Dragoon comes in.
These Zealots are both very healthy. I feel like they can just start picking away at that mineral line.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Of Dandy.
Like, the Vulture, they're not going to fight the Vulture because there's no point, because the Vulture can live forever. But, I say that, I mean...
It almost kills off that Vulture, actually.
Yeah.
Kwark, please, you're the Dandy's worst enemy.
And now the Marines are dead, there's going to be nothing for the Dragoon.
And that command center is going to be delayed even longer here.
Yeah, he's had to build a second Vulture. You don't want to build a second Vulture. You want to go Vulture machine shop tank, because the Vultures do nothing against Dragoons. A Dragoon can kill infinite Vultures because they do like 4 damage a hit. So it's you want to rush out the tank. Okay, he's given up on the expansion. He's just going second factory.
I was going to say, does this give Dandy an odd timing where he could maybe sneak a couple of... no way. There's a wall off.
No, but I do like the second factory because he has telegraphed that he's going for an expansion. And then he's lost so many Marines behind. Because you have to rebuild the Marines for the Dragoon. And then once you've rebuilt the Marines, you've invested like 800 minerals in the Marines. It's ridiculous.
I don't know, man. You're Dandy. You're down 5 games and you're getting finally to play on Optimizer. And you're going to use Optimizer on a 2-fact? I don't know.
But he's telegraphed it as a expansion play.
That's
and
true.
Dewalt doesn't have any vision of the CC. And he won't because there's going to be Marines in the bunker. This is... Oh, and if he can put mines behind the Dragoons as well. Oh, Dewalt is so disciplined. I love that play. I love that play so much.
Yeah, he's scouting no command
okay,
center.
there's a risk here that I will just immediately die to a 2-fac. Why not take a look?
Robo going down here for Dewalt. Wow, nice wall off, blocking off those 2 Vultures from entering the main.
If Dewalt did not do that poke to check the CC, those 2 Vultures would have placed mines behind the Dragoons. And then Dandy pushes that with the tanks, the Dragoons run backwards into the mines, and it's GG. Like,
Please,
every
Dewalt,
Protoss has lost that way before.
I
Make
know,
a mistake for
seriously.
Dewalt.
Yeah, this was such an easy game for Dewalt to lose, if that makes sense. You don't even have to make a very big mistake to lose this game.
Dewalt is like a T-300.
Yeah.
It's a droid. Unkillable droid, I don't know.
Yeah, he definitely is. Unkillable android. He's the Terminator. He's so strong. He just wasn't going to let a little mistake like that lose him the game.
Yeah,
I'll be back.
It's about the discipline. It's
I'll be back.
like he's one of those players who like has that mental checklist, and before he commits to anything, he says, "Okay, I want to make sure I understand exactly what I'm playing against," and he goes through the checklist and he does the counter. So the counter to no CC quick 2-fac is checking, making sure that I know it's coming. He should have a robo for shutter bombs soon.
Will he stop it though?
mass gateways.
He's pulling a lot of probes.
He should
with
be able to
this.
stop it. He just needs to get onto the tanks.
Is that normal to pull so many probes?
I don't know.
So now the Marines are dead.
Wow.
He might be able to get onto the tanks because the Marines will buffer because they each take 4 heads to kill. No more Vultures. Marines are mostly low hit points. I think he's done. I think Dewalt's fine. I
How
think
this
the Vultures
is
are a good choice.
possible? He tips me and I'm not playing.
He's just so strong.
I would just slam the door and I don't know.
He's done it again.
I like the probe pull there. I feel like that's kind of unique. I don't see that very often.
Yeah,
It's too
because
bad.
it can end so badly for you if the probe pull goes wrong. You're like, well, I held the push, but all my probes are dead.
He
but-
lost the majority of them. He really did. But oh my,
Oh, not good, not good.
Fine, there's no more tanks.
yeah.
This is
I thought
because
those last 2 tanks were gonna live. For
Hey,
some
we have
reason.
lots of probes. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
You tricked me again.
That's all I'm here for. I'm just to
Yes.
trick everybody.
Dandy had like 4 tanks, and he was going to use those same 4 tanks forever with a vulture flood to
GG,
keep the
oh
tanks
my
alive.
god.
GG.
Once Dewalt kills the tanks, the push is gone. That's just he
Come
just
with
checks
me
it.
if you
He
want to
says,
live.
that was such an easy game to lose. Like
Hasta la
you-
vista,
you can
baby.
definitely imagine Dandy winning that game. Dewalt doesn't check for the expansion. He just does like long range shots on the bunker, and Dandy doesn't show the tanks. He just repairs the bunker, and then suddenly Dandy pushes that with 3 tanks. The dragoons run backwards into the minefield. Dandy wins the game. Like it's not difficult to imagine that because that happens all the fucking time. It just doesn't happen to Dewalt.
I was convinced too. It you know, he didn't see the command center. Everything that this double zealot scout inside the main said, you know, one fact expo, and man, Dewalt just diligent, you know, just really diligent.
And
There-
I'm pretty
there was
sure
no reason to do that.
pretty sure Dandy did
Yeah.
plan to expand, but he said he realized that actually he'd taken a bit of damage, and that he'd telegraphed it was an expansion so he could trick Dewalt.
Vamos, Dandy, ¿para qué te traje? Gané un partido, carajo.
Ox, you might want to move down into the observer slot.
Pato, could you also let people know that Jan will be casting it in Spanish? I'll be giving him the replays. Big shout out to him for promoting this event. So in case people
Okay,
wanted to
sure.
catch Spanish cast,
Sure.
it'll be available on his YouTube. Big shout out to Jan.
Un abrazo, Jan, amigo querido. Bueno, gentita, Ox acaba de informar de que van a pasar estos replays, se lo van a facilitar a Jan de StarCraft Remastered. Y el día de mañana va a estar casteando estos mismos games en español que tanto están pidiendo. Así que sigan, estén atentos, que el amigo Jan nos va a brindar una cobertura de este showmatch increíble en su canal. Un abrazo.
Okay, so in the lime green, we have Dandy as the Terran at call that 11 o'clock on Ringing Bloom.
And down at the bottom right, as the I don't even know what kind of color that is, like tan-ish color Protoss, we have Dewalt.
I would quite like to see a 13cc on this map by Dandy, just because it's it's like a percentage play. You get an advantage some of the time, and yes, you lose some of the games immediately, but Dewalt is such a good player that I think it's time to start just doing percentage plays.
Yeah, agreed. Also, I mean, I think it is kind of better on a map like Ringing Bloom as well, right? Like, your natural is very easily protected by your main already. You're obviously going to defend your main anyway. You know, it just seems like it could be a simple way that Dandy could get a slight advantage early on in a game with Dewalt.
And Dewalt just going straight for the 12 next himself.
All right.
I
so
like
then
that he looked in the middle though. I think that's because if you're playing against Dandy for money and you think you're the better player, then you don't want to lose a game by doing 12 next into BBS.
No, definitely not.
He's actually doing it as a 13 next. That's because he sent the probe scout out, so it delayed his mining somewhat. But it's this is going to be a late gateway. He's going 14 gateway. This is like the greediest version of this Dewalt could do. The later gateway with the additional probes means he's going to actually have to build a second pylon. He can't use his nexus for supply, and that's going to that's the second pylon.
Okay.
So this is like a very eco-heavy. The tech's actually going to be quite delayed. He's going to have to hold the zealots for a bit, but he's going to find his cross positions This is actually like a dream scenario for Dewalt. He's gone for the greediest expansion play possible, and he's going to not get punished at all.
And from what I know, even once Dandy scouts inside his main, like a 2-fact isn't a counter to this, right?
No, you're completely correct. The 2-fact actually loses to fast expand because Protoss can just take gas and then add like 4 gateways.
So what's the correction? How can Dandy try to optimize once he recognizes this?
He has to take his own expansion, but it's a really feel bad moment. Like, okay, well I guess I'm playing from behind. You go into the Protoss base and you look at it and go, okay, so wait a second, you're going to have 2 Zealots, so I can't punish it right now. And then by the time I get my factories, okay, it's going for the 2-fact. By the time I get my factories and build my units to get across the map, there's going to be mass dragoons, and you're going to have the economy to support it. So Dandy's in a really tough position here because he can choose to either play from behind or he can go all in, and they're both terrible choices. He's choosing to go all in. This shouldn't work. Now the high ground Vax makes it slightly easier because the Vax is going to be flashing. What is it? I mean, it should be flashing. He should be making nothing but units out of everything. Yeah, it is flashing. And if Dewalt sees the Vax flashing in this position after going for a fast expansion, he knows it's going to be a push. But because the Vax is up a ramp, he can't get that information. Even so, 4 Marines should be a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. 4 Marines on the low ground, as opposed to sitting them on the ramp in a defensive position, like that almost gives it away itself.
Yeah, I'd like to see 2 Marines low ground and then the rest on high ground. And I don't know how Dandy plans to take Dewalt's high ground. Part of the issue with this map is he has to take that choke there, and Dewalt's already narrowing it with the buildings.
Yeah, he is.
It's going to be so difficult.
So what should Dandy do to beat Dewalt?
He should have gone 13cc on this map, like I said.
2 factory again.
2 factory
Cross
on the.
position.
Yeah, I mean, this is unfortunate, but 13cc would have been the build. Once you get a second scout after descending a late SCV, and you've already committed to your factory and you learn they went 12 next. Well, it's not even a 12 next. This was like a 13 next, 14 gateway, like 16 pylon mass probe opening too. He's not sending enough SCVs. I don't see any reason why you don't send like all but like 4 SCVs with this. Like, okay. What are you going to transition into? What are you saving these SCVs for?
Yeah, it's kind of fair.
Like if he tries to build a bunker and the SCV gets picked off and he only sent 2 SCVs, that's going to be sad.
I mean, Dewalt knows it's coming.
I don't know why. I have this slight my intuition says that we're going to see all 2 factory games.
He should have taken the SCVs off gas. He's all in, and yet he's not going all in. Like he's spamming vultures. He's making nothing but vultures, and his gas is going up.
Oh, picks off 1 Dragoon already. The siege timing. 2 go down. His first siege tank does drop. Laying down a few mines.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Dewalt's taking this fight because I mean this is where siege tanks are strongest. There's so much terrain here that dragoons which have like range 6 can be countered by or can be kited by the siege tanks which have range like 10. If you Dewalt waits and like draws Dandy into his base a little bit further, then the siege tanks will be in a spot where he can't get kited. This is looking really good for Dandy actually.
Yeah, it is actually.
Like, I don't know why Dewalt's taking this the way he is. I don't know why. I mean, he went 4 Gateway Observer. That is the correct play here. He does need the Observer, so 4 Gateway Observer. But then these Vultures have done so much damage. He's going to lose another one. Holy shit. Like, 2 Vultures just killed, like, 4 Dragoons with mines.
I don't think he was poking at the front at the same time, though, unfortunately.
Is he going to get another one? No, okay, he's clean. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, a bunch of kind of bruised Dragoons, still slowly pushing into the main.
Like 4 Dragoons, including that one that was in yellow health, that was like 4.5 Dragoons for Like, that was the best trade Dandy's ever made.
Do you just keep making bunkers and just
Yeah,
crawl?
because he lost way too many dragoons. I just don't understand why that happened. Like, Dandy's taking some really questionable fights here and not. Like, so not Dandy. Sorry, Dewalt's taking some really that fight at the ramp was terrible, and then he let
just
the vultures
happens.
get into his natural. There was no pylon wall, and B he then ran dragoons one at a time into a minefield, trying to do something about it. Yeah,
Might
Dandy's
have
got it. Dandy's got it.
Underestimated the timing. Yeah, I feel like once these gateways go down the front here, I mean that's kind of going to be it for Dewalt's production.
I just, you look at this and think, okay, wait a second, if you had 8 more dragoons, this would actually not be too bad.
Oh, he does have a Reaver out though. That Reaver worries me. Here we
Hold
go.
my hand, Bryce.
I know, please, Pato.
Mind drag,
Come on,
okay,
avoid that
mind drag
Reaver.
doesn't go off.
That river.
The probe's stopping it.
Seriously.
I can't get past the probe. Okay, there we go, the Reaver's out. Oh, Reaver's not having a good time.
Ooh, Reaver dropped almost instantly. Good focusing by Dandy on those final remaining siege tanks.
Oh, he doesn't even get the SCV.
GG. Yes!
There
We
was
got it!
There were some
GG.
very questionable decisions there by Dewalt.
Battle cruiser operational. Well done. Yes, yeah.
That was amazing by Dandy. Wow, it
That
was
decision
funny.
to take the fight where there was all that terrain between them and the tanks could fire across the terrain but the dragoons couldn't. I don't know about that.
You know what? It's just Dewalt showing that he's mortal. You know,
Yeah.
he could drop games just like everybody else, but still, I mean, that's the caliber of player that he needs to play to drop games. Dandy just did a really great job controlling that, positioning the siege tanks properly right behind the Vespian Geyser, like didn't overextend. I mean, you gotta hats off to Dandy there. That was really well played.
Yeah, and that's a great point. I'm looking at this saying that position there that Dandy took was really bad for Dewalt to attack, as if it was just like an act of God, and Dewalt made a mistake by attacking it. Dandy created that position. Dandy looked at it and said, okay, if I put the tanks here, the tanks can shoot the high ground, but the high ground can't shoot the tanks.
Yep, absolutely. And, you know, Dewalt maybe thought he saw a little bit of an opening. I mean, he was able to pick off the single siege tank early on from the high ground, but not enough, you know?
Yeah, it was, well, that's the beauty of that spot, is that like 2 dragoons side by side, if they're perfectly positioned, can shoot at a tank. But he had like 8 dragoons, and of them only 2 were firing, and that's only when they're positioned. Whereas once one of them dies, the dragoons behind have to try and like shuffle back and forth, fight with each other till one of them eventually moves forwards and takes the spot in range, and then that one dies, and then the next one tries to get forwards. Like there were 4 tanks firing back at them. It was a terrible fight to take.
So, okay, the next map is Sparkle. Pato, do you want to tell people, just for fun's sake, that this was a map chosen by Dandy, and the next one, I guess, is chosen by Dewalt, Gladiator?
Of course, honey buns.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Ok, then. Buena gente, el siguiente mapa que se viene es ni más ni menos que Sparkle. Yo no lo conozco, es un mapa que eligió, cada jugador tenía la opción de elegir un mapa. Dewalt eligió Colosseum y en este caso Dandy eligió este mapa, así que parece que lo conoce bien y se tiene fe para ganar sacarle otro mapa a este querido Dewalt. Así que vamos a ver qué pasa en Sparkle. Vamos a ver.
Gracias.
Gracias, Achoo. So,
Have you guys ever played on Sparkle?
never. I didn't know that it existed, so...
Do you know
Go
why he
figure.
would pick this map? Because
I
I thought island maps aren't very good for Terran.
No, they are.
They're
But I know
fine
nothing.
for Terran.
Is that
It's
right?
Zergs who struggle on them, but this map has a second base that only Zergs can take, because there's a creep all over it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually Zerg that struggles on island maps. I used to hate when they would put island maps in WCG map pools and things back in the day. It's like literally a Zerg's nightmare.
Yeah, Gorky
Khala.
was impossible.
Just
CVT and
just
Estrella.
impossible. Estrella
Well,
was the one
yeah.
that just like drove me crazy.
Yeah.
I actually
okay,
reached
full
a
Goliath.
breaking.
Full Goliath. Okay, no problem.
Okay, so this is already interesting. Dandy is going for a tech build, and Dewalt is obviously going fast expansion. Now, fast expansion is the correct way to play island maps, because you everybody in island maps knows that it's like a 10-minute no rush game, and so you take an expansion. Why would you ever not take an expansion? However, Dandy has something planned. We don't know what it is yet, but we know he has something planned because he's doing a rush of some kind. Could be wraiths, could be vultures, and it could be like bio. I guess you could do a very quick medic drop, although I don't know why you would because of Viva perhaps. But let's wait and see. Dandy has a plan for us.
Yeah, I mean, you don't just pick a map like this without a plan, like you're saying. So, this was the one that I was really intrigued to see. Floats the early barracks. It's kind of a cute way for Terran on island maps to get that free scout early on. You know, obviously there's not really too much of a purpose to building Marines in your main at the beginning, and you know, meanwhile Protoss doesn't really have any type of way to scout early until you get those, you know, shuttle or observer tech out. Or I guess you could open Stargate, but I don't think it's too common to open Corsair PvT.
Well, with Corsair moving shots, you can kill dropships. Corsair's fast enough. You can chase it.
Really? Okay, so Corsair opening is a thing on island maps against Terran?
I mean, it's island maps kind of have their own weird meta. I don't want to be like an authority on this and say yes, definitely. If you play Sparkle, open Corsair. I can see it. Like I remember seeing a PvP on Sparkle where it's going to be Devil's Support Wraith. Beautiful. I remember seeing a PvP where the Protoss opened Corsair and the other Protoss opened Shuttle, and he tried to run his shuttle in across the map while the Corsair was doing moving shots on it, and for some reason he believed it would make it there. It's one of those situations where you go, surely you practiced this. Surely in your... This is like a pro level match, you had a practice partner like show you if it could make it. Because it didn't make it, the shuttle just died.
Really? That's so funny.
It was the weirdest situation because I mean, he's a pro gamer. He must know if a shuttle can make it across that. He could have turned around at any time and just put the Reaver out, but he didn't. But anyway, 2 Stargate Wraith, and he's going to go for cloak with these as well.
I mean, that's the build. Like, you pick an island map and you want to go 2-port Wraith. I feel like it's almost expected sometimes.
Okay, we're getting a Corsair rush. I do like the Corsair is the quickest way to scout as well. That's one advantage of it, is that it's much faster than observers. It's faster to get than observers because you just need the Stargate. You don't need the observatory, and you can just get vision on the map. Dandy adding the academy. He's going comsat with Wraiths.
Looks to be actually just a perfect counter. Like,
So
I would assume Corsairs are great against Wraiths.
Yeah, and also they can shoot cloaked Wraiths by attacking each other.
Oh, that's cute. Okay. You just really need to see one Wraith, 2 even. So if one goes uncloaked in the middle of the fight, it could be devastating.
Oh no, you just you look for the blur, then you put one of your Corsairs on top of the Wraiths, and then you shoot your Corsair.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. It's kind of like the Archon Zealot trick for killing DTs and things like that.
Yeah. And I mean, Dewalt's going to know exactly what it is now. He goes, okay, 1 Stargate, 1 Starport, 2 Starports. Yep, we're good. And that's got to be a forge. Show me a forge.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is a sad situation for Dandy, but I mean, this shouldn't work. Wraiths have enough DPS to stop 1 cannon from building, but Dewalt's just going to start 3 cannons at once.
Good control there by Dewalt.
Okay, where are the cannons in the main?
No cannons quite in the main yet.
I'm surprised. I mean, he's getting +1 gun attack. This is a weird choice. If I saw my opponent going Cloak Wraith Rush, I would stop building everything but cannons. I'd just put like 5 cannons at each base.
mean, very well may be the answer, but Dandy's doing a good amount of economic damage here to these probes. Forced, you know, as you said, quite a few cannons anyway. Kills off the early Corsair.
He rushed the forge. That's the weirdest thing about this, is that he rushed the forge. Like, he sees 2-starport Cloak Wraith and he rushes forge, and like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. He's going to make the cannons, then he's going to be fine. And then he doesn't make the cannons. It's the weird.
Yeah,
Instead, he
he's
gets
also-
a quick +1 ground attack. It makes you wonder if +1 ground attack was always his plan, and the fact that Forge can make cannons is just incidental.
It's only mining with 2 on gas that the natural is Dewalt. Gotta adjust that here pretty soon. Meanwhile, Dandy getting his own natural expansion. Looks to be up here pretty shortly. I don't know. I think Dandy's in a pretty alright spot.
Yeah, I think
now that
Dandy's
this
ahead.
is kind of evening out. Yeah.
So normally, if you go for Wraiths and they don't kill the opponent, they're worthless. You can't transition out of them. But this is Sparkle, so normal rules don't apply. All of these Wraiths that he has here actually are going to give him continued value throughout the game. Firstly, Dewalt can't leave his base till he has Robo, and he's nowhere near Robo. He's gone for +1 ground over Robo, which again, that's a very odd decision to me. But secondly, it's even once he leaves his base, he's going to lose shuttles. Okay, there's his Robo. He's going to lose shuttles. He's going to have trouble taking another expansion. Like Dandy can just control the air for forever. He can just patrol around exactly as he's doing.
I feel like Corsairs would eventually counter it, though. No?
But there's a Valkyrie being built now, and a 3rd starport.
Let's see. Corsair
haven't
versus
seen-
Valkyrie.
Yeah, I haven't seen Valkyrie Corsair fights.
Well, this is gonna get real fun real quick here.
I think
No,
that +1 ground attack is never going to get used. I think that's a very questionable. He should be getting +1 air. Just go,
I was
okay, you know
thinking the
what?
same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was wondering why he wasn't getting +1 air on that core at the moment. I feel like, you know, even armor or something like that would be great.
I'm told that +1 air armor is actually a thing with the shuttle build. It gives them like 1 more turret hit before they die.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. I did not know that.
Okay, so
Huh.
Dewalt is sneaking out a probe onto the mainland by the look of it. These Wraiths should clear that up. That's basically the only thing they're for.
Needs to get scouted though. Unfortunately, those Valkyries and Wraiths not quite in position to do so.
Yeah,
Should probably be bringing them in shortly though.
and also I like the buildings that he's using to scout.
Yeah. I mean, why not? They're not gonna, you know, come in handy. You know, you're not gonna be getting any bio upgrades on your Marines.
Oh, very nice
Nice.
pickoff.
Huge shuttle pickoff. Wow,
Yeah, just because-
beautiful.
There's only 1 Robo, and that Robo needs to be building observers constantly because he's up against a Cloak Wraith, and that means that like shuttle build time is at a premium. It's whatever you kill isn't getting replaced. Okay, 2nd Robo. Never mind. I said there's only 1 Robo. We look at his base, 2 Robos. That's a great decision by Dewalt though, because as I was saying, it's the Robo build time it's a bottleneck. He's got 3 starports. He's getting an army upgrade. Is this going to be +1 air attack?
I think it is. I think he's just going mass Wraith Valkyrie, and he's going to try to keep air control. I wonder if BCs could be useful in something like this. Oh man, he better not lose those Valkyries though. Ooh, 1 Valkyrie does go down.
Yeah,
bit
BCs
of
normally
miscontrol.
aren't a thing in this matchup just because Stasis hard counters them, and Carriers hard counter them, and Storm hard counters them, and Mind Control hard counters them, and Goons hard counter them. But
Got it. Okay. Noted. BCs are not good.
I mean, I want them to be good, but you look at the situations, you're like, okay, what Photos thing does BCs be? And you go through the list, and there's no situation where you want them.
Okay. Definitely good TBT.
Is he going to catch a shuttle? I guess that observer's going to look first.
Which is exactly what he needs to be doing
Yeah.
at this point. You know, will Dandy see it? He still could scan the observer.
Danny was actually going in for a play at the same time. Oh, that's a lot of
Big
damage.
connects on those Valkyries. Oh, and he's actually going to snipe those
Oh,
shuttles
those were
at the
loaded
same
too.
time.
Those shuttles had beavers in them. That's a lot.
I mean,
Can we
Dandy
see if
showed
any
us
air
why he
upgrades
wanted
have
to play
finished yet?
Sparkle.
Yeah, Dandy had a plan. Okay, sorry, on the mech. Yeah. +1 air attack.
+1 air
And he's
attack.
got a side facility, so I think +2's going. I wouldn't mind seeing some air armor just because he's up against Corsairs.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, he's getting it. Okay, it's double armory.
Yeah, double armory for air. Wow.
And the shield batteries to wrap the shield damage from the Valkyries. This is an interesting game. I'm glad that we let them pick a map, and I'm glad that Dandy picked Sparkle.
Yeah,
Somebody in chat
absolutely.
is calling Arbiter Hallucination to get off the island, and I don't think he's wrong. Like, with the number of shuttles that have died, I don't know that you're going to get it done with shuttles against Mass Wraith.
Not against Mass Wraith Valkyrie. I don't think so. A couple more Valkyries joining the force here. Man, this has been a nuts game. I mean, what do you do if you're Dewalt from here? You just keep massing your Corsairs. I mean, there's
Well,
not really a place to elevate her down.
Air armor's coming too, so you say keep massing the Corsairs. Dwart is getting his +1 air attack, but he's already behind on upgrades. He's actually going to be falling further behind. Unless there's a fleet beacon that I can't see, it's his Corsairs are going to get incrementally less effective through the game. He's got all these gateways, but how's he going to get the units off the island?
I think it's kind of interesting that Dandy's opted not to take that small mineral only in his main. He just floated a command center, or took another main pretty quickly.
The waves are stacked, and Dandy got moving shots on them. That's the issue with Corsairs, is that they can do a lot very quickly against stacked units.
Yeah,
I think we all agree we didn't see this game coming.
No, we
No,
definitely did
I mean, this is mass Valkyrie against mass Corsair in the sky. Okay, the cloak base are going to come and clean up the drop, I think.
What?
Not before
There goes
he's
the
lost
observer.
so many
Okay, observer's
SCVs.
gone.
Oh man, he's really gonna need to produce a few more wraiths here. Do you ever just, I mean, if you're Dandy, do you change back to mech at a point?
I mean, he's got double army upgrades.
Oh.
Oh, moving shots. Give me moving shots, please, Dandy.
He will catch these shuttles, it looks like.
Oh,
Both
beautiful.
of them go down.
I want to see a ring of floating eBays around Dewalt base too. They cost 125 each. Just build a ring.
And GG, DeWalt taps out on Sparkle. Huh.
That was really
map
fun.
gateway against Valkyries on an island map.
It's not every day we get to watch air battles like that, so that was a real treat for me.
Yeah, and this is what Sparkle was like in ASL too. All of the games were like weird games that you never saw before anywhere, and you wouldn't see again.
It's kind of nice, though. I definitely enjoy the change, like seeing something a little more unique. You know, it obviously seems like Dandy's very practiced on this map, so he picked it for a reason, and he played really, really well.
Yeah, he came in with a build about. He knew what he wanted to do to win on that map, and it worked. And I think Dewalt probably didn't get much practice on Sparkle.
Maybe not. I mean, I like the build that he opened with. He did go Starport, you know, after expansion, got his Corsairs. Just felt like Dandy was kind of one step ahead on that map, picking off those early shuttles. You know, against a player the caliber of Dandy, you know, sometimes that's all it takes. You're just not going to be able to come back from there.
Well, he lost something like 10 probes in his main too. Dandy had like 5 wraiths, and he was doing the one shot on them, which is I think quite difficult to do if you're not a Zerg player. But he was getting it, and I was very confused by the Dewalt going quick forge into +1 ground attack. Like I loved the quick forge. Right? That's exactly what I wanted to see when he saw that his opponent was going mass cloak wraith rush, because you need to get the cannons ASAP to see the wraiths, and then he doesn't build the cannons. It was such a bizarre situation.
Yeah, I think he built them at the natural, just not in the main, unfortunately. Of course, that's exactly where Dandy ended up.
Okay, this is the last game on Gladiator. thanks everyone for joining us. Thank you, Kwark, Machine, and Pato for casting. It's been a real treat. Let's get into
Thanks
it.
for having us. Here
I'm
we
going to keep talking
go.
about last game.
Okay.
It would have been so easy for Dandy to lose that game too if he let Dewalt build up his shuttle count and then establish an island. But Dandy kept scanning, and he kept just cloaking his base and just doing a flyby and seeing what he could find. And that one time he found 3 fully loaded shuttles, he just picked them off. He was creating his own luck. He was making sure that if there was ever an opening, he would see the opening and he would exploit it. And that was exactly how he needed to play that late game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of reminded me of that of the game they played earlier on Circuit Breakers, where the 6 vultures ran straight from his natural across the top of the map to Dewalt's natural, picked off the 2 Templars waiting to be loaded in the shuttle for a storm drop. It was like, wow, like, you know, the level at which Dandy's thinking to be able to create those types of opportunities is, I mean, insane. While he's balancing everything else this game demands.
Okay, so we have Dewalt as the pink Protoss at 4 o'clock on Gladiator, and Dandy as the yellow Terran at 7 o'clock. We're going to see a gateway at the natural for Dewalt. This is pretty standard on Gladiator just because it's a high ground natural. You don't ever want to be contained into your main, and I would expect him to go a like Zealot Goon pressure opening off this, although he could just do Zealot expand as well, depending on his scout timing. And Dandy opting for the low ground Vax. However, I would expect him to place a bunker at his natural pretty soon after this, because you do not ever want to be contained on the low ground on this map.
No, absolutely not. Gladiator's a great map, but I mean, it's really, I feel like, pretty strong for Protoss kind of early on to do good amount of pressure to Terran opponents just by having that low ground main. It's just kind of an awkward map for Terran to really, I don't know, just kind of defend early, and then even past like 3 base gets a little difficult. I feel like the naturals are like surprisingly like close to each other.
Yeah, and Dewalt's immediately scouting for close position. He's checked top right and then he checked bottom left because he wants to know if he's going heavy Zealot pressure or if he's going into the Goon. And now he's seen that their close position. I think it's going to be 3 Zealots. And Dandy had a bit of downtime there on that barracks. He's going to regret that. This is going to be a tough hold, even if he had constant production because of the proxy racks, the proxy gate.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's going to want SCVs here, I think.
Yeah, he's probably going to need to pull at least like a couple SCVs. Really doesn't want to get this factory delayed at all, but the first Zealot is coming in from Dewalt. Dewalt kind of backed up pretty quickly. You know, Dandy pulled the 2 SCVs as needed, but Dewalt not really opting to push in too far yet.
He's got another Zealot coming. He's going to wait and make sure he can have 1 Zealot either side of the barracks depot wall, I think, just to limit the micro opportunity. Yeah, exactly like we're saying. You put them like this because that means that Dandy can't do the micro he wants to do.
Oh my goodness. Picking off quite a few of those Marines early. SCVs are getting bruised but not quite dying.
He's forcing the Vulture too, and forcing the Vulture is huge. Oh, look at that. Vulture's going to pop out below and he's going to get pylon prisoned. But even just forcing the left, this delays the machine shop, and the first Dragoon is already crossing the map, I think. Yeah, and now he's going to get Dragoon contained on the high ground. This is exactly what Dewalt wanted. Dewalt didn't care about these Zealots. These Zealots are just here to force the Vulture, because the Vulture gets on the ramp, and then once the Vulture's on the ramp, Dandy now has to retake his own ramp and get to Dragoon. I kept saying Vulture when I meant Dragoon, but this is the situation I was talking about. Oh, and he rules out the Vulture. Beautiful.
Very cute. I like that wall. I mean, the Vulture's not going to be able to get much done here, but will be positioned out on the map, so you can maybe make some mines behind Dewalt's Dragoons later.
Dewalt's just created a very strong position where the ramp up to the natural is going to work so well for Dewalt. earlier when we were discussing this map, you said that these ramps with these low ground mains are really good for Protoss, and I was saying that if Terran could just do like a normal bunker expand, they can just establish there. Oh, we should talk about this Vulture. It's got 5 kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, this vulture's getting inside the main mineral line.
Oh, and that Dragoon AI is
What?
bugged out like 10. Oh, that Dragoon's dead.
Does drop. Meanwhile, 7 kills on this vulture so far. Ooh, but
Yeah.
he will fall. Not bad.
No,
Great
Dandy's
job by Dandy.
ahead, I think, now. He's taken no economic damage. He didn't actually lose any SCV to the Zealot attack. And he killed, like, of those 7, 3 of them were Zealots, I think. No, 2 of them were Zealots, so that's 5 probes. His natural is fully secured, and he's got a good tank count. This is a good position for Dandy.
These naturals also aren't too far away. I feel like, I mean, a 2-base timing from this position by Dandy would be very difficult for Dewalt to hold.
I would
Citadel going down.
Yeah, that is. That's not the quickest Citadel ever. That could be for Arbiter, but I don't think it is because Dewalt hasn't shown any inclination to play that style, and there's no second gas. I think this is a DT rush.
Could be DT drop too, right? Couldn't he just put down a robo at the moment?
He does have a lot of gas, doesn't he? I was about
Yeah.
to say no because you need a second gas for that, but he does have a lot of gas. If he doesn't place the robo soon, it's going to be too late though. He's only got. I don't think it's going to be DT drop just because he hasn't placed it yet.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
But yeah, I mean, his gas was actually quite high. It could have been that. Yeah, there's just going to be one DT just to feel Dandy out. However, it's not going to work. Dandy has mines up.
As Dewalt, would you'd usually expect mines to be the first upgrade in a position like this, right?
Yeah, it's good against a timing push though. Like a no academy, just building a bunch of tanks and marines and throwing them at you, because the mines in that situation would be being used offensively rather than defensively, and you can just pick them off or drag them. I think Dewalt thinks that there's going to be some kind of all-in play, but I mean, Dandy's fine. Dandy's ahead. He's playing it safe.
Yeah, we do see the turrets going down at the natural and the main of Dandy, so I mean that's definitely got to mitigate the possibility of any kind of DT timing at the moment.
So every game that we've seen Dewalt go Viva, he's really messed with Dandy's timing pushes. Dandy has gone for like a move out with +1, beautiful play. And Dewalt just messed with it by flying into speed shuttles at the exact wrong timing for Dandy and stops the push. This game, that Viva play isn't going to happen because he's not going Vivas. This is one of the things that Dewalt has been doing the best to exploit Dandy. It's just not happening in this game. Okay, it is DT drop. This is a very late DT drop. I don't know about this.
Yeah, it looks like Dandy's put a good amount of mines in the main already. Has a turret and scanners underway. This, he should be able to defend this properly.
If he finds a spot where he can drop and then he can kill the turret and then he can pick up the shuttle and forever. But that's a big ask. You look at this and think, he just missed the mine completely.
Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, he ate that mine. So you can do a thing where you actually dodge the mine explosion. The mine triggers, but you pick up and the explosion itself is dislocated. But in this case, it didn't happen. He didn't dodge the mine hit.
I see. Kind of a nifty trick.
Yeah, you can do it actually with siege tank shots as well, but the timing on that is so difficult that nobody ever tries. Like, it has to be frame perfect. Killing the 2 depots is kind of nice, but ultimately it's not the damage he was looking for from that shuttle. These should be siege though.
Ooh, Dewalt maybe jumping on an opportunity here. Will be forced to back up.
Yeah. That siege
Not
was
the
kind of
biggest trade for those DTs inside the main. I mean, I'm not sure if that was worthy of investing all those resources into DTs at that time.
No, especially not 3 gateways against 5-pack. Now, Dewalt is adding more gateways. Dewalt's army supply is going to go up, but right now, I mean, he's behind on unit production. He's got 3 gateways. It's going to 6, but going to 6 isn't the same thing as having 6. And the shuttle is just buying him time. He's turning around. I would quite like a single vape here, honestly.
Just to kill off that shuttle.
Yeah, just to. Because Dandy wants to. Dandy feels he has a push timing, but he's missing it.
Yeah, he absolutely does. It's very reminiscent of the earlier games.
Yeah. Just leave the DT. Just go. Please go. Like you're 5-pack against 3 gate, 2 base against what just become a 3rd base. Okay, yeah, he's going. Like,
Actually, Dewalt
this is
bringing
the power
DT
spike.
back.
This is the power spike for Dandy right now. It's not going to get any spikier. It's. Oh, is he out of scan? No, he's got one. Okay, DT's dead.
Finally, that DT goes down. He's just so good at finding value with his units.
Yeah, and just taxed in the comp sets too, because he can build more DTs.
Ooh, big siege. Alright, Dandy, we need to see that rally.
Yeah, I
Should
mean,
just
Dewalt's
rally all
gateways
his
are online now.
factories.
Dewalt's gateways and economy are kicking in, but it's only like 6 gate on 3 base. It could be 10 gate. Dewalt is. This is going to be close.
It is going to be close.
I'm on the edge of my
Dandy's
seat.
slowly
This is the
pushing
last
it.
game of the series too.
Yeah.
Okay, Vulture's in for the
He's
buffer.
going to need to get some good mines in front to kind of buffer for these.
Yeah.
Big on siege going, and Dewalt's
Oh,
moving in.
Reaver down with no damage. Reaver just immediately blows up.
Looking great for Dandy. I think he's maybe done it.
Oh, now you're giving him the curse.
Yeah, I know. I sure hope I don't. It's alright.
Oh, he's gonna stand on his mines. There's an observer right above him too. He keeps letting the observers get away with murder. Oh, he kills his own mine. Love it. Oh, that one there did. Oh, mine.
Ooh, huge mines going down, but I don't think it's enough. I think
Well-
Dandy's got superior tank count here. Oh, didn't realize there was a Reaver in that shuttle.
Yeah, I think he's done it. I
That
think,
Reaver,
Dewalt's done
I
it.
think, will allow him to hold.
Yeah.
Man, big scarabs going down.
I
Poor
think one of
Dewalt.
those mines actually killed a lot of the other mines. It was a. So I was looking at like all these mines going into all the dragoons running into a minefield, and then it didn't look like the dragoons all died. I was expecting just to see nothing but blue goo, but instead, I think the first mine blew up in a way that blew up the other mines.
Still getting a few more probes. At the 3rd of Dewalt is Dandy. He's gonna need to start thinking about taking a 3rd base of his own, I believe.
Yeah, I mean he's cut a lot to get this push time. If you look at his SCV saturation, it's like 1 and a bit per middle patch.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean so Dandy was very all in there. I thought he was going to break through, honestly. It's I don't think he has an armory. I think that's why there were no Goliaths, because there should have been Goliaths with that push.
Yeah, I think a couple Goliaths would have been very nice against the shuttles.
Yeah, he had one Marine that was very optimistically shooting at the shuttle, but it never did anything. And also the observers. It's if you
Yeah.
don't kill the observers, then it just makes it so much easier for the Protoss.
I mean, that fight was kind of a really good reminder of that, because he was able to use the mines against Dandy a little bit. You know, if you know exactly where the mines are, you know exactly where to drop, you know exactly where you can and can't engage. Yeah, it's, you know, would have been nice, but I mean, Dandy's still in this game for sure.
Well, it's going into 2 base against 4. I mean, this Vulture harass is good. He's getting his 75 minerals worth from each Vulture.
Yeah, he
But
absolutely is.
at the same time, I don't know that he can win it with just a Vulture harass. Even if he does get a probe Maynard.
Ooh, big probe count kills here, and a large connect on 3 of those Dragoons with some of those mines from Dandy.
Yeah, he's getting
Getting
so
s-
much value from these. Dewalt's just trying the Maynard. It's so much value. It's yeah, each
Force-
Vulture for 75 minerals is cutting like 300 minerals of stuff, but And this is going to turn into a money game. You look at it and think, okay, well, Dewalt's going to have 4 bases, Danny's going to have 2 bases. Pretty sure that 4 is higher than 2.
I mean, I think he just needs to drop that third command center down already. Is he building a command center in his main at the moment? Is Dandy? I guess
No,
not.
he's still all in. He's going for his 15-minute +1 starting timing.
I mean, the supplies aren't that different, but he can't continue with this. He needs to definitely get to that next tech and take his next base. I mean, once again, this is a huge tank timing, but I just think the longer you just drag this on and you're 1-1, you know, the further and further behind you're inevitably going to be.
He's not even on 1-1, he's 0-0.
Oh.
That armory is brand new. He went all in, no armory style. The attack didn't work, and then he doubled down on it because what else could he do?
He's got the money to put a command center down right now.
Well, he's yeah, I guess he should. His main's going to mine out soon. I was going to say that he's not going to mine out for a while, but actually his saturation isn't properly balanced. He has not very many SCVs at his natural, but he has a good number in his main, so he's going to mine out his main a long time before his natural goes.
Here we
Like
go.
I said, this is a lot of
This
tanks.
is a lot of dragoons, but the dragoons are shooting uphill from the right hand side.
Yeah, not
The zealots
best
are all
hit
dead.
percentage.
The zealots weren't all dead. The zealots are just waiting. The zealots want to be impolite to attack first.
Another shuttle moving in with that Reaver once again, but 6 siege tanks still remaining.
Wow.
Last of the Dragoons are dropping here.
So Dewalt's got another rally of units coming.
It looks like Dandy's winning, and then Dewalt comes with a bunch of units, but this time, Dandy
Dandy's
seems to pull
definitely-
through.
I'm not going to believe it. I've seen it too many
No,
times.
I don't think so. No, I don't. I think he's just too broke. I think he's definitely getting the better unit value as Dandy, but he just needed that third earlier, and he could have afforded it earlier too. You know, it's not going to take Dewalt long with his economy to clean up these tanks.
I hate you
That
guys.
Reaver has so many kills. That was a beautiful Reaver. Like, that Reaver was just
Yeah.
going from tank to tank to tank, just killing each one in turn.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, Dandy doing an excellent job, though. I mean, I don't think anyone else could have controlled those units nearly as well and gotten the value out of them they did. But Dewalt's just got that fourth, man. It's been kicking in for too long now.
And we're seeing like some of Dewalt's PvP skill set here, because one thing that Dewalt does in PvP is he doesn't just make the Reavers early game, he continues with Reavers the entire game. This Vulture harass is doing a lot. This is one of the only mining bases, one of only 2 mining bases, I think, for Dewalt. That was heavily saturated, and he just killed all of them.
Yeah, that was very nice play there from Dandy. I mean, it's because of this Reaver saturation, or the Reaver production, though. There's no observers to be able to clear these mines at the mineral only. It's a given trade. I mean, Dandy, just start mining that third, man. You're good. Like, he's somehow finding the damage he needs to get done.
Yeah,
These very
Dandy's Vulture usage
difficult
has always been
situations.
fantastic. It's one of the things that if you play Dandy a lot, you notice about him is that his Vultures are always fishing. They do this. He just he goes and he checks and he finds stuff. It's, I think, one of the things that marks like great Terran players from like mediocre ones is that they're always active on the map with their Vultures in this matchup.
Yeah.
They find things that you wouldn't expect. They find damage constantly.
Dewalt with a 50 supply lead here does have low saturation at that third, but has allowed Dandy to take his own third. It is a mineral only, and Dandy finally taking the second gas at his natural as well, so this game's moving forward.
One of the things I wanted to talk about, Dewalt in PvP, one of the things that's very unusual about his PvP is he builds Reavers all game long. Most players will transition out of Reavers into like Templar tech, but Dewalt has the multitasking and the micro to like. He'll have a like 200 supply army and he'll still be microing his Reavers perfectly at the same time, and he's applying those skills in this matchup beautifully right now. This is like what his PvP looks like, but he's doing it in PvP, where he'll be controlling this giant army, and also the Reavers are just jumping in and out of shuttles, getting damaged constantly.
The drops actually didn't go the best there, but this might just be too many Dragoons, unfortunately.
Dewalt's
a couple-
army, his supply is all Dragoon because he lost so many phobes. It's
Oh boy. Yeah.
this isn't 120
Rally
supply
of
with 70
Zealots.
phobes. This is like 120 supply with like 30 phobes.
Okay, folks, I think this is all.
Wow, it really felt like Dandy's playing his heart out too.
He really was. He absolutely was.
Oh, I thought he had that engagement. Wow, GG.
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 9 games of Dandy versus Dewalt, guys. Please, if you can, support them.
Shout out to Sushi for this event. It
Big
was
shout out to
incredible.
CRVT for donating to Des. Thanks to the casters. Thanks to all the fans who tuned in. Please, if you can, support Dandy and Dewalt. I'm going to copy and paste Dandy's Facebook. Maybe you can say it in Spanish as well. It's very late in Peru, but he knows how much this meant to fans and to us. So he went ahead and scheduled this. It was harder otherwise to get a more convenient time because Dewalt's in Siberia. But yeah, Pato, if you can just let the people know, please.
Of course. Gracias, gente. Ahí Team Think Quick dejó el link al Facebook de Dandy. No se olviden de apoyarlo. La verdad fue un esfuerzo juntarlos a los dos porque, como saben, Dewalt vive en Rusia, en Siberia, y hay mucha diferencia horaria entre Perú y Rusia. Así que le agradecemos a todos los que miraron, apoyaron, los que tiraron buena energía. Este va a ser el principio de muchos, y gracias a ustedes, gracias a su colaboración, a que vinieron, se registraron, miraron. El Team Think Quick va a crear una página de Facebook que la voy a estar compartiendo cuando la creen, así que estén atentos. Ya el día, el 18, o sea el día de mañana, va a estar el match entre Best y Light y Shabsab y Ample. Así que sigan apoyando el StarCraft, sigan viniendo a ver los match, que así hacemos que haya más eventos y que, bueno, que la comunidad siga creciendo. Gracias a todos nuevamente, son lo más grande que hay.
And before I let you go, Pato, maybe you can tell everyone about March 18 at 12 a.m. is Light vs. Best. Thank you so much, Pato. Please tune in. It will start with Ample versus Yapsap, 2 semi-pro Koreans. It's live. We need viewer numbers, people, to justify continued sponsorship. Really appreciate everyone tuning in. Hoping to see you on Thursday. That will be midnight for me. If you're in Pacific time, that should be on Wednesday at 9 p.m. Kwark, Machine, Pato, you guys have been a sport. Did you want to say anything?
Sure. Yeah. Once again, just thank you so much, Ox, for having us. I'd like to thank my 2 wonderful co-casters, Pato and Kwark, as well as I want to say thanks, Kwark, for playing at the beginning of today's series, giving us some pretty interesting games against Terror, while we waited for the matches and everything.
That's sweet of you. Thanks for remembering that.
Yeah. Thanks
I'd rather forget that.
What was that?
I'd rather forget it.
And yeah, thanks to the players once again. We got to see some wonderful matches here with Terror and Khala, as well as Dewalt and Dandy. Thank you to the South American crew for showing up in big numbers to this cast. Appreciate you guys. Gracias. And yeah, you guys can check my stream on Twitch, Machine USA. But thank you guys. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay
Pato,
then.
how about you?
I have a really good time. Thank you, Rice, and thank you, Kwark.
Thanks, guys.
I really enjoyed it.
This was fun.
Hearing you.
Yeah.
And I enjoy interacting with the Latin American community who made all these incredible viewers numbers. So
That was really nice of you doing that for us, Pato. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Sushi. Thank you, Ox, for all the work you do. It's
all you guys.
No, it's not us. It's you. So
I really have
Thank
fun
you.
hanging out with you guys, and it means a lot to people. So it's cool that this is a community-driven initiative. Hopefully, more show matches on Trovo. Gracias.
Gracias, gente. Gracias, en serio. Gracias por la buena onda, gracias por aguantarnos. Y bueno, there's going to be a TQ Facebook page, right? So we can promise that.
Okay. Let's do it.
Sé que, chicos, después voy a postear la página de TQ en Facebook para que tengan noticias de todos estos show match que van a venir. Obvio que siempre sale mate, papá.
And Jan will be casting these replays in Spanish for anybody out there. We've already mentioned it, so check out his YouTube, or he might do an event on Trovo. So guys, Trovo is a great platform willing to sponsor people. They have sponsored Alpha X, a StarCraft 2 team. It's also sponsored by Africa TV and Matcherino. A lot of good opportunities with Trovo. So hoping to see more Brood War events hosted on Trovo by us, by others, and eventually get more and more Brood War gamers streaming on Trovo. Let's make this our second home next to Twitch and Facebook.
Mañana le van a pasar los replays a Jan para que en la
mi
plataforma
Pato.
Starcraft Remastered lo pueda castear mañana. Así que no se pierdan la transmisión y apoyen a Jan, que también nos tiró buena onda. Gracias a todos, y abajo dejé también mi Facebook por si alguien quiere seguir.
Thanks for translating everything. Love you guys. Thanks very much. Bye.
Chao,
All
chao.
right, love you guys. Take it easy.
Adiós.
All right, have a good one.
Bye. Adios, amigos.